This is March 6th, 2019. This is a regular meeting of members of the... Chairman, turn my mic off. Yeah. You all gave him money to do that, didn't you?
Wish I could do it daily.
Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Fan, Deputy Commissioner Licensing Held, Associate Counsel Marsico, and myself, Secretary Donahue. The next meetings of the authority will be March 20th, and this is a change from the schedule that's posted, April 10th. There will be no meeting on April 3rd. There will not be a meeting on the following week, April 16th. So the meeting will be on April 10th. When your item is called, please approach the podium and speak into the microphone. If you have a cell phone, please silence it. The matters will be called in most part, first in Buffalo, then Albany, and then New York City in the order they were signed in. Chairman, do you have anything to announce?
Yes. The reason that the meetings that Tom just said are being changed is, for those of you that don't know it, we are actually moving out of this building come April 1st. Our offices will now be located starting on April 1st at the Adam Clayton Powell building, which is right down the street on 125th Street. Initially, the board meetings will be on the second floor in what's called the Art Gallery. It's a temporary space for us because they're building a space on, is it the 8th floor or the 3rd floor?
3rd floor.
3rd floor. So our offices will be on the 3rd and the 8th floor in that building. So we're in the process now of starting to pack things up and move things out, and I just ask you to bear with us because it's being run by another agency as far as our moving and putting us in a new space, and it's a work in progress. So if there is delays or the things that you're seeing that is making you unhappy, let us know, but also just be patient with us because it probably has nothing to do with us, but has to do with the other agencies. And on top of that, since I have been here, this amount of paper has driven me insane that we go through on a bi-weekly basis. So I've asked the IT department to make it so these board meetings could be paperless, and we are in the process of doing that. As a result of that happening, though, the supplemental materials that you generally have until Friday at 2 o'clock, Tom?
Yes.
2 o'clock to submit to us before the board hearings, that deadline is now going to move up to Wednesday, the week before the board meeting, because everything has to be put into a program and then downloaded onto the computers, and hopefully everyone will adapt to that, because that also is going to be a work in progress, and I think everyone has to get, at least behind the days here, has to get used to that process. And so we'll see how that works. That's probably not going to happen until May, but we're in the process of getting trained on it right now. So all of this will be on the website and certainly on Facebook as well. So if you're not following us, I suggest you do, and all that information will be up there, because those board meetings right now are the ones in April that Tom mentioned are penciled in, I should say. They're not, I wouldn't call them tentative, but they're certainly not permanent either, depending on how the move goes. So that's it.
All right, we have 2 requests from Council's office for summary suspension orders. The first item is 527B regarding 417W Inc.
Thank you. Stephen Armstrong, appearing on behalf of Council's office in support of the summary suspension of the premises known as 417W Inc., doing business as Opus or Opus Lounge, located at 417 West 202nd Street in Manhattan. The incident matter that brought us here is the felony assault committed by a security guard who was employed at the premises that occurred at approximately 3:20 a.m. on February 20th, 2019, outside the establishment. What we know at this point is that an individual was attempting to enter Opus when he was stopped at the front door by a security guard and refused entry because he appeared to be intoxicated and did not have his ID on him. The 2 parties engaged in a verbal dispute, which quickly became physical and spilled out from inside, out onto the sidewalk and into the street. At this point, the security guard struck the victim in the head with a flashlight, immediately knocking him unconscious. As a result, the victim suffered a fractured skull and had bleeding on the brain. The whole incident was captured on surveillance video, and initially police believed the licensee was being cooperative. I did give police access to the video on the night of the incident and gave them the name of the security guard involved. However, after reviewing the video, police found that the licensee, Victor Castro, had in fact interfered with the investigation and had allowed the security guard perpetrator to leave the scene, preventing police from interviewing and arresting him on the night of the incident. The video shows the licensee, as well as the manager at the establishment, escort the security guard back inside the premises seconds before police arrive at the scene. Once police arrive, they seated the victim. He's taken away in an ambulance. Then they begin speaking to witnesses outside. Throughout all of this, the licensee and the security guard remain inside the premises. At no point does either of them come outside to engage with the police. Eventually, police enter the premises, at which point the licensee does speak to police. However, by that time, the security guard had left the location through a rear exit. Police did eventually arrest the security guard on February 26th, nearly a week after the incident. But even so, it's clear that the actions of the licensee in leading the perpetrator from the scene and allowing him to escape impeded the investigation. And while this is certainly the most serious incident at this establishment, there are many other indications the licensee is not operating in a safe and effective way. They've had frequent issues with security guards. There have been 3 inspections since May of 2017. All 3 of these inspections found unlicensed security guards working. The most recent of these was February 23rd, 2019. That's just 3 days after the incident where the security guard fractured the skull of the patron. They've also been cited on multiple occasions for failing to maintain a license to employ guards, failing to maintain security guard records, and failure to maintain liability insurance for security guards. They represented in their method of operation that they would be employing just 2 guards at the location. However, the last 2 inspections have found between 8 and 9 guards working. And this fact, in conjunction with other recent issues, indicate that the licensee is not operating in the manner represented to the SLA. Premises is licensed as a bar/tavern with no dancing of any kind. Yet Detective Pena from the 34th Precinct discovered numerous photos and videos on social media that show exotic dancing happening inside the location. An SLA inspection in September of 2018 found there was no food being served, and in fact no food anywhere on the premises. This location is also clearly a focal point for police attention. Detective Pena, who is both investigating the February 20th assault and is the field intelligence officer at the precinct, says that this is the worst place in the precinct. The reports from Vice back this up. They have 103 directed patrols since January 2018, 25 of those just since the beginning of 2019, and the 34th Precinct's internal numbers for the location are even higher. And even if you were to put all these issues to the side, the actions of the licensee on February 20th, when he interfered with the police investigation, enabled the perpetrator of a serious assault to escape the scene, are inexcusable. And taken in the context of all the other issues at this location, it's clear that it's a danger to the public health, safety, and welfare, and it's because of this, Counsel's Office recommends that this license be summarily suspended. All right, thank you.
The owner, principal is Victor Castro. Is there a reason why that name sounds familiar to me?
I'm not sure.
Does he have any other licenses?
Looking at
So you mentioned that there were witnesses at the scene of the most recent incident. None of them pointed to the guy in the bar?
No, I mean, according to the police report, witnesses that they spoke to were not cooperative.
Oh, no one was.
No.
So how did they come to the guy, the bouncer, do we know?
I'm not sure. I know at some point the police, I guess, knock on the door of the establishment, and they're able to speak to the licensee who does explain what happened.
Was the assault on video?
Yes, the whole incident was on video.
I don't see any of the licenses.
Okay, thank you.
Are we ready to vote then?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm very disturbed by the fact that this licensee harboring an employee who almost killed a patron. This is clearly draining police resource, a focal point, as counsel had mentioned, the continuous breach of method of operation and constant denial of cooperation with police is disturbing, and so I find that there's imminent threat to public safety, welfare, and health for that, I vote to summarily suspend this license.
Commissioner Ford?
This place is clearly a drain on the 34th Precinct resources. Licensee interfered with an investigation. What you said, 128 911 calls since 2018, right? So 25 this year alone, just a couple months into the year, so they're on pace to exceed that by a long shot. So I see this as a threat to the public safety, and I vote to summarily suspend as well.
I'll vote to suspend as well on the same grounds.
Thank you.
All right, we have one more item from Council's Office, 527C, Fantastic Restaurant and Lounge Corp.
Members, Council's Office is requesting that you issue an order of summary suspension as to Fantastic Restaurant located at 238A Sherman Avenue in New York. We're making this application because on February 24th of 2019, at about 4:10 in the morning, there was a vicious gang assault where a patron of the premises was kicked and stomped in the head directly in front of the licensed premise, directly outside the front door. This incident is a culmination of a wave of incidents of dangerous crowd conditions, out-of-control drunken crowds, overcrowding, and resulting in the licensed premise becoming a focal point. And one of the root causes I would submit is because the licensee is failing to conform to its stated method of operation to operate as a restaurant and is instead operating as an illegal nightclub, which is attracting these crowd conditions. We do have a video of the assault. The detectives were able to get two views, one of the front door area. They were unable to obtain videos of the inside. It's fairly obvious when you look at the video that there was a melee and a brawl going on inside. There was a crowd that is
Why were they unable to get it the inside?
They were told that there were issues with the video. Apparently, when they try to play the video, it freezes and it's not able to play. So from their perspective, they feel that the licensee is not being fully cooperative with respect to the video of what happened inside. But the video that the police do have shows a group being pushed out. You see about 3 security guards wearing a yellow jacket saying security in the back, systematically pepper spraying outside of the door, shutting themselves in the door. You see the victim laying on the ground, and you see people, male and female, drunken patrons, taking turns, running up and kicking and stomping the victim on the head. So he was nearly killed. I myself, as a former homicide prosecutor, went to the ME's office and saw how easily it is to kill somebody. There was a person who was killed to death that I prosecuted. This is a very, very serious incident, and the security guards were hiding inside. After the A-team security guards come out, after the whole melee is over, essentially, and the man is on the ground, the A-team of burly security guards wearing black shirts with security on the outside finally come outside to check on the victim. And as a result of this incident, the man is still in the hospital. He's bleeding, and he's got swelling to the brain. This incident was completely preventable. They have more security guards than they're supposed to. They told us they were only going to have 2 to 4. You see there about 6. And these guards are systematically using pepper spray to control these out-of-control patrons. In addition to this incident, there was an earlier incident on December of 2018 where the police responded. There was a larger crowd of 30 to 40 people who refused to disperse. The security repeatedly disobeyed multiple orders from the police to clear the sidewalk and street the patrons. The patrons are blocking the streets and vehicular traffic. By the way, in this incident, this incident that I earlier described on February 24th, you see patrons actually leaving the premise holding Patron bottles, and this is consistent with videos that we have obtained from Instagram, which show patrons routinely drinking out of Patron bottles inside the licensed premise. So it appears that these people, there's no supervision with regard to that. Prior to December 6th, there was an earlier large incident on September 9th at 4:15 in the morning, so it appears that these incidents are happening around closing time. The police, while they're on directed patrol, see numerous people fighting and see the security guards spraying pepper spray. And one police officer is injured. He received treatment at a hospital. And, police officers are there, try to break up multiple fights in front of the licensed premise. On August 5th of 2018, a patron alleges he was assaulted by a security guard while the premise was overcrowded. On, I believe it's May 4th, there's paperwork attached that your members can review. The police inspected the premise and found 270 people inside when the maximum occupancy is 200. I have seen videos showing women scantily clad, bent over on the bar and leaning on the bar, dancing in exchange for tips with their buttocks exposed. I've seen videos of sparklers being held very close to the ceiling, which is a threat to the public safety. And there's also a March inspection on March 24th, which backed up the safety concerns that the SLA has. There was defective fire equipment, failure to maintain fire extinguisher tags, failure to maintain emergency lighting, extension of no junction switch box covers. They're purchasing alcohol from unauthorized sources, so I'd be curious to see where this Patron is being purchased from. We're still going to be investigating that. The New York City Department of Health issued violations for contaminated ice and other health code violations. This premise is a focal point. It's a danger to the officers. These crowd conditions are very dangerous to everybody. There were 50 directed patrols in 2018 and about 10 in 2019. However, those only capture directed patrols that officers call over specifically for this address. I'm informed by the precinct that they patrol the block in general. This is one of the licensed premises that they patrol. So they are there much more frequently than these 911 directed patrol logs show. So for all these reasons, we're requesting that you issue an emergency order of suspension.
Did we go to trial on the 3 pending cases?
We did not. We thought we could resolve the matters.
Okay.
I know the prosecutor on the case had been in discussions, and they all thought that they could resolve the matter, but that was before this latest incident where we saw that
Okay.
the proposed resolution would just not work.
Okay.
How long has this place been open?
Since 2011.
August 11th, yes.
Something is going on there. They don't have a hugely terrible history.
You ready to go ahead and vote?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Fan?
Very unfortunate. This licensee has been around since 2011. Something has taken a turn for the worse in the past, say, 18 months or so. Disturbed by the fact that they're not cooperative after these huge melee and constant breach of the maximum occupancy terms and constantly operating outside of what's the allowable method of operation. The use of pepper spray on their own patrons is very disturbing. This is clearly a drain on police resource and creates imminent threat to public health, welfare, and safety, and for that I vote to summarily suspend this license.
Commissioner Ford?
This place is a zoo. I vote to suspend.
Chairman Bradley?
That was brief. I vote to suspend as well, based on Commissioner Fan's comments, not Commissioner Ford's.
I didn't want to waste the tribunal's time.
All right, then, we're going to move to Buffalo, and the first item there is 454 Colvin Market Express, LLC.
I'm sorry, what was that number again?
454.
Good morning, members of the full board. My name is Jacob Pierkowski. I am the attorney for Colvin Market Express LLC. I am joined by my client today, although he is not English speaking. He has his brother here who can interpret if the board has any questions. We've accepted the licensee's license was revoked at a prior location, and we are accepting of that. The only reason we're here today is to ask that the premises for 117 Colvin Avenue in Buffalo not be prescribed as well.
I'm not following you.
Sure. So
Since he's already on the other license and we revoked it, which means he can't hold a license.
Of the
That's correct.
property.
He
They're
doesn't have a
worried about the
license.
property being prescribed?
That's correct, Chairman.
All right, well, I'm sustain charge 1 and revoke and bond.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm going with revoke and bond, standing by the chairman's decision.
Commissioner Ford?
What about the prescription on the license? Is
But
that,
they can come back when they actually have something, an application.
It was an application that we disapproved based on the charges. So that's probably what they weren't trying to keep the location active.
That's correct.
revoke and bond?
Why don't we bring that one here then?
That's my next
It'll
question.
come here, yeah.
Yeah.
It'll come here, yeah, bring it here.
Okay.
The next application would just come here
Okay,
when you
so-
refile.
You'll
Sure,
have to-
okay, very good.
So we don't lift it, but it'll come here.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, we have one more item in Buffalo, 520 BP Global Funds, Inc.
Good morning, Justin White appearing on behalf of the respondent BP Global Funds, Inc. The case comes before the board on a remand from the appellate division. My client has been out of business as a result of the revocation for 1 year. And we asked that the board cast a lenient eye upon him and perhaps have a cancellation as served so as he can open his establishment now.
I'm not following you either.
You can't have a cancellation.
I got it.
As served, yeah.
A cancellation is a cancellation. There's no,
Right, I mean, I'm suspension. Did I say cancellation?
well, the last one,
Suspension.
we imposed cancellation, not suspension, so that means the license was canceled. So the only way he gets another one is if he reapplies.
I'm sorry?
Oh, no, and then it was remitted back. So you want a suspension? I see what you're saying. You want a suspension for time served is what you're asking for.
Yes, sir.
But the license isn't active. It expired last year.
Expired in April, unless you want them to allow to submit a renewal.
No. So during the course of this, your license expired.
Well, okay, I get the point, but why place us in a position of having to reapply? I mean, especially in light of the fact that we were in front of the appellate division awaiting their decision.
And we accept that decision, but during the course of that, you didn't renew the license.
He wasn't allowed to.
Yeah, there was nothing to renew.
Oh, then give him the renewal, and you guys can impose the penalty. I mean, I still don't like the appellate division's decision, I'm going to be honest with you. So if this guy makes another wrong move, he's going to be out of business anyway, because we have every right to inspect the premises. And when you don't, you're going to lose your license, and I'll do it again, and they can send the next one back here.
So is this back to licensing?
No, we have to impose a penalty.
I'm at 20,000.
20,000. And give him his renewal.
20,000 in renewal.
Thank you for your time this morning.
Yep.
Michelle, I have nothing else in Buffalo?
No, there's no other matter signed in Buffalo.
All right, and we have nothing in Albany, so we can move to New York. All right, the first item in New York is 496, Timbo's Wine and Liquor Warehouse, Inc.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Robert Romano for Timbo's Wine and Liquor Warehouse, Inc. I'm here with Valon Taffa, who is the sole principal, and I believe there is opposition.
Yeah, there is.
It's, Mr. Lind, do you represent Central Warehouse Wine and Liquor?
That's correct, and
And do you represent East End Liquor Mart?
that's correct.
Okay, I just want to clarify for both of these businesses, what is their number for 18, sales number for 2018? There are just some typos in here that I just
I
want to
don't know.
clarify.
They reported from January to June.
Right, but our numbers are not remotely accurate for that period of time. What she's asking you is, we want that period of time.
I don't know if I'm going to have those.
It's fine, just give me a ballpark. They're just wrong information in here, so I don't think these numbers are the ones that you want to
Same for
report.
Central Warehouse. I see it at the
Yeah,
bottom.
Central for 18 and East End for 18.
All right, let me
Just
just
go
go in
ahead.
there.
Okay.
Bad scan.
Well, while we do this, we can find that. Jack, you can email somebody and get that, can't you?
I'll see what's scanned in. I don't know if anyone looked.
Looks like there was just typos or something.
I'm sorry, I should have had that. You know, we're falling so far behind on a lot of these matters going before the board,
Got one. Here's one.
so I apologize.
452. Go ahead, just do your
Okay.
presentation.
Okay.
So good morning, Charles Lynn for the opposition. As set forth, I represent Central Warehouse Wine and Liquor at
presumably
2500 Central Avenue, Yonkers, and East End Liquor Mart at 1761 Central Park Avenue at Yonkers. Applicant is seeking a license at 2361 Central Park Avenue in Yonkers.
Right.
I'd like to point out that there was a recent prior disapproval based upon public convenience and advantage for Central Park Wines and Spirits at 2350 Central Park Avenue, Yonkers, under serial number 1294128, which is just a location on the other side of the street, Central Park Avenue at 2361 Central Park Avenue. It's also known as Kohl's Shopping Center. That store, however, had been licensed as a liquor store for many years, but went out of business around 2015. The area is, the basic three factors for disapproval is that the area is saturated with liquor stores. Within 5-mile radius, there are 29 current liquor stores. I supplied an area survey map and a list of those stores in my protest. Within that, I would just like to point out that the distances are measured by driving distances. Many are on Central Park Avenue itself. Specifically, 6 of the 7 closest stores are within 2.7 miles of the applicant on Central Park Avenue, and that transgresses the city of Yonkers, the village of Scarsdale, Hartsdale, and goes further north to White Plains. Besides being 6 stores within 2.7 miles right on Central Avenue itself, we do have 3 other liquor stores that are within 3 miles of the premises, and they're very well known. One of them is Costco, which is about 3 miles away from the applicant to the west of the applicant's store. And we also have Stu Leonard's, which is also 3.2 miles to the west. These numbers are a little bit different than what appear on the LAMP site. They're a little bit, I don't know why they were marked as 1.2 and 1.5. They aren't that close. It's 3 and 3.5, although it does take only about 5 minutes to get to those stores. And then on the east side, you have the landmark store Zacky's, which is also in Scarsdale. That's about 2 miles away, again, taking less than 5 minutes from Central Avenue. So you do have the 6 stores right on Central Avenue and 3 main discount stores or 4-star stores being Costco, Stu Leonard's, and Zacky's that are also within this area. I would also like to point out that of the 4 closest stores, and again, LAMP didn't have all of the right distances, and it's not just that my photo man went out and got the distances, but I'm very familiar with the area. My law office was on Central Avenue for 15 years, and I ended up growing up in the area, so I'm very familiar when I say that the LAMP distances are incorrect. But one of the other things that's important is that the 4th closest store, House of Liquors, at 758760 Central Avenue, liquor license 1282865, isn't even on-ramp, and that's 1.6 miles from applicant. And the reason why I also preface that liquor store being the fourth closest is that it in essence replaced the other store that went out of business, the one at 2350 Central Park Avenue, because it was licensed around 2015. So in essence, there was really a replacement of that store that went out of business at that time. And in addition to that, there's another store, Alcove Wine and Liquor, which is within the 6 stores, but its address is 600 Tuckahoe Road. And I just would like the board to understand that Tuckahoe Road is the intersection of Tuckahoe Road and Central Avenue. So that's the reason why that I also included as part of the Central Avenue and the stores along that area. As set forth from the previous matter before the board, on the disapproval, which was again just 2 years ago, it was ascertained that there was over 18,000 to 19,500 square feet of retail license space already within the Central Avenue corridor. Also, it was set forth in the prior hearing for disapproval that the population growth has been stagnant. Now, if you look at the population growth, it does show a 10% increase, but that has to be specifically...
10% since when?
That's exactly what I was going to say, Commissioner. 10% from 2010 to 2017. However, the total population in 2010 was 22,500. It's increased to a little bit over 25,000. So you take 10% of 25,000, that's an increase of just 250 people, and then what I did, and I've made that part of my presentation, from 2010 to 2013, there was an additional 1,300 people in that area. From 2014 to 2017, another additional 1,350 people in the area. So we're really talking about just 2,500 people over a 7-period time. That's the reason why I wanted to more fully explain that 10% as really not being the figure that one should use. It should be actually the actual increase in population. And as I said, when this was previously before the board, one of the reasons for disapproval was the stagnant population growth in this area. The board also cited in that disapproval the lack of any increase in gross sales of the local stores, and I did annex, which Commissioner Fan did set forth the gross sales figures that were supplied to the authority. They are, at least from the figures without the 2018 figures, pretty much flat. There's no dispositive resolution as to whether there's any really increase in sales, increase in demand in this area. Again, as far as the new stores in the area, I have to preface that House of Liquor and Wines at 758 Central Avenue came in about 2015, the same time as the prior 2350 Central Avenue store went out of business. So one can really construe that that was a replacement store for the one that went out. And then Alcove Wine and Liquor, again, on 600 Tuckahoe Road, was just licensed in 2017, and that's 2.7 miles away from applicant. So my whole argument really is based on public convenience advantage, given the saturation of liquor stores in the area. I did leave out one other thing. Finally, with the recent application of Total Wine seeking licensing in Hartsdale, I would think that the board became very well aware of the extensive number of liquor stores in the area, and that I'm really, in essence, crying to the choir because you have extensive experience and knowledge of this area, being what you went through with the total application. So given that...
How far is that from this application?
The total was in Hartsdale, so I would say maybe about 3.5 miles. As a guesstimate, I really didn't measure it. So given the saturation of liquor stores in the area, the 6 out of 7 that are right on Central Avenue itself, covering 2.7 miles from the applicant, given the landmark liquor store Zacky's, which is right off Central Avenue in Scarsdale, And given the Costco store and the Stu Leonard store, which are right next to each other, being about 3 miles away, about a 5-minute drive, this whole area is basically driven traffic area. It's not really basic residential area. Given the lack of any considerable increase in population in the area, really in essence of no change whatsoever from what the board decided in its decision in 2016, I would ask that this application be disapproved based upon public convenience and advantage.
Thank you.
Is anybody not represented by you over there?
Midway.
Are they here, I mean?
I don't know. Anyone from Midway? No.
Okay, Mr. Romano?
Hello again, Robert Romano. I'm here with Valon Tafa, who is the principal. Mr. Tafa, as I explained, has extensive experience in the hospitality industry, having opened and operated a pizzeria in Brooklyn for a number of years with success. And in fact, it is funds that he earned from operating that store that he's using for this premise. I'd like to address a number of, well, as many of Mr. Lynn's points as I can here. To bring in Costco, Stu Leonard's, and Zacky's into the formula here, I think is really unfair. Yonkers is really a city of hills, and those stores are on the other side of the hill or on the hill. There's another store in Ridge Hill, which is...
Yeah, but it's a driving community, so you're telling me your car has trouble getting up the hill?
No, I'm telling you, when I go shopping, and I've lived in Westchester County for almost 22 years, in my mindset, I'm either going to Stu Leonard's or I'm going down to Central Avenue. I really don't go shopping at both.
But they're within a short distance away from the store, so now I get.
Absolutely.
And that may be the people that live in that area, that may be what their habits are, but it's certainly within
Oh, absolutely, I'm not denying that. But what I am saying...
viable distance.
Right, but what I am saying, it's similar to Central Park West or Central Park or Fifth Avenue. It's really, you could argue it's 1 block away, but it's not. And you can drive, I give you that in a matter of minutes, but the store that was denied in 2016, I believe, I watched the video, and I was actually very surprised that they were denied because they were, in fact, just replacing another store that went out in that same strip mall. Unfortunately for them, there was a store that filed immediately before them, also in Yonkers, the one on Palisade Avenue, and that application was granted immediately before their hearing. They were the previous applicant before the board. And I just felt that at that point, the board felt they were giving another store to Yonkers, and that really would have been enough. But this store...
Which is the one on Palisade Avenue?
That was 1294948, Cellar 783 Wine and Spirits was the one you granted. That was immediately prior to the one that was denied.
That's also 5 miles.
It's 4.4 miles, correct, but it is in Yonkers.
All right.
It's also my 29th store.
Okay. All right.
As far as the numbers...
29th store? The 29th?
Exactly. Well, I'm happy with that. It is, I'm very happy. Thank you for pointing that out. But I will tell you...
Well, yeah, but the distance doesn't help you. It's a 29th within 5 miles.
5 miles. It's over 4 miles away. And there are 200,000 people living in Yonkers. It's the 5th largest growing municipality in the state of New York. There were, at a minimum, 6,000 additional, not 2,500, according to NewYorkDatabases.com, which is LOHUD. And as Commissioner Ford said when he voted to approve back in July the store immediately across Central Avenue from this, he felt that and I quote, that there is always room, there's room for one more store. And I do believe that Mr.
Careful what you say.
And so I still take that view that there is room for one more store. In addition,
but based on what? I mean, you got 29 stores, you just said, within 5 miles. You have 12 stores within 3.2 miles. There's tens of thousands of square foot of liquor stores in the area.
Correct.
And everybody's doing the same thing. So what are you basing it on that there's room for one more store? The sales don't indicate that.
Well, you also have the 200,000 people in Yonkers and an additional 200.
But there were 200,000 before.
Right, but Central Park Avenue does not just take shoppers from Yonkers. It takes them from all over the area. I live in Armonk. I shop on Central Avenue.
And as a result, there are now 4 liquor stores. 3 of the 5 closest are on Central Avenue.
Right.
And not to mention, we probably can go beyond that and say there's several others on Central Avenue.
Well, when you say on Central Avenue, their addresses are on Central Avenue or Central Park Avenue. If you go to Central Warehouse Wine and Liquor, they are literally a quarter of a mile off Central Park Avenue behind. It's a strip center behind a strip center. They're next to an Alamo movie house. There's no way you. There is.
It's just not fair to say that because they're in a shopping plaza.
Right. I mean, I'd say it is what it is. Everybody has a phone. You punch in an address, and it's going to show you where to go. And when you punch in Central Avenue, you're going to get a dozen liquor stores.
Well,
or thereabouts.
Okay, so I will move the argument to what will the applicant offer that's different than's currently available. And Mr. Tafa, who is from Kosovo and is Albanian, his
Well, so my question is, what to him? Why a liquor store, and why here?
I'll start it and let him finish. His sister lives immediately in the immediate area of this store, and
So is she running the store, or?
not at all. She'll have nothing to do with the store.
So why is that relevant?
Because that got him. He lives in Brooklyn, and that's how he found out about the area. That's the only connection. And there is a large Albanian community in Westchester and in the county and in the area, and he felt that he could have significant stock in the store in products from Kosovo, Albania, and if you want to explain what other products you would be offering that are not currently offered.
I will offer over 100 wines and liquids from different flavors from Kosovo. There is no store around here has this product. And I have a lot of friends and family lives around there. They cannot buy this product. They're looking to buy something. I have a bunch of papers with me. I print them. I can show it to you. They cannot find nowhere around here.
You did go around and.
I went around. My sister told me to go get some wine.
Do any of your family members own liquor stores?
And here in the United States, no. But back home, my grandfather and my father owns a liquor store.
So the only reason you picked Yonkers is because your sister lives in Yonkers?
And I want to move in Yonkers too.
So you live in Brooklyn now?
Yes.
So for the reasons we presented to you, we feel that this would be to the public convenience and advantage in granting this license.
So so answer me this, how are you going to run the pizza place in Brooklyn?
So I'm going to have.
I mean, that's not a short commute.
I'm going to have my wife run it for me.
In the pizza place?
The pizza place, yeah.
And you're going to commute to the liquor store every day?
Yes. I have 2 kids. I have 5 years old and 2 years old, so I have to work.
Can I see your?
Sure. This is some of that. This is over 100.
You have to go back to the...
And if it would, I'll offer this, if it would add to our argument, we would be willing to decrease the retail footprint of the store.
What's the size of the Albanian population in Yonkers area?
It's a very, very big population in Yonkers, Albania.
Any idea?
It's about, it's a lot. It's a lot of
I mean, you're trying to sell us that you're going to support an Albanian population, you don't even know how many are there?
I can say there are over 10,000 people.
Really? In
Bronx-
Yonkers?
Not in Yonkers, in the Bronx also.
Well, the Bronx is a different world from Yonkers.
I mean, and when Scarsdale is very close from Yonkers.
I'm ready to vote.
Did you get an answer about those figures?
Yes.
Yes.
I looked them up here.
It's,
No, we got them.
15,
Yes.
16, okay, all right.
So, 18 for Central is 591,000. And then for East End, the dates are off. We don't have the numbers for 14. But if you look at the four numbers that are there, it's 15, 16, 17, and 18. And the 1.1, it's half a year for 18. Does that make sense? So the 6 million is just wrong. You can delete that?
Yeah, that's a cumulative or something
Yeah,
like that,
that's just the total.
17 should be 18.
Yes, 15, 16, 17, 18 instead of
Yes.
14 through 17.
Right.
And then, doesn't it, it looks like it jumps dramatically from 17 to 18?
No, they just entered.
It was
wrong.
added up.
Yeah,
That number is the first, the preceding 3 years.
It was a typo we misread the form they submitted.
So you can just put a line through what it says 18, and 14 through 17 is actually 15 through 18.
Right.
All right, I think we're ready.
Yep.
Ready?
Commissioner Fan, I think was,
I am, there may be a need for this business plan. I don't see the need necessarily here. And so if I were you, I would find a different location and come back again. For now, I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford.
Well, the one that was disproved before was for 3,100 square feet. This one is only for 1,500 square feet. So, I mean, it's actually less, and I actually voted for it. So, to remain consistent, I'm going to vote for it again.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. We denied one that would be within the relevant distance to this application, and I don't think that anything really has changed significantly since then, so I'll vote to deny.
All right, the next item is 498, ABC Snug Harbor Liquors Corp. I don't know what matter that is.
Robert Romano, I'm here with Rima Glickman from ABC Snug Harbor Liquors Corp.
So let me stop you. Is there anyone here in opposition? No, we did get one written opposition from Tops Liquor Supermarket. Go ahead.
This is in effect a replacement store for this. Matter of fact, the previous licensee had been licensed at the time she signed the lease, and they've obviously since vacated. She's built the store. She has extensive experience in the business, and
So let me ask you, or ask your client, your husband used to own a store?
Yeah.
And
He sold it, and
and what's he do now?
he working for the tire shop, for the mechanic.
And is he gonna work here as well, or no?
No, it's smaller store, and it's for me. I wanna till retirement wanna work, and nobody will hire me. I don't have.
No one will hire you?
61. But this is small store, and I think I have experience, and I know the area.
her husband had a store for 20 years, I believe.
Yeah.
So this exact location was a liquor store?
Back
Yes.
location, the sign.
Always. For every year, for 15 years, it was the liquor store.
But it's closed a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, on it, because of business, I'm assuming, and we never closed it, but have you figured out why it's been closing? Because I'm sure you're gonna have to pour a lot of money into this.
It's small store, so I don't know. I wanna try.
Just you working there?
Yeah, for now.
Non-bulletproof?
Non-bulletproof.
No, it's a nice area. really nice area.
And it's
And
act- I was going to say, I went to the location, and it's in what seems to be a very visible spot on a corner.
And have couple stores, and across the street it's Key Food.
Okay, I think we're ready, Tom.
Commissioner Fan?
To replace the closed store, and I vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well, to replace a closed store, and she clearly has significant experience.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ford?
Is there room for one?
No, he thinks that, yeah, there's always room for a liquor store, so I figured I'd jump.
That'll be
I'm
my,
gonna cry now.
that'll be my epitaph, I suppose, this point. I approve.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks a lot.
The next item is 413, 382 Wines LLC.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Stacy Weiss for the licensee, 382 Wines LLC, located at 389 7th Avenue, Brooklyn, New York. This is an upgrade.
Could you speak into the microphone, please?
Sorry. This is an upgrade, requesting an upgrade from a wine store to a package store.
Okay, we have some opposition,
Yep.
so, thank you.
Let's step over.
Hi, I'm Doug Schneider. I represent Slope Cellars, the majority owner, Patty Lenartz, who I'll hand it over to in a minute, but I just want to lay some ground, some background here, and I'll also note that there's another protester, Prospect Wines, who...
Yeah, we have their submission.
So, thank you. So in 2014, this store made an identical application, along with an application to move across the street to a larger store closer to my client's store. It currently sits 660 feet approximately away from my client's store. At that time, they made a representation that they would only take the larger space if a full license was granted. This board denied the license upgrade, but did grant the moving to the new space. The reason why...
Did they move?
They did move. They did move, and they moved across the street closer to my client's store, closer to Slope Cellars. And at the time in 2014, the reason why the board had rejected the upgrade was because there had been no significant change in population density, in the character of the neighborhood. It was already in close proximity to two stores that were serving the community well, and you concluded that the community was already being well served by the current licensees. Currently, there has been no change, and Ms. Lenartz will go through that. There's been no change in the neighborhood since then. To a larger extent, there's been actually additional stores that have opened up along Fifth Avenue and Fourth Avenue that have drawn away from the area, who used to come up to Seventh Avenue, are now going down to Fifth Avenue and then to Fourth Avenue to shop. The last time that they were here, they talked about that it was an inconvenience to the customer to have to go to two places in order to buy their wine and their liquor. That was the argument last time. And I just want to just to lay a little bit, give you a picture of the area. Prospect Wines is on 7th Avenue between 8th Street and 9th Street. The applicant is currently on the corner of 12th Street and 7th Avenue. Slope Cellars is on 7th Avenue between 14th and 15th. So when we're talking about anybody who's inconvenienced, it's literally 2 blocks. It's 11th Street and 12th Street. If you live anywhere else, then you are equidistant to 2 full liquor stores, full package stores. So we're literally talking about 2 blocks, and that inconvenience is 660 feet. The difference between aisle 1 and aisle 12 at the Target. And then finally, I'll just mention, and you saw the supplemental materials, hopefully, that I submitted, that the store, the applicant who is currently wine only, is currently advertising themselves as a store that has the authority to sell liquor. They advertise having over 700 varieties of wine and spirits at the store, and I would submit that is a violation of both their license and the advertising rules. And I'll hand it over to my client, Ms. Lenartz, and then if you have any questions.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to come before you today. My name is Patty Lenartz, and I co-own Slope Cellars with my partner, Ben Hagan. When Slope Cellars received notification that Big Nose Full Body had again submitted an application to change its license from wine only to a full liquor license, I racked my brain for an example of something that had changed since 2014, the last time Big Nose Full Body submitted an identical application. There are the same, likely more, empty storefronts as there were in 2014. There are the same declining sales. Because there have been no changes to the neighborhood that would justify the SLA reversing its 2014 decision, we respectfully request the SLA to again reject Big Nose Full Body's identical application. When Slope Cellars opened on March 27, 2000, Park Slope was a very different place. South of 9th Street, where we reside, the South Slope, was the type of neighborhood where the local liquor store had a thick piece of bulletproof glass separating the cashier, cash register, and inventory from the customer. Taking a chance on a changing neighborhood where we had just purchased a home, and excited to be part of the renaissance, Slope Cellars bought that store, tore down that barrier, and opened its doors. When we chose its location, it was strongly influenced by the fact that the nearest store was Prospect Wine Shop on 7th Avenue between 8th and 9th Streets at the subway stop. At that time, 9th Street served as the unofficial marker between the affluent North Slope and the slowly changing South Slope. Thus, while only 1,500 feet separated the 2 stores, Prospect Wine was a world away. Likewise, to the south of the store lay the natural boundary of Greenwood Cemetery, providing another buffer to any stores further south. Giving us additional comfort was the fact that the year before we bought Slope Cellars, the SLA had denied a full license to a store that would have been between Slope Cellars and Prospect Wine Shop. 2 months after opening, Slope Cellars got a letter that Big Nose Full Body had filed a license application for a wine store it proposed to open at 382 7th Avenue in Brooklyn. Despite the fact that the SLA's official measurement showed the newly proposed Big Nose Full Body store was only 815 feet away, the SLA approved a wine-only license, relying on Big Nose Full Body's argument that its larger offerings of Wine Spectator Top 100 wines differentiated from Slope Cellars and Prospect Wine Shop. Since that compromise, Big Nose Full Body has been sold twice. In 2014, it submitted an application to move its location from 382 7th Avenue to 389 7th Avenue and to change its license from a wine-only license to a full liquor license. Despite the fact that the move would put Big Nose Full Body only approximately 660 feet away from Slope Cellars, the SLA approved the move. However, finding that there had been no change in the neighborhood to justify the alteration in its wine-only license, the SLA rejected the application. The same holds true today. Since 2014, there have been no meaningful changes in the primary areas served by Slope Cellars and Big Nose Full Body that would justify the SLA changing its decision. There has been no sizable new construction or change in population density. There has been no change in the character of the neighborhood or the offerings at the respective stores. Indeed, the areas served by Slope Cellars and Big Nose Full Body cannot change significantly because most of the neighborhood is landmarked. On the other hand, there has been significant population growth along 4th Avenue and on the blocks between 4th Avenue and 6th Avenue, and new liquor stores have emerged to serve them. For example, with some partners, famous actress Amy Poehler just opened Zula Wines and Spirits on 5th Avenue, between 11th and 12th Street. These new stores have picked away customers who used to shop with us because we were the closest store to them. As our gross sales letter shows, since Big Nose Full Body moved closer to Slope Cellars in 2014, and new offerings started to open along 4th and 5th Avenues, Slope Cellars has seen a steady decrease in its gross sales. Slope Cellars' gross sales in 2013 were the highest in its history. Between 2013 and 2017, Slope Cellars' gross sales decreased over 6%. At the close of 2018, our gross sales were down another 5%. At the same time that our sales are declining, our rent continues to rise. Approving a full liquor license for Big Nose Full Body, who is immune to rent increases as it owns its building, will escalate the decline in our sales. Slope Cellars offers its employees health insurance, 80% of which Slope Cellars pays, and its large staff of 6 full-time and 1 part-time employee are eligible to participate in our 401k plan. If our sales decline, we would likely have to lay off staff and change our benefit structure. Likewise, Slope Cellars is known for its support of the community. For years, it has been a significant sponsor of Celebrate Brooklyn, a yearly series of free summer concerts in Prospect Park, and the Park Slope Civic Council's yearly Food for Thought charity fundraiser, in addition to sponsoring teams and giving constant donations to the local public schools, including a permanent endowment at PS 107. If our sales decline, we may have to eliminate or at least greatly reduce these charitable endeavors. There is no neighborhood or consumer-based reason to approve a full liquor license for Big Nose Full Body. Sitting only approximately 660 feet away from Slope Cellars, Big Nose Full Body offers the same selection of expensive, mid-range, and affordable wines as any other wine or liquor store in the neighborhood. There's no credible argument that Big Nose Full Body needs a full liquor license to fill some gap in spirits offerings in the neighborhood. Slope Cellars has a large, diverse, and comprehensive selection of spirits with everyday price points, esoteric brands, and many locally produced spirits. We deliver twice a day, which offers a great convenience to the neighborhood. It is uncomfortable for us again to take an adversarial position with Big Nose Full Body. We strive to be good neighbors, but we also need and are allowed to protest to protect our investment. The neighborhood, already saturated with liquor stores, does not need another store with a full liquor license. That was true when Big Nose Full Body submitted its identical application 4 years ago, and it is equally true today. For the reasons cited above, we request that you deny Big Nose Full Body's application for a full liquor license. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
I'll just very quickly add that Prospect Wine's objection also stated that their sales.
We have it, we read it.
Thank you.
Okay, first of all, I just want to clarify a couple of things. The store is not 660 feet away, it's 775 feet away, as indicated by the...
Can you talk into the microphone?
Sorry, it's not 660 feet away, it's 775 feet away, as indicated by the survey. So first of all, the store's located in an upscale neighborhood, and...
So why don't you focus on what changed? Because we have seen this application previously, and it's the same application that we've rejected, and I just want to know what's changed in 4 years.
Actually, the population has increased by 11%, 11.85%. That's a big change. Crime is down. She mentioned crime hasn't changed. Crime is down 26% in the past 2 years. Property values have increased. They're worth about $1.8 million on the average income in the house, in the home. Well, most of the buildings have been renovated in the area. As a matter of fact, my client here, he purchased an empty storefront and renovated that building, which he's put his store into. There are no, as a matter of fact, there are no empty stores on 7th Avenue now, no empty storefronts. The area has...
That's amazing, and I believe you, but even in so you had your shot.
Also,
even in spite of all of that, the sales seem to have decreased for everyone except your client.
My client's sales have increased, and that's. due to
Have
this.
increased.
Yeah, have increased, that's right. Due to, and that, a lot of it,
But he's only selling wine.
and he's a very good businessman.
I'm sure, but my point being that it looks like the demand for alcohol overall has decreased.
I don't think that's the issue. I think the issue is customer service.
Of all 4 of these stores?
Well, three of the four stores, first of all, 3 of the 4 stores are from the 1970s originally. They're old stores. They haven't been really upgraded. And he offers as a matter of fact, his clients are asking him all the time for, he has petitions here from almost 700 people asking for liquor. They want him to have some liquor because he offers the kind of service that people do want. And I'm going to let him talk a little bit, if you don't mind. Okay? Why don't you talk a little bit about what you offer?
Thank you for your time. I think I would benefit the neighborhood by having a full liquor license because I've run a successful business on this street since 2005. Before that, I worked for a wine distributor for 8 years, and before that, bars and restaurants. I've spent my entire life in this business. I have a pretty good sense of what works and what doesn't work. I think we offer a really high level of customer service at our store that you don't always see at other stores. My employees are encouraged, and I pay for them to do continuing education, either through the American Sommelier Association or WSET, after they've been there for 6 months. There are at least 3 people on the floor during the peak hours, including myself, and I know I can continue to achieve the success and continue if I was granted a full license. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask you something? What about the advertising for 700 Wines and Spirits?
I don't know where that came from, sir.
It's on your website.
Then I apologize. That must be it. That's an accidental, it's an oversight. I apologize. I don't know.
Someone else handles your website?
Yeah, we had someone design our website, yes. I apologize. I did not catch that.
Can I respond very quickly?
Can I?
I don't know if she's done yet. I'll give you
Yeah, yeah, he has been, he lives in the neighborhood, he's lived in the neighborhood for the
Well,
past
I
20
mean,
years.
Ms. Weiss, you know that this is not about him.
No,
at all.
I understand that.
And
but
it's not about his store at all, as far as whether it's a good store or not. It obviously is. But it was granted a wine license for a reason.
Right, but also, you have to remember, there are no new stores in that area since 2013.
No, there's
No,
the one that he mentioned.
Yeah,
the
Acme, 2013, it's included in the package, Acme.
Oh, right, okay, Zula.
So there's
right.
no new stores in the area. That's it.
And there's a reason for that. Right?
What?
You think no one's applied?
Well, he's the only one that I know of is his store that he's, and we're talking about him just increasing, we're talking about 15% or so of alcohol, of spirits. If you look at what we're talking about.
Okay.
And it's going to be
Anything
a lot
else?
of New York spirits also. We're talking about what?
Is there anything else that's changed since 2014 that you can point to other than the...
Well, the 11% increase in population is a huge
If the 11% in increase in population that you gave us was from 2010 to 2018, it wasn't from 2014.
No.
It's an 8-year 11% increase.
And you don't think that's a huge increase?
Over 10 years, yeah.
That's a huge increase.
8 years, but we put stores in there since then. The one you're pointing at that's been there was licensed in 2013.
So that's one store that's been there.
It's one of the 4 closest.
Right, but it's only one store.
Oh, okay.
In the entire area, and he's only talking about 30 SKUs of alcohol.
Okay, thank you.
And they don't carry that alcohol that he wants to put in there. So I mean, and these are his people are asking for him to have that alcohol.
I
in
get
there.
that, but he bought a store that was licensed as a wine store that we already rejected for a full liquor license based on public convenience and advantage.
That was 5 years ago before.
And that's why I asked you what's changed. Now you've given me that. He would like to respond. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just be very quick, just a couple of things I just wanted to respond to. Number one, the notion that there are no empty stores along 7th Avenue is just false. I live on the 12th Street and 7th Avenue.
That's not really something we will look into. So
and the only other thing I would say, a license was just approved at Amaro, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you ready to vote?
Yes.
All right. Commissioner Fan.
Of all the stores that are in the area, the only one that's actually seeing increasing numbers is the applicant. I agree with the chairman that I just cannot justify increased need of liquor sales in the area, and so for that, I'm going to vote to be consistent with the prior board and vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford.
For the same reasons, I'm going to vote to deny as well.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. I don't see any significant change in the area. The four closest stores, there's 4 stores within 0.4 miles. The closest stores, whatever the distance, but it's certainly under 800 feet. So it's between 500 and 800 feet away, which to me, if they need alcohol, they can go there from the wine store. And he clearly is running a great wine store, but I just don't see the demand for the addition of alcohol. Thank you.
All right, the next item is...
Tom, can we do 2 minutes?
Sure thing.
Thank you.
All right, we're back on the record after a recess. The next item is 501, Citarella Hudson Wines and Spirits, LLC.
Good morning, Robert Bookman from Pazetsky and Bookman for the applicant. As of Friday afternoon, there was no opposition.
No, we did not receive any opposition.
So I can make this quick if you like. This is for a liquor store in the new Hudson Yards development. This will be an entirely new neighborhood on the west side of Manhattan. The Greater West Side, it's now being called. When complete, there's going to be 10,000 new residential units in the area, double the existing number of residential units, 159,000 daily workers and visitors, 20% increase ultimately in the per capita income, and I'm glad you're sitting down, 2.4 million new square feet of office space in phase one, ultimately 4 million square feet of office and retail space when this is all complete. So this will be a neighborhood that will be as large as many towns in the state of New York. Having said that,
How many residents expected when it's done?
10,000 residential units. So
Units, okay.
20,000, no, probably most of them will be single, 20 people. 20,000 residents, who knows? If it's my daughter, there's 3 girls living in a 1-bedroom, so it adds up. A neighborhood that size could probably handle a number of liquor stores. However, that's not going to be the case here. My client, Joe Guerrero, is with me. He's founder of Citarella, an iconic New York institution. We have contracted with Hudson Yards. This will be the only liquor store in all of Hudson Yards. So all nearby stores, which is why we anticipate there's no opposition, are going to benefit from this new development and the fact that there's only going to be one liquor store in all of Hudson Yards. In addition, Hudson Yards security policies concerning delivery is such that only any businesses that are not located in Hudson Yards for security purposes will only be able to deliver to the lobbies of the various residential and office buildings. Businesses that are located within Hudson Yards will have all their delivery people pre-screened and pre-approved and will be allowed to do door-to-door delivery. So for public convenience and advantage, this will not only be the only liquor store in Hudson Yards, but the only one that can deliver directly from door to door.
Is this next to an actual Citarella store?
Yes, it will be. There's, which is what my next point is, the only grocery store in Hudson Yards is Citarella, and we are literally next door to it as far as people who will be shopping, who live in the area for high-end food grocery.
And Citarella usually is a beer and wine, or no?
Citarella usually has a grocery beer and wine.
Okay.
This Citarella is going to have a on-premises because there's going to be a cafe there.
Okay, so you are basically going to be applying for 2 things. This is for the liquor store, and then the grocery store itself will have
been
beer and
approved
wine
already,
and
right.
on-premise.
That's
The
right,
other
and that's been
application
approved
has already
already.
been approved.
It's already been approved. Oh, okay.
Yes.
I'm ready to vote.
Yeah,
Can I just ask you one thing
Sure.
about your map? I'm not sure it's correct. Could you come look at this for me a sec? So it showed the applicant here, if I pull up the address, it's over here.
Well, it's confusing because it's a construction area. The truth of the matter is the building that we are located in is the mall, which is like around over here. The address is 33rd Street. It's really between 31st and 32nd, the actual building. And they're all interconnected buildings, so you can go from one building to the other on 33rd, like Rockefeller Center, or you can actually enter on 30th. That's why the measurements were a little fugazi, because there's no clear way to actually measure.
Okay.
And who is the other gentleman with you?
He will be our employee. He's a trained sommelier. He's going to be training the employees. It's going to be a highly educated, liquor store staff, and we had him here in case you had any questions.
I think we're, Tom, I think we're good.
Yep.
I thought he was going to be security.
I vote to approve.
Yeah, all right.
Commissioner Ford?
Yeah,
I like being around with tall people. you know.
I vote to approve.
I vote to approve as well. Good luck.
Thank you. One favor, request. begging.
You're looking at the wrong person.
I know, but we're on it.
Opening literally in a week, as you've probably read, the grand opening, and as you know, is next week. If we can get an approval letter, we have all the places built out, we have our photographs. If we can get an approval letter today, no later than tomorrow, it would be greatly appreciated.
Get it done.
And I'm sure you're, having been in this business a long time, are aware of what the conditions are, so you probably can work to fulfill them now.
We have them all ready to go.
All right, so, yeah, we'll get it out. Thank you.
All right. Next item is 505 Jade Farm LLC.
And he should not get a hard time either.
One of you has
You do
to.
the easy one, you let him do the hard one?
He gets the easy one. You know, I let him get the easy one.
Son,
You
you're on
don't
your
mean to
own.
be stupid?
Don't let me answer that question.
Yes. Max Bookman, Pizetsky and Bookman PC for Jade Farm LLC. This is a conditional no contest offer that went before the full board last meeting. Commissioner Fan, you wanted us here. Here we are.
So this is all a year ago. Nothing since then?
There have been no charges since then.
And you still have a DJ?
Well, so here's what they have. This is the old Limelight space, which...
Yeah, I know. I live right around there.
Yes, Commissioner Fan, you certainly know. And after the Limelight, there was another operator, and then we came in at this point many years ago. And the stipulations with Community Board 5 were that there would be music kept at a background level, no DJ, no live music. There is a legitimate question amongst operators about what constitutes a DJ. There really is, especially as music is developed today. There are folks who are standing up there and they are picking what the next recorded background level song is, and some community boards consider that to be a DJ, some don't. It's not in the ABC law. We would love guidance, in an official capacity in terms of what is a DJ.
So how about that? While awaiting that guidance, how about we take the most conservative approach to DJ, which means nobody's up there picking anything. Background music is background music. And if that's what they stipulated to, that's what they are supposed to be doing.
So what I've proposed to my client and they're willing to do is, given that approach, Mr. Chairman, discontinue the most conservative definition of what a DJ is until such time as a method of operation changes before you, and at that point we could discuss, a DJ in the most conservative sense of the definition.
I don't think he's saying you can't have recorded music. Just start up a playlist and hit start.
Understood. It's the distinction is becoming more and more blurred.
Well, I mean, and it actually is much easier not to have the DJ now because of what he just said. You don't need one. So unless most of these places that are having DJs are doing it for entertainment purposes, which is what the community board does not want. Whether it's somebody sitting up there changing albums or some celebrity coming in saying, I'm going to play my favorite music, whatever the case may be, the simplest thing when it's background music is doing what Commissioner Ford said. You put in something, it takes 10 seconds, and you hit play.
Understood. And I think, oftentimes there may be someone up there who it seems that they're changing songs, but they've already decided what the whole playlist would be, and they're just standing up there because people,
To get the crowd going, which is what they are trying to avoid.
Understood.
Did you say albums?
Those days are long.
He said albums?
No.
I'm sorry, what is that?
Hey, they're coming back again. My wife
Yes.
just gave me a phonograph player, so hey.
Right, yes.
Anyway.
You ready to vote then?
You may have had albums, so I'm not that old.
So what about the outdoor space?
Yeah, so we have stipulations with the community board that outdoor space would have certain hours and would only be used for dining. The issue that they found at this night is that we had let someone smoke cigarettes out there after the time that they weren't supposed to be out there, and we've made sure that doesn't happen. It's just an operations slip.
Yeah, this garbage, DJ stuff, all dumb stuff.
Yes, and
fix.
Yes.
Or to not do, so.
And you don't really have direct neighbors, so...
My understanding from the police is that they generally don't have an issue with this place. There have been certain issues in the past, but by and large, we've with the exception of the debate we can have about DJs, they've kept in the
December.
spirit of their steps.
Just saying,
Okay.
there's an open case in counsel's office that hasn't been reviewed yet.
From when?
And they didn't get it till February, but getting a quick read on the investigator report, it said on December 30th.
That's true. We did go to an investigative interview.
Oh, already?
Yeah.
All right.
We ready to vote then?
Yes. No DJs, I vote to accept.
I'll accept.
Accept.
Thank you very much.
If they do file any method of operation changes, do you want them here?
Oh, yeah, I think that.
Just anticipating.
I think given the
okay?
history that we're
Have to
going to
say
end up
that,
here
but-
somehow.
All right.
Next item is 500 MRA Entertainment, Inc.
Over to you.
Go ahead.
I'm Patrick DeLuca. My client, Michael Archer, is the applicant, and I believe our appearance is because there was prior adverse history at this location.
Yeah, you familiar with it?
Very familiar with it. Mr. Archer is a total change in direction.
Well, that's
This place was...
how, because it looks like, based on what he's asking for, he's running the same exact kind of business.
Well, the clientele is completely different.
How is he going to control that?
Mr. Archer has been he's a retired corrections officer for 26 years. And also, the history of this place was biker bar, and then from biker bar to Latino bar, Latino bar, Latino bar. Mr. Archer's mode of operation and intended business plan is Caribbean food and background music. Now, the Village of Lindenhurst, actually, he met with them and went to their board meetings, and they gave him a waiver of the 30-day waiting period because they were in support of him. And they also, he went before the board, and they granted him his permission, if you will, to operate, that they were in support of him, with what you just described, without the live music, and they told him to come back in 6 months, and they would reevaluate that because of the history at the place.
Why don't we have any of that?
I can give you a copy.
Well, you didn't send it to us?
I only got it yesterday. They didn't send it to anybody.
Yeah, you might as well hand it up.
I have a few. Yeah, they didn't hand it to anybody. We had a precedent for it. And, you'll see that it has a 6-month expiration, and it says on it that there'll be no live music at this point. And they told him to operate for 6 months and then come back to a village board meeting, and they would basically decide whether to amend that for him. But they did approve him for the restaurant, and they have been in support of him in the other ways. He represents a big change from what was there before. This was a...
You're a restaurant that are only doing dinner business?
Yes.
Okay.
And he has a extensive law enforcement background, so I felt he would be best.
Well, they're saying no bands, live music, DJ, floor shows, dancing. He's asked for all of that.
Well, that decision...
I mean, not all of it, but he certainly asked for bands, live music, DJ.
Yeah, and that's part of his plan that he proposed to them, but that decision came in January of 19. We filed the application in in October. So we would revise, but then they did tell him to revisit in 6 months, and they'll decide whether they'll let him have the live music because of his proposed method of operation with the Caribbean music and the Caribbean food. It just crossed in.
Oh,
It didn't happen till later.
Are you going to soundproof the place?
There's no need. The music's not going to be that loud.
There's no one there. The building is basically standalone. To the east of it is a
Part of that.
masonry place, and that's it. It's surrounded by open.
You have residential above you?
No.
No one lives above you. Is there residential on that street?
This is on Sunrise Highway. This is a major.
This is a 6-lane road.
Oh, yeah, there's no residential.
There's no residential.
What are the hours?
It says here 3:30 to midnight, Monday to Saturday, Sunday is 12 to 12.
And she's reading from what the village
Right.
approved.
Yes.
We're going to do what they say, and then he can have that reevaluated after a 6-month good run. And we can amend the app now and then come in for a change in mode of operation once they give us their blessing, if they do, in writing.
So basically, you're acknowledging you're not looking for live music, you're not looking for a DJ, and you only want to be open till 12 o'clock.
We can't.
And you're going to be a restaurant at all times.
Yeah, we can't. They would give him a violation, and then we'd lose this. But we do, this just came about after we filed by about 2 months.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, Tom.
Commissioner Fan?
There was a homicide at this location, and that's the source of the concern, and so I would keep that in mind. I'm going to go with that this is supposed to be a family-friendly restaurant, and with your background in law enforcement, I will vote to support your application with no live music, no DJs, no security guards, midnight across the board.
Commissioner Ford?
Under those same conditions, and again, as a former corrections officer, this should be a piece of cake for you. I vote to approve.
I vote to approve as well with the same conditions.
Would you want me to, I would like to amend the mode of operation that's on record, and then for when, if they.
You can, but we just put
They just
conditions
approved it
on
that
it.
way.
Oh, it's
We just
okay?
put conditions on it, so you don't.
Put the
I mean-
conditions, so
know if I
whatever,
had to
if you
still
put
give it to
DJ and we said, no, you're not having DJ.
And there's a DJ booth in there. That means that nobody should be in the
Still
DJ
there?
booth.
No, the DJ booth is not there.
You have one on your,
It was amended after.
Can you give me an updated diagram?
Yeah, that will do.
all right, thank you.
The next item is
Good luck.
is 414, Upright Holdings 547 LLC.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Donald Bernstein on behalf of the licensee. With me is Daniel Newman, Nal Medavoy, and Michael Medavoy. They are the three owners of the licensee. They have been operating for the past
Hold on, we have, Mr. Booth, you're here for this? Yeah, come on up. Are you as well, ma'am? Okay, let them.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Catherine Quinn. I live at 545 Hudson Street, which is directly next door to the premises where Upright Brewhouse exists. I am in opposition to the upgrade to a OP license based on the fact that the applicant has not borne their burden of proof that it is in the public interest to have such an upgrade. If I may, I do not know if the Commissioners received a supplemental filing I sent in on Saturday, and if they have not, I would like to give it to them now.
If you sent it in Saturday, they don't have it because the deadline is Friday.
Yes. Then, if you don't mind, I would like to present it.
I'll take it.
Yes, we'll take it. But that, I mean, this is.
There's a Friday deadline, which, as the chairman said, it's going to move to Wednesday moving forward,
I
so.
understand. My husband had major surgery the past week, and it.
No, we get it.
Now, you're not going to read this, are you?
No, absolutely not. But I will refer to a couple of items, which is why I'd like you to have it. First off, the applicant's statement continues to say that there are 17 OPs within 500, 14 OPs within 500 feet. I've offered to you a annotated proximity report that shows 17, and my very amateurish map that shows the location of these in our area. I believe that our area is.
His point was there were none on that block, though.
Excuse me?
Wasn't his point that there were none on that block?
Yes, and it's hard for me to understand that argument in light of anyone's familiarity with the 500-foot rule, which is the number of OPs within 500 feet. This is certainly the first time I heard that there was a theoretical theory that it's not 500 feet, it's one block. Secondly, another correction that I have offered to their application is that they offer breakfast and lunch and initially, when they applied for the wine and beer, they did, but for a number of years, the hours have been from Monday to Friday. They open at 2 p.m. and on Saturday and Sunday at 12. So the reality is that what might have been seen as an amenity to the local community, the residents, of breakfast and lunch does not exist. Likewise, the applicant states that that there is a letter of no objection from the building department. The one submitted with the original application is the 2013 letter of no objection, and it is exclusively for the first floor, not for the cellar. The change in the method of operation between the initial 2012 application and the one before you today is that the one in 2012 showed pinball machines in the cellar, and the one today shows 3 tables of 18 seats. And part of what I have sent to you, provided to you just now, is in fact a screenshot, or a very amateurish screenshot of their website, Upright's website, which, and I'll just read this: reserve our party room, reserve the lower level of the Upright Brew House for any party, no fee required. So the operation has changed so that they are offering a party room in the basement, and it does not appear, based on the building department's website, that they have a letter of no objection that covers that. And finally, my final point is that the applicants have written in their 500-foot statement, the venue is a destination for neighborhood residents and business professionals, and not a destination establishment for individuals to travel to for cocktails, which is always a concern. Unfortunately, I believe that the petitions submitted with their application make the converse argument. And if I may approach, I've also, and I did this morning, I have annotated their petitions. There are 171 signatures on their petitions in support. 90 of them are from outside zip code 10014. That 10014 is a very broad definition of our neighborhood. It goes from the Holland Tunnel to 14th Street, from the West Side Highway to 6th Avenue. It includes 32,000 residents, and yet 53% of the signatures on the petitions come from elsewhere: the Upper East Side, the Upper West Side, Brooklyn, Avenue A, Connecticut, and New Jersey. And if I may, I just would like to hand you have these documents in the submission. I have marked them up in my...
You can hand them in, but once again, it's Friday.
Yes.
Go ahead.
545 is the building that's closer to the corner or closer to the mid-block? And you're on what floor?
On the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floor.
3rd, 4th, and 5th floor. That's one apartment?
Yes, there are 2 apartments in the building. You also, in the original opposition, there's also a letter from the occupant of the 1st and 2nd floor. So the entire building, there are 2 of us.
All right, thank you. Mr. Booth?
Carter Booth from Community Board 2. I hadn't planned on being here, so I'm not as organized as
We haven't seen you in a
normally
while.
would be.
We're wondering what happened.
So
Crossed my mind.
Where to start on this? So originally in December of 2011, when this application first came to Community Board 2, is for a tavern wine license or a beer and wine license, and Community Board 2 recommended to deny the license. The following summer, in December 2012, residents and the applicant came here, and the commissioner at that time, Chairman Rosen, had suggested that the parties adjourn the matter and discuss it further to perhaps find a compromise. And a tremendous amount of time has been spent on this application since then, with all the ensuing changes. So there's a long history here. But the point that I'm making from that is that it was even as a beer and wine license, the community board recommended that the application be denied. Since then, there's been a lot of discussion back and forth, always on every single little iteration of changes on this license, and we get to the point today where it's a class change application. I'm not even going to address the 500-foot hearing report. And it's a little bit offensive to some extent, but
I don't know that, and I was going to address it. So I don't find it offensive. I think that you were trying to extort them.
Well, it says in there that
That's a legal right that they have.
Sure, but one of the things the 500-foot statement says is that we voted to approve this application, which we did not.
But I'm
And that's
talking.
a
I'm
material,
talking. Can we talk about the fact that you were? Can I finish?
Sure. Well, I
I'm
was
talking
speaking
about the
first.
fact that you were telling them that they would give up the right to apply for a change down the road. Now, generally, most community boards don't ask for that. They ask that you come before us before you apply for that change, which I fully support. But I don't know that you can ask them to give up the right.
Did you read what it says on there, though?
Would not apply for later hours of operation in the future on the new restaurant on-premise liquor license.
And what does it say after that?
And then the offered stipulations were as followed.
Well, it says that, let me just get to that point. We understood, as Mr. Bernstein regularly says, that that's not an enforceable stipulation, but the point...
Then why ask for it?
Well, from a point of a committee sitting there trying to find a compromise, which we do, and which I think the resolution...
But you know I'm not going to enforce it. You know you can't enforce it.
Well, it says it right in there. I mean...
So why ask for it? Because you're trying to hold it over their heads.
Well, no, we're trying to find a balance that from the very beginning...
By giving up something that they have a right to ask for?
2011. Well, no, we're trying to find, as you know, the extension of hours is the main issue.
I get that, but the only people in this room that determine the hours on a liquor license are us.
That's right, but we also
can
provide a
ask.
recommendation to the authority.
Right, but
We're
you're
in a
asking that they
position
would
of
not
finding-
apply. That's different than saying, come to us and ask what they should be.
In this particular case...
Am I
have a
misinterpreting
committee-
them?
I have a committee that discussed this, and they're the ones who presented that. There's some situation, I don't know, Mr. Bernstein thinks there's some negotiating after the fact.
You're not the only community board that does it.
These stipulations were the premise that the committee was potentially willing to accept this. Otherwise, it's a deny, and that was the recommendation, was to
But
deny.
why was that in one of the stipulations?
Because through the discussions and through threading the needle and finding an acceptable compromise to the committee and the number of hours, I can't even begin to tell you how
I
many
get
hours
that,
that have
but
been
you
spent on this.
know that we're not going to
that's-
enforce that, so
Well,
why is
that's-
it part of the conversation?
If you give me a moment, we acknowledge that in the stipulation agreement. While not currently observed as enforceable, the licensee agrees that as part of applying for a class change that they will not in the future seek to extend the overall hours of operation of the premises. We acknowledge that from the very
So
beginning.
I still don't get what you're doing.
You can't...
There are 50 people.
That's like
on
saying
community
nobody's
board,
going to,
too.
we acknowledge
And
jaywalking
I'm
is
not sure
illegal.
how many at this time, maybe there are 47, but, you know, as Commissioner Fan will tell you.
Maybe
that
that's why it took so long to do this, because you're negotiating on things that are meaningless.
I'm sorry, I take offense to that. I sat in the backyard at the direction of the Commissioner of the New York State Liquor Authority to discuss this in 2012 for hours, discussing this. He sent it back.
He told you to discuss making them give up the right to apply for
he
extended
told
hours.
us to find a compromise on the
But
original application.
You're not answering my question.
Right.
Why are you...
Clearly have an issue, so let's move past that for the hours. I mean, I can only tell you what our recommendations are that's voted on by...
But I'm trying to avoid this from happening in the future. Why are we talking about things that you have no
to the
control
members
over?
of Community Board too.
I'd
Well,
like
we
you to
make a
do that.
recommendation. That's what we do. We make a recommendation. You guys impose
I would like
conditions
you
and
not to make
stipulations.
recommendations to asking people to give up rights that they have. You have absolutely every right to ask them to come before you before they apply for a change in hours, but you don't have a right to say they shouldn't be applying. That's what I'm asking.
Okay.
Continue, please.
And as I said, there's a flaw in the 500-foot statement, or excuse me, report, in that we did not approve this. The committee did not approve this. We worked hard to find something to provide you guidance, if you were so inclined, as far as the application. This application originally came to us as a high-end espresso bar and cafe. It was the first description, second description, or no, excuse me, that was the second description. The first description was as a coffee shop. I don't know if I have it right here in front of me. The applicants had originally operated in Greenpoint, a coffee business, which they came to us and used as a basis for their original application. They said at this premise that they would be opening at 6 a.m., be open for breakfast, use that as a basis for seeking our approval. They were, Upright Coffee will be a small neighborhood cafe and bar offering different specialties throughout the day. It will open daily at 6 a.m. to offer breakfast, baked goods, and fresh pastries, and high-end coffee and espresso beverages made locally roasted single-origin coffee beans. I don't believe that they're open for breakfast anymore. That was...
Well, that's, what are you, not you, but is your board opposed to this 100%, or are the things they would not agree to?
Well, the stance is that we're opposed to it. We took plenty of time to discuss this. There was no meeting.
But you made all these stipulations, so basically you made these stipulations and at the end no one could agree to them?
No, that was a position of the committee after the fact, after hearing this, said, you know what, if they would adhere to these stipulations, we would consider approving this. But at the time, they would not agree to that, and so the committee voted to deny it.
So have you seen the version where council crossed out just a few things in the drafted stipulation, and they said they could agree to it? Did you ever?
They never returned to the committee to offer that to the board, and so it couldn't be considered.
And
of
well,
course, it's
you'll
true.
have your chance.
I mean,
What's ground floor TVs will be primarily used as menu boards? I'm not familiar with that. What is that?
Meaning on the ground floor that they had TVs that would display, coffee for $3.
Menu.
Yeah, menu. I'm, and also in the initial resolution that we had sent to you, unfortunately I printed copies, but I forgot them.
What's the date of it?
It's from 2011. We asked the authority to review the paperwork as far as the respect to the occupancy of this premise, as Ms. Quinn had brought up, that there's no permits at all for the basement, or I guess it's a cellar space there for either a kitchen or any occupancy by any individuals. The letter of no objection that you guys have is for the first floor only, and there is no certificate of occupancy, meaning that the building was built prior to 1938, and the uses of that floor typically are controlled by what's known as an I-card, and there's no use of any business in the cellar that's notated on those. But it's just, we go back and forth on this a lot, but just to the point that the paperwork doesn't even seem to be in.
Well, I mean, and we go back and forth, but we also, and you acknowledge that whether they're serving alcohol down there or not, if they're using it and don't have a C of O, the Department of Buildings can do something.
That's absolutely, you're right. But also you.
And I'm assuming you've complained to them.
I have not. I was just made aware of this because we had asked you guys to look at it in 2011, and that the license not be issued unless the tavern wine or the beer and wine license not be issued.
Well, I would
unless they
suggest you
presented
file
those
that to the
materials.
Department of Buildings. But my next question is, they came to you in what year regarding, and you brought up, not you, but I'm saying the community board brought up noise issues and mechanical ventilation system noise issues? When was that?
That's been from the inception. I mean, as long as I can remember. Again,
But that they fixed them or they didn't?
From my understanding, that they eventually did fix that after coming back to us numerous times.
So that's not recent?
I think that they fixed it maybe a year ago. You'd have to ask them. They have the details. But from the inception, that was a concern, and it took them 7 years to comply with that request. And again, this was supposed to, the reason that they have this ventilation system and the mechanical issues is because they installed a kitchen, but it doesn't seem that there are any permits in place for the kitchen in the basement. And also, they were supposed to have a bakery making croissants to be open at 6 a.m. every day. I mean, at the inception of this, when they first came to us, and the reason I keep bringing this up is that there was an issue from the beginning, and I'm not sure what standard that you're looking at as far as an increase in any quality of life issues, but there wasn't a licensed premise here before they opened this establishment. And the premise that when they came to us is that their main focus was upright coffee. It was the focus on the morning business supplemented by the evening business. But the morning was really the primary driver of this. And it slowly has moved away from that to become focusing on craft beer, et cetera, in the application that you have before us. And that's, ultimately that's a concern. These later hours of operation are the concern. And it has been over and over. And I'm not sure how many resolutions that we've sent to you on this matter, maybe 3 or 4, maybe 5. And again, I wish that I had brought them with me, but I don't have them in front of me to demonstrate to you that this is something that we've brought to the authority's attention from day one.
These marked up stipulations, have you ever seen these? Was it sent to you?
The stipulations, the marked up ones, I've seen them now.
Right.
But at the time, again, they were offered to the applicant by the committee. The committee, during the business session of discussing this after the applicant
When you say
had left,
committee, it's the liquor
licensing
So
committee.
this is not the full board.
Well, no, but the full board voted on this.
That's what I'm saying. They voted for no stipulations, nothing. They want nothing.
That's right. And we take a lot of time in these matters to try to find a compromise. As you know, you've seen an evolution, I think, in that we've offered recommendations so that we don't spend an inordinate amount of time here with me talking to you, to try and find a balance and narrow this down. And that's where the stipulations were from the committee and said, you know what, we could live with this, but they chose not to accept it, so the recommendation was to deny the application. And I'm not sure what, obviously Mr. Bernstein has some different events that he wants to discuss, but that's basically, there wasn't room to discuss these particular stipulations because that's what the committee had said that they might consider this with those stipulations, but those were not agreed to by the applicant.
So it never, I guess, and I'm trying to get there, but I haven't. None of these stipulations were presented to the full board because you couldn't come, they couldn't.
Well, no, they were presented in the resolution. The resolution that you have in front of you is what was presented to the full board of Community Board 2, documents what happened, and that the applicant wouldn't accept them. It wasn't a discussion point. It was the committee said, hey, if
They were
you
already
accept
rejected
these,
by that point. Okay.
yeah, I mean, if you want to accept these, the vote would be to deny unless the stipulations are adhered to. If you don't, then the vote is deny. That's where it was left, and that's what was presented with Mr. Bernstein after the fact. We don't often do that, but the committee felt that was a way to find a compromise, and that's why the language is in there.
All right, well,
I don't generally wouldn't put that language in there, but that's what the committee had wanted in there.
Let me tell you what I recall occurring with respect to the community board. But before I do that, I want to point out that this building has only 3 apartments. We have letters in support of this application from all 3 of the tenants who live in the building. One of those tenants just moved out recently, and 2 or 3 months ago, and the new tenant that came in, who lived in the area and was a customer, also is in support of this application. There's a gentleman, Augustine Hope, who lives on the block, who speaks for the residents. His big concern was the ventilation. We kicked this over at the community board to take care of that. He came to the community board meeting, and with certain stipulations, was in support of that. And I also want to note that I was surprised when we got the objections from Ms. Quinn, who's here, because when my client offered to meet with her, she wrote back and said, please meet with Augustine without me. Whatever Augustine decides is fine with me. And we came to an agreement with Augustine. So we were surprised when subsequently we got those objections, which was basically at the meeting of the community board. But let me address the stipulation of the community board, because I don't recall it the way Mr. Booth does. When we go to the community board committee meeting, we often negotiate stipulations and limitations on the license. That's just what we did. And we came up with a number of proposed agreements. The committee then votes. If the committee votes to deny it, we don't get anything. I get an email from Mr. Booth or the co-chair that says we voted to deny the application. That's not what we got. We were told the committee voted to approve it, subject to stipulations that they prepared, that Mr. Booth prepared after the committee meeting, and that's what they sent me. When I got this document, Mr. Booth says, I didn't comment on it, we didn't come back to the committee. I had numerous emails with him, and I said, 90% of this is okay, but I am not going to agree that we're never going to apply for a change of hours. We're not going to call it a full-service restaurant because we always said this was a cafe and lounge. We can't agree to a couple of other things. We actually don't have live music, but this was approved by the community board and the SLA with live music. We didn't want to change that. So I emailed him all of these changes, and I said, we are prepared to sign this, but you've got to make these changes. The answer was no, we won't make the changes. I went over with him the fact that I've heard the full board state many times that an applicant always has the right to come and ask. That doesn't mean you're going to get it, but you have the right to ask. You may want us to wait a year, but we have the right to do that. Now Medavoy owns this building, so we may be there a long time, and we can't agree that we will never come back.
There was no issue with the hours?
No, the issues we talked, in fact, we reduced the hours at the request to say, in order to get your support, and that's reflected in what you have.
Right.
So, we did everything that was asked of us. And when Mr. Booth would not make the changes that we requested to the draft stipulation, the resolution then to the full community board was denied because we wouldn't sign the stipulation. And that's why we're here.
And then I don't, I'm not going to, you can have a minute at the end, but I do the same thing. That's why I'm asking you to stop, because I have to stop. He represents a board, and I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Booth, the board told you that we're not accepting these changes, not you. Okay.
That may be. That may be. I'm not saying he did anything.
No, I do the same thing
inappropriate.
to him, right.
Yeah. So the committee, whatever, they decided not to make these changes. But these changes that I asked that they would not make are not consistent with prior stipulations. We've had, Mr. Booth said they never approved this. I have prior stipulations that are part of the 500-foot rule report with the community board. We're not going to sign anything that was contrary to that. So you have my changes. I gave these to Mr. Booth, and they elected not to make the changes. Had they made the changes, we would have signed this. I would note that as Commissioner Ford you
So
stated,
what's going on with the basement? Are you serving in the basement now?
yes, we have been from the beginning.
have that?
You approved
In
it.
the beginning, the documents that were presented way back, showed 4 or 5
Pinball machines.
There was
You
no
have pinball
tables upstairs,
machines.
downstairs.
Yeah,
But do we have, was it licensed, the basement?
Yeah, mostly for
Yes.
back of house. I mean,
We
it was
submitted-
And do you
probably-
have a letter of no objection for the basement?
No, my experience, and I've had a number of applications with letters of no objection, is that I've not seen one that includes a basement. I've always seen one that refers to the
that
ground
yours?
floor.
Seen both. But there was no real eating and drinking. I mean, the pinball machines downstairs, that's the only,
So now you're renting out the basement as a party room, is that?
No, I mean, if someone wants to,
for outside, but not in between.
if someone wants to have a private event, it's very small down there. What's the total lot?
We
how
made it
many-
a condition on this if you choose to.
Yeah, maybe 100 square feet. We do have a letter that we got from our architect, and he is going to look into going back to DOB and getting what we need. But the letter of no objection that we gave you from 2013 said what it says on the ground floor. That was approved by the authority. But we will follow up with that, and we've been speaking to our architect about it.
And Mr. Booth, there's no resolution after the one in September 2018, correct? That's your community board's resolution? That's correct. All right.
I'm sorry, there's a kitchen in the cellar as well?
There's a kitchen in the cellar. We have approved plans. It was approved by the Department of Buildings. The Ansel system was approved by the Department of Buildings, yes. Yes. And just to Commissioner Ford's statement on the number of licenses, there are 14. Lamps is not reliable, but based upon a walkthrough, there are 14, and there are no other on-premises licenses on our block on Hudson between Charles and Perry on either side of the street.
But to Ms. Quinn's point, it's not measured by blocks.
It's not measured by blocks, but I think in evaluating the saturation or the claimed number of licenses, I think you can fairly take into account that, unlike some blocks that may have door-to-door-to-door licenses, this block does not. And we do have support from Augustine Hope, who represents some residents. We have support from all of the residents who live in our building. And the ALJ 500-foot rule report was a little unclear, but it seemed to suggest that there was a satisfaction of the public interest test.
So do you think patrons are safe in the cellar of a historic building prior to getting approval from the Department of Buildings? I mean,
yes.
I had a similar issue in a case I prosecuted, Hudson Clearwater, where they were illegally using the cellar as a party room, and I know that they were prosecuted for that, and I don't know if they're continuing to use it. I hope that they're not, but.
Yes, and we looked into that, and if you'd like, I can give you the letter we have from our architect.
Are we ready to vote?
Yeah, he has 2 more minutes.
The email which I sent to Mr. Bernstein on September 19th said, Donald, see the attached stipulations. The committee voted to recommend denying the application as presented, but would support the application if the applicant agreed to the attached stipulations. Please review with your client and advise. And that was where it was left. There wasn't any room to negotiate on those because that's what the committee had come to.
No, I mean, I get it. The committee came to one conclusion, and then the board said, forget it, we're not doing it anymore.
No, the board upheld that. Mr. Bernstein.
I know, but then there were
didn't agree
changes, and they
to
don't want to do the changes. I get it.
But he didn't agree to the changes. So
Right.
that's why the position was consistent. The committee voted to deny it, and the full board voted to deny it. There was never a vote to recommend
it. I get
denying
it.
unless or an approval. So.
Ready to vote?
I don't know. Are you?
Yeah. All right.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Fan.
We've been at this for, half hour? I have not heard one thing about how these licensees are actually violating an existing stipulation. And so with that, I can only say that seems like they have really clean record with both licenses, lots of support from neighbors, despite the fact that they're tenants of their own. At least they're, in a happy place with people that live right above them. The 500-foot hearing came out in support of this, and the ALJ found that this is in public convenience and in public interest. And so because there was a failure to, in the negotiation to get to an actual agreement with the stipulations, I'm going to vote to approve and all the existing stipulations to stand.
Existing stipulations on the current beer and wine license.
Yes.
Commissioner Ford?
To add to what Commissioner Fan has said, I look at it this way. They've been there for a little over 5 years. There have been no issues. They've run a clean license. I haven't heard anything about what they've been doing wrong. The ALJ concludes that the community board hasn't been completely, smooth in this whole thing either. So I'm going to vote to approve as well. I mean, there's no reason not to. They haven't done anything wrong, and they've operated a clean business, so I don't see the problem.
And I'm going to vote to deny, and I don't see any public interest in giving a full liquor license, and I say this a lot in here, they didn't have to pick this neighborhood, and I don't even live in New York City anymore, but I'm aware that this neighborhood is extremely difficult to get a full liquor licenses in, and there's a reason for that. So I would vote to deny. I don't think that that the type of business they're running has any public interest. But that being said, I think since you both voted to approve it, that you probably should work through the stipulations that the community board wanted with this license with Mr. Bernstein. Because I don't know if there's anything added to that, Mr. Booth, that are different than what's already in place, but if there is, you should get it.
I'm not in agreement with that. They had their chance.
All right.
I'm not in agreement
So
with
she's
that.
not, so that's fine, you're approved.
They voted.
I think that they offered the cutting of the hours. It was not accepted. That's where we are now.
Point out they used as a basis a faulty report from the judge, which said we approved it, which we did not. So just pointing that out.
Fair enough. I understand that.
No, I understood you didn't approve it. I think that was understood. But, all right, go ahead, you're approved.
Same stipulations as the current license?
Yes.
Yes.
Next item is 525, XLR8 LLC.
Hopefully, this will be short and sweet. We have a disciplinary matter before you. We have an offer in front of you. This is the principle of the licensee. They had one violation in the past. Correct?
Yes, it was a sound violation, noise violation.
I'll accept.
I'll accept.
Accept.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Have a good day.
The next item is 499, Raj Wine LLC.
Where are all these people going? We only have like 3 left.
There's going to be some hefty opposition coming up or something.
Good afternoon. Francis Buscemi for the applicant. With me today is Raj Patel, principal of Raj Wine LLC. I believe there is some opposition here. I don't know whether you want to hear from Mr. Lynn first.
Sure.
Charles Lynn for the opposition. I represent Penn Wines and Spirits. Also, the Barrymore Wines and Liquors, which is about the 7th store outside of the Penn Station area. This is an application for a store on the 7th Avenue corridor of Penn Station. I'm going to have to start it to first possibly apologize to the board, only because this is going to be a little contentious. It's going to be a little bit different from just the regular public convenience and advantage argument. If it's totally inappropriate, I know you're not, you will tell me that, and then I will see.
Yeah, I've clearly shied away from contention in this place.
Oh, okay, but still, if it is, I want to know, and especially since the attorney that I'm involved with, Frank Buscemi, is one of the most credible and respected attorneys that I have dealing with in the industry. I don't want anything to be imputed with regards to Frank's situation in this matter. No, I don't.
He's talking about you like you're not here.
That's an apology before he throws a knife in your back.
No, it's not going to be a
Go ahead.
There's a strong inference here that the applicant is not a true party in interest. Previous applicant for this location at Penn Station, 7th Avenue corridor, space 23B, was Wine Bill LLC, seal number 1309876, and the principal was Altaf Asani. Weinbin was disapproved by the full board in August of 2018, just a couple of months ago, upon character and fitness of individual Altaf Asani. So that was August 2018. On October 30th, 2018, this application of Raj Wine LLC was filed. It usually takes about 10 days to send out applications to the Liquor Authority and then have applications scanned in and receipted. Therefore, the application was probably completed around October 20th, just about 8 to 6 weeks after the disapproval. It took my client almost 1 year going through the bureaucracy of Amtrak Metro North Penn Station to obtain a lease. However, Raj Wine LLC obtained a lease, or now I understand that it was an assignment of lease, in a few weeks. The application completed and filed in a few weeks after prior full board disapproval.
I don't know if you got his supplemental materials, just to cut you off there, but in the supplemental materials, he does acknowledge a business relationship between the two.
Yes.
Correct, Mr. Buscemi?
Absolutely. I always
And,
That they are partners in other businesses.
we'd be up
Okay, so did you know that already or no?
No, and I
Okay.
apologize for that.
That's all
We're
right.
not getting FOIL requests, responses.
Well, no, this
back.
was only in the supplemental, so you're not going to get a FOIL more than like, that was on
Well,
Friday.
What happened, oh, okay, and so I didn't get that, nor did I know that there was a full application for a transfer. My concern is, however, that whether this individual, again, is the true party in interest, whether it, it's a purchase for value without, good faith purchase for value without knowledge. I don't know what the interest of the party is. I don't know what the relationship of the parties are. I don't know whether the individual currently is still a guarantor under the lease. I don't know how in the world they got an assignment in such a quick period of time. I do know that Mr. Isani, has 3 other retail stores that he owns and operates in Penn Station. The store was pretty much completed as far as ready to open and operate, because you could see that through the windows that it was all ready to go. He could have put it with a broker. I mean, that kind of space is something that is very, very marketable. He chose not to put the space up with a broker and then decided to look out for other people who might be interested. My concern is that Mr. Patel is from Matawan, New Jersey. Again, this is only inferences and speculation, but Matawan, New Jersey, about an hour and a half away from Penn Station. I don't know whether he's had any other experience in retail liquor store, or this is an epiphany that he had that it would be terrific to open up a liquor store in Penn Station. If in fact the character and fitness of this individual is questioned and he has experience in business, one could create a situation of a buy and sale agreement showing consideration that's passed, and it would go before the board just on public convenience and advantage, something that, again, even Mr. Buscemi might not know about, because this could be done by the individual. I've had 45 years of practice. Again, totally speculation and inference, but because character and fitness was a question, because this individual has 3 other stores in the premises, because his reputation is not of high quality, I have a strong feeling that
Talking about the former applicant.
Former applicant, yes. I have a strong feeling that he might be and have undisclosed ownership, which would be very, very difficult, since an application does not disclose any of this. So this is the reason why I prefaced what I was saying with regards to this application, because of the previous owner, and the only way that this application could have been done was to do it as a bulk transfer. The only other thing is, since I didn't prepare for a full PCNA, because again, I didn't have information, so I apologize. But for public convenience and advantage, there is the situation, I didn't get the gross sales figures of all the closest stores. I'd just like to point out that there are so many stores in the area. There's 7 stores. It's on the LAMP proximity report for this location. One of the stores is just 440 feet away. That's the current store in the station. But there's 6 other stores that are no less than 1,400 feet surrounding the area on 6th Avenue, 7th Avenue, and 8th Avenue. So there are a lot of stores in the area. I know that it's a highly congested, Penn Station is highly congested, but it is a situation that, again, has to be suspect. The question is, the burden of how suspect that is, again, I'm being very, very cynical, but I feel as though I have grounds for that. And therefore, I would ask that this matter be disapproved because of the very possible possibility that the applicant here is not the only true party in interest.
All right, thank you. They're both with you?
What stores do you guys represent?
Penn Station.
Yeah.
And Barrymore, which is the last
Yep.
one.
Again, Good afternoon. I'm going to, I listened to the prior full board meeting, so I'm going to bypass at this point the PC&A arguments and just get to the main issue that.
Did we ever get to the PC&A arguments last time? I mean, I think the guy's history spoke for itself.
Yes, you did, but, I mean, in listening to it, yes.
I don't think we did.
But go ahead and talk, because obviously the relationship is
I listened
forefront
to
of
it.
my mind.
It indicated, not Commissioner Fan specifically, but Commissioner
here for that?
Ford and you, Mr. Chairman, mentioned that, and I don't have the specific words, but there was no problem with PC&A. This was being denied solely on this guy's background, Mr. Asani's.
Oh, that's definitely how I made the decision,
Yeah,
but it
but
doesn't
you-
mean that there was PC&A.
But PC&A was also mentioned in a positive tone. But again, and we can get to PC&A, I'd like to discuss first the allegations that have been brought up by Mr. Lynn. And the applicant here has not attempted to hide anything. We provided a contract of sale between the prior applicant and Mr. Patel. We showed.
How much?
It's $50,000.
How much of that is deferred?
None.
He paid cash.
He's going to pay cash. This is contingent, this is deal contingent. We'll buy, look, this is very simple. This is Mr. Asani's misfortune or denial hopefully will become Mr. Patel's fortune.
How many businesses are they in together?
They have, Mr. Patel started his own food concession business at airports 17 years ago. He first met Mr. Asani about 10 years ago at Newark Airport, I believe it was, where he has food concessions. They started talking, didn't know each other, started talking. Then Mr. Asani got involved in the airport food concession business himself. And Mr. Patel became a minority investor in that business.
So the question remains, how many businesses do they have together right now?
He is a 20% owner in Creative Food Group, no management position, and that has, go ahead, specifically.
Creative Food Group on the business in the airport, Tulsa Airport, Tucson Airport, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Midland, Texas, and Lexington.
You also have.
And that's with Mr. Asani?
Yes.
He is 80%?
He's 80%, and I have my own business in Newark Airport. I own the eight stores in Newark Airport.
Alone?
Yes.
Alone. There's also, and I mentioned specifically reference to it, there are the two Jamba Juice locations in Penn Station that there's the 20% minority interest held by Mr. Patel.
Which are then they're separate from the airports he was talking about?
Yeah.
And that's it? The
Yeah.
airports and the Jamba Juice?
Yes.
Yes.
And everything else in Penn Station, other than the Jamba Juice, you're not connected to?
No, two Jamba Juices in Penn Station, that's it, for Penn Station. So it came about, they knew each other. There was an opportunity that Mr. Patel wanted to take advantage of. But to say that this is some undisclosed hidden interest.
Have you ever been licensed by this authority?
Me? No.
No.
No liquor licenses in any other states?
No.
Applied once in New
applied in
Jersey. In Bloomfield, New Jersey, for I think it was a grocery, and it was in close proximity to a church, and they just weren't comfortable licensing it, but that's it.
So then, we disapproved in the summer, and your former client went right to this client and said, they disapproved me, why don't you do this?
They entered into discussions about, do you want to take this? My understanding is Mr. Asani has to get out of this. He's bleeding money on this thing.
And
he would like out.
And
we weren't good
Amtrak let them assign the lease?
It's not assigned yet.
But they're going to let them assign the lease?
I also provided as part of my application the letter from Amtrak. And I have no problem. We will give you a very specific affidavit here of Mr. Patel that Mr. Asani has no interest, that he will get nothing out of this, that he will not be employed in any way. Or
Why was this client smart enough to make this entire deal contingent on getting the liquor license when your former client wasn't?
He's not my former client.
Mr. Asani is your current client?
No.
Well, it sounds like he signed a lease with Amtrak for a liquor license,
I
and it
wasn't
wasn't...
involved in that.
Well, all right, so answer me that. Why would he sign a lease that wasn't contingent?
I don't want to say foolish, but it wasn't my deal. I wasn't involved in it at all. I had
Okay.
nothing to do with that. I had nothing to do with the application. I had nothing to do with the business deal.
All the signage is still up. I just went by it yesterday.
Yeah,
All the
sure.
signage is
Well,
still there.
Yeah, of course. He's not,
All
Mr.
right,
Patel's
go
not, I mean, I specifically advised Mr. Patel, don't invest any money in doing anything further here until there's an approval issued. I mean,
Okay.
he intends on calling it Transit Wine and Spirits. But no point in investing money in the sign until this is done. So we've given you the contract for the purchase of the shelving and whatever else was put in there. We've showed you the Amtrak agreeing to the assignment. The lease has not yet been assigned, but there was absolutely no interest that will be retained by Mr. Asani in any way with regard to the lease. We already gave you the form of the assignment of lease. It specifically releases Mr. Asani as Asinor.
So he's not guaranteeing the lease at all?
We will provide to you a release of Mr. Asani, and Mr. Patel will have to sign it. You know, Amtrak's going to make him sign a guarantee.
I don't have that from Amtrak. Do you have that?
The letter?
Yes.
Yeah, here's a copy of the letter. I mean, it was...
I don't think I have it. I don't see it.
Just to show you.
Your son's going to run the store?
Yes, ma'am.
And what experience does he have in trafficking alcoholic beverages?
He worked in a couple years with the liquor store
He has. Where?
in Old Bridge.
In where?
Old Bridge.
Old Bridge. Okay.
Also, there'll be another gentleman that was an assistant winemaker.
Gordon Smith?
Yeah, assistant winemaker, that he'll be there managing with his son, and...
What is an assistant winemaker?
He was worked for the wine company.
He was an assistant to the main guy.
Yeah, well, give it to Tom, he'll have one.
That's the only one
So,
you brought.
I mean, and again, I want everyone to be, he's taking advantage of a situation that came up.
Do I need
No,
that?
As I said, I have no problem.
So the bottom line here, though, this is completely inside deal. The place never went up for sale again. The former applicant went to your client and said, this is a great deal for you, give me $50,000, you can have it.
I don't, pay me for what we're paying for, what he is paying
And
for.
do you have any agreements on any of your other companies that he's going to get a bigger percentage or a smaller percentage based on this?
No, sir, he was losing the location, he had a personal guarantee, so I told him, I can buy it from you, I give you 50.
How'd you come up with the number?
What's the equipment and what he spent it, that's what I'm going to pay him.
He spent $50,000 already?
Yeah.
On what?
He built out the place.
On the gondola and the construction.
You have the photographs, I gave you the photographs of the premises. The place is built out. We're also reimbursing for the lease security, the 1 month's lease security that's up on this lease. But I mean, you know, that's the extent of it. I have no problem providing you with the release of Asani by
So
Amtrak.
you don't have any other licenses, why do you want one now? Everything else you do seems to be unlicensed, and you're doing obviously pretty well with it. Why a liquor license, which is, along with other things, brings a lot of headaches? Not to mention, we look into your finances, all of that.
Actually, my son was working in the liquor store, so I want to do it for him, so that's why I bought it.
Well, did you look at any other liquor stores before this one came up?
He was looking for the many, but he couldn't find it, and this was close to my airport. I'm always going to Newark Airport, always there, so I can take a train, and it's very easy for me to have hours being there.
What's your son do now? Is he working at the,
He's working in the liquor store.
what's his name?
Kumar.
He didn't put that down.
No, it's here.
Yeah.
Here's a personal questionnaire.
I got it.
Oh, you mean he didn't put down the
I'm looking
liquor
at his
store
personal
work?
questionnaire.
Yeah, that's right.
Wings and things, does he work there?
Yeah,
That's not a liquor store.
Wing store. He bought the wing store with his one of the partner.
He says he's a manager, he doesn't say he's the owner of that, and what about and he says he's the owner of a market. What's that, a mini market?
Yeah, in a, by the shore, but he closed that shore.
Yes, it says.
He was
it-
the owner.
Yeah. No, so he doesn't have down that he worked in a liquor store.
No, he worked there, but he didn't.
Whose liquor store is it?
By right.
Who owns it?
I don't know. He's working.
You said by right?
Yeah.
In New Jersey.
Yeah.
And he lives in Mattawan with you?
Yeah.
Chairman, can I just ask one question?
Yes. Of me? Oh.
It's esoteric. Charles Lynn has a lease at Penn Station. Enormously valuable because I can assign it, get a broker. Somebody definitely would want space, especially with their new expansion and everything else. And I'm going to give up that space for $50,000 on only the money that I put in. Doesn't sound likely to me, especially
Well,
this
at the time, I actually think that if I recall accurately, he said that Amtrak went to him asking him to open that store. Like, I think the landlord wants a liquor store there, and that's probably why he started spending money, like, without really thinking about
and
it.
if that happens to be true, why wouldn't you give it to a broker and get actual goodwill?
You're bleeding.
Because he has a friend who has money. I mean, why
Again,
would...
speculation on my part.
Yes, exactly.
I think I probably would look to get a broker, at least for a short period of time, on $11,000 a month and work out a deal with Amtrak.
Does the lease say it has to be a liquor store?
I never got.
No, I'm asking him.
Again, I wasn't in, I believe so, I wasn't.
Or did he just lease the
This
spot?
was originally this, many years ago.
Do we have the
Again, I
lease?
didn't do the business, yes, you have the lease. The business deals, this,
Draft of a lease, that's gonna be, it's 120 pages.
No, but we must have had the lease from the old one, because he already entered into it.
this originally way back when was a jewelry store.
I want to add time, please.
This originally was a jewelry store that was assigned to a perfume store, that was assigned to
Well, I mean, he makes a good point. If the lease doesn't say it has to be a liquor store, why would he sell that for next to nothing?
Because it's costing him every month.
Yeah, but he's giving up an
enormous
asset.
amount of, it's a liability to him. At this point, he can't operate, and it's costing him $25,000+ a
I mean,
month. I mean, and again, I mean, we're assuming that it specifically doesn't say in the assignment, which I provided as well.
Where did that assignment go? Do you have that? Or did you hand it back to me?
What,
The letter from Amtrak?
I just had Jonathan make a copy.
Jonathan has it.
All right, I have nothing else.
We ready to vote then?
Again, and we will provide you with.
Yeah, I mean, given the information that I think Amtrak really wants this liquor store, I don't see a problem with this applicant and his character and fitness, so I'm going to vote to approve.
We'll provide you with all the
Mr.
documentation
Buscemi,
you
Mr.
need.
Buscemi, hold on.
Yeah.
Commissioner Ford.
As someone who's in Penn Station, like constantly, walk right by this place all the time, and I'm going to speak to public convenience and advantage. I think there's definitely a public advantage aspect here to be served. It's on a completely different floor and pattern of traffic than the other store is, so I think I vote to approve.
And I would vote to deny. I think the relationship is too close. They both own businesses together, and it would be it would be extremely easy for the former applicant who we denied on cause grounds to take a piece of this business without us even being aware of it. So, but it's approved.
Have a good day.
All right, the next item, 493 Amity Street, Inc.
Good afternoon, Martin Mailer, Mailer Buscemi.
I believe we have opposition to this.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can you just introduce who's with you, and then Mr. Booth, I'm sure, has some.
Why don't you introduce yourself?
Good afternoon. Victoria Delaney,
One of the owners.
one of the owners.
And this is the manager.
David McCarthy.
He's the man.
Okay. Everybody together. Just get behind him and give us your, go ahead, you can introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Ed Goitia, and my wife Inez Bon and we are residents and owners of one of the two apartments that are directly located at 82 West 3rd Street, the building that is shared with the space of Amity Hall. We submitted a number of support materials before the deadline, so I'm
Support or?
You mean
Support,
protest?
yeah.
Protest.
Yeah,
Okay.
materials in support of our opposition, I guess.
And what
is the
floor
way-
are you on?
We are on the 2nd floor. Kevin Costley here, he's the resident on the 3rd floor.
Okay, go ahead.
My wife and her partners, they are owners of the building and developed this building about 12 years ago prior to Amity moving in. We're obviously in opposition to Amity's change from bar/tavern/restaurant into one that would basically turn it into a restaurant/nightclub with DJs and security personnel. This is an opposition that we have held for during the review process with the CB2 board. We've provided a number of materials that highlight a timeline of our dealings with Amity from when they first moved in, at which point they seemed to be operating predominantly as a restaurant, and then changed somewhere along the way to include their DJs and loud parties and large gatherings of patrons. So our feeling is that if you allow them to do that again, something that they were doing illegally before, you will recreate the problems that we had and that we complained about quite often as they came up. We highlight that our dealings with Amity have included a lot of lying from them to us and to the community board over the years. We highlight that in the materials we provided. We saw it again in their very application to you, things like them saying that we did not allow testing in our space, and yet it's clear that we did so on numerous occasions.
I'd rather talk about what their operation is like and how it's affecting you than whether they're getting along with you or not.
Okay, so as a restaurant, we don't have any issues. They operate as a restaurant and a sports bar. Occasionally, we hear the loud crowds, yelling when somebody scores a goal or a touchdown, something like that. That's not such a big deal. It happens intermittently and usually in the late afternoons. But when they get DJs with loud music, thumping, dance rhythms, at night we get crowds of people that assemble out in front of their place that extend over to the entrance to our apartment. Santa Con, I guess it's called, or Santa Crawl, I'm not sure what it is, which are some pictures that we provided in the materials.
Those pictures are from SantaCon?
Something like that.
Oh, I see it, yep.
You get large crowds of people in front of their space that bleed out in front of ours. We have people who throw up on the street. There's one we provided a picture of that's right on the corner of our property, that of our building. But the primary issues for us are the sound concerns. This is a twin building. They were built at the same time, operating as a chair factory, I believe, at the time that Inez and Kevin bought the building. They've converted it into residences where they live now. They've been there since they first purchased the building. And so this structure shares a common party wall. At the time that it was, they moved in, there were doors between Inez's apartment and the second floor of their building. So that's how connected the buildings themselves were. We have seen and shown photos of Amity having speakers mounted on that wall. They say that they have done soundproofing, but you could clearly see exposed brick on that. I'm an architect, so I'm pretty familiar with what you need to do to isolate sound from one space to another. I do a lot of commercial spaces in the city, and usually it's a lot more than what they've done. But even if you did more work than they have done, we'd still likely have problems, because while you can attenuate higher pitched sounds, that low dance rhythm stuff just resonates through the structure. So that's what we did as far as bringing to their attention. They sounded like they were going to work on it. They probably did some, but in the end, not enough. And up until the point in time when we brought it to the community board, It was causing us many nights of lost sleep. When they had their loud parties, we couldn't really use our living room, watch TV or something like that because of the sounds that were coming through there. We lodged our complaints with them. They kind of strung us along until one night it kind of blew up and we finally got a feel for what they could really be like. So we're just saying.
When you say it blew up, what do you mean? Is that the SantaCon night?
No, this was, there was a night in October, it's listed as one of the dates in our summary for you, where there was a loud party going on with DJs there. Inez sent a text to Dave, the operator and owner, who was there on site that day. He claimed that the sound was not coming from them. He proceeded to say that maybe she was drunk, insulted her, threatened her.
From text, he figured out she was drunk?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
You have a copy in your.
In the materials that we provided,
I know, I saw it.
Yeah, so that was his claim. He claimed that maybe the noise was coming from some other place, like our next-door neighbor, which is the Firehouse, which is a residence of a major newscaster in the city, or maybe from the bar further down the street. Obviously, we knew that was not the case. So when he became belligerent and basically non-responsive to any of our concerns, I went over and videotaped what was going on. And you can see from the video that we provided, large crowds gathering at the front of the space. Again, they were not authorized, as far as we know, to have DJs and security personnel and velvet ropes, but they did. I made it into the place, went upstairs, took a video of the overcrowded floor. As an architect, I looked up their occupancy, their certificate occupancy, and in my opinion, they were far in excess of that on that upper floor.
To what extent?
I think their occupancy state's about 112, and I would tell you they had 170, 180, 200 people up there.
Yeah, I think it says at 185, or 183 or something.
You're thinking about the whole facility. I think that there's a combination of the lower floor at 78 and then the upper floor at about 112.
Okay.
And the upper floor was standing room only. All the furniture had been shifted to the back of the space. Again, in the pictures, you can see overcrowding, people standing room, holding drinks, people dancing, arms in the air. There's some seating along the side, and that's how they were operating just on that night. And we've taken video of other nights that are very similar. So from a life safety point of view, if they are indeed having more than the proper number of occupants when they have those parties, that's obviously in violation of their DOB approval. I can't guarantee that, but when you have a floor like that, crowded as it was, that's what I suspect was going on. Regardless, loud DJs, 100 plus something people all standing, talking loudly, maybe some of them dancing or bunches of them dancing in different places. All that noise comes into our apartment.
Okay. Thank you. You want to?
Kevin Cossey, a resident, 82 West 3rd, 3rd floor. I just want to correct one thing Ed said. The two residences were previously residences when we moved in. We renovated them. I'm going to
So
try.
you renovated them after this place was there?
No, when we purchased the building in 2007. Amity opened.
So they
it.
weren't there yet?
They were not there.
Okay.
But you purchased 82, not 80.
82 West. 80
Right.
is the
the
building Amity
building,
Hall is
right.
in, adjacent to us.
But you
And
share a wall?
We share a party wall. It's two twin buildings that were built together, and there's
Right.
passageways.
And there are people that live in the apartments above the. There's no one lives in those.
Above Amity? No.
Yeah, above Amity.
There's an architecture firm that's
Okay.
directly above them, and I'm not sure who's on the floor above that.
Got it. Okay.
So when they originally applied, I didn't see any problem with it because they said they were going to be a restaurant and have background music. I myself am a bar owner and hold a liquor license, and I have nothing against people making money serving liquor and food. My experience is that when they do have these loud DJ parties, and I've gone down and seen the DJ, they have a DJ booth, they have disco lights, the tables are all moved, and many people dancing, is that we can hear sometimes the words of the music. And I have a 1-year-old child and a 2-year-old child. And I put them to bed at 7 p.m. And they wake up when the music really starts to get loud, when they had a DJ, between 10 and 11. And what we hear, because I'm on the 3rd floor mostly, is And my child woke up one day and said, "Daddy, can you tell the monster to go away?" I didn't know what to say. I mean, you know, I send a text to Dave and I say, "Can you turn it down?" And it's still, My building is shaking. If you put your head on the pillow, it's vibrating. And you're just lying in your bed, boiling, you know, till 2, 3 in the morning, calling 311, and then you go to work exhausted. So everything else would be a repeat of what Ed said.
Yeah, no, we don't want that.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have Mr. Booth coming up.
Carter Booth from Community Board 2. And this is always difficult. Ms. Delaney operates Amity Hall and another establishment, I think just one other.
What's the other one?
Half Pint, I believe. And yeah, just down the block. And she's a member of the community. They support local events. In fact, they've supported the Community Board's as a co-sponsor of the Children's Halloween Parade. So, you know, this is an issue that was brought to light, and you know, it's not always easy to navigate through these issues. I think that from you heard from the residents, it's a pretty compelling argument, and in the support of what they had said when the application was initially filed with Community Board 2, in our questionnaires twice.
Do you have that? Because the only thing I have is your resolution from
Yes, I have our questionnaires.
from 2000,
From
whatever.
2000, November 2007.
Can I see that?
And
Because
yes.
I didn't have a copy of that. Oh, in our records.
I don't, we wouldn't have sent it to you.
What's the address of your other business, ma'am?
So the issue here, I mean, it clearly.
That's across Thompson? It's across Thompson, okay.
So the you know, as you can see, it's pretty clearly marked as background music. There's an option to check off DJ. That wasn't checked off.
You see that?
It's, there's no DJ, you know, unless the hours of operation, et cetera, that they had proposed. It was very clearly a 500-foot case at that time. There were 44 licenses.
It was?
There were 44 licenses within 500 feet, which I think rises to level of obviously taking
back to him.
taking some issues with it.
Oh,
and even at that
hold
time,
on one second. Do we have to keep that, or?
Let me make a copy.
All right. Go ahead.
Even at that time in 2008, the local residents association supported this application, provided it was a restaurant and not a bar. And there are plenty of bars here. I'm sure everybody's familiar with the area. But you know, so that's pretty much. You know, I don't want to go into everything.
Well, I mean, and our application process at the time was different, apparently. And
correct.
Your CB process was different too, although it seems to be more specific than ours was. And on yours and ours, it says mixed use. What do you understand that to mean?
Well, on ours, that's a building. It's mixed use.
Oh,
It's the building.
okay.
It's
See,
not-
ours is mixed use.
No, right.
Restaurant, bar, tavern.
Absolutely, I understand that. For us, it's a mixed,
And sports bar.
mixed-use area. But you know, it's pretty clear. Even the local residents association, you know, was pretty clear that, you know, obviously this area supports itself on the pretty thriving restaurant business, but nobody wanted another loud bar, and that's pretty much what I think you hear the residents are saying as well. And so, I mean, and that's pretty much the issue. I mean, they checked off on your application also at that time that they wouldn't have any security personnel, and you know, and that's in further keeping with the style of a restaurant and not of a bar. Most of the bars, you know, from my memory going back, you know, most of the bars have security personnel. That's one of the distinguishing factors between a restaurant and a bar in this area. And I'm not sure what more I can add. I don't want to take more time.
Wait, did we ask the security question back then?
Yes.
Oh, I got it. Okay, he did. Okay, you're right. Okay, thank you. Can we we're going to take 2 minutes.
Is it
ALJ is going to be angry, but I can't do anything.
He'll live.
That's all right, yeah.
Don't take it personally.
Me never.
And we're back on the record.
Thank you. Again, Martin Mailer of Mailer Buscemi. This application for a change in method of operation is a combined change of method of operation, in a sense, a declaratory ruling on behalf of the authority. Because, as was pointed out, when this application was filed back about 10, 11 years ago, the application process, or at least the application form, was a lot different. And the question back then, among other things, was what type of business this was going to be. This type of business was going to be what was known as a mixed-use business, which entailed restaurant, nightclub, a sports bar. And in fact, what's interesting this morning, or actually I saw it a few days before, if you look at your own agenda sheet, it acknowledges that is what this place is. It is also to be noted that back when the application was filed, there were no questions relating to whether there was supposed to be a DJ. I did not file this application.
I get that, but how do you reconcile the fact that the owners or whoever did file it filled out not one, but two community board forms that indicate it's only going to be background music and specifically do not check DJ?
Okay. I was not there when...
Which on our application only says background music. We didn't have the opportunity to pick a DJ or not at the time.
Earlier, Max Bookman raised the question of what DJ means, and we're not going to solve that problem today. But
we know what it doesn't mean. I think I've solved that problem.
Well, but if I may, this premises since day one is what it is, meaning it has a full kitchen, it has a full menu, it serves food, and does have other activities. For example, there's a sports bar that
So you're basically acknowledging then from day one, they've been violating what we do have on the application, which is security.
No, that's not true. If I may, as I understand the evolution of this premises, when it first came into being, it was there as, I mean, they're here, they can explain it in much greater detail than I can, but as I understand it, no, there was no DJ when this place first opened. There was no security when this place first opened. But the evolution of the block, the evolution of everything else, they added a DJ at some point. The point being, though, that it is not an everyday occurrence. And what's very interesting about this particular licensee, if you'll look, there are no violations that you've issued, nor is any of the other city departments issued for noise, for overcrowding, or anything else, because they're not that way. And what's even more interesting is that you sent your own investigators into this premises on two separate occasions. At first, charges were brought, but after the report was read, the charges were withdrawn. The charge was for varying from their stated method of operation. So even your own investigators have had trouble finding what they're claiming is a problem. We went before...
That doesn't mean they had trouble finding a problem. That means they had trouble reconciling it with our application.
No, if you read, I don't know if you saw their
I did
report.
not, but...
I have it.
Because I'm having trouble with it. I mean, they obviously met with the community board and made it clear that they weren't having DJs. And all of a sudden, they decided to have them.
In 2000, no, not all of a sudden.
At some point, it was all of a sudden.
If I may, is again, as this place evolved about 2 years into what...
Yeah, but see, that's a bad word here. No, we don't evolve in this place.
Excuse me.
The only one who can make things evolve here is us.
But that's the point. At the time, in 2009, you, the liquor authority, said that this was a mixed-use establishment.
With background music.
But I'm telling you that they're not exceeding any limits. They've never exceeded any limits. Their sound
That's not the point. The point is that they're operating in a method that was not what was perceived at the time it was granted. And that's clear from the community board's records. Now, granted, they're not our records, but we relied on them, too.
With all due respect,
it's a 500-foot case.
Again, we can get Max Bookman to try to. I don't want to get into a long discussion with you as to what background music means as opposed to a DJ, but you don't necessarily have to.
It doesn't mean 180 people in there dancing.
That's another thing. That's an outright lie. We've never been overcrowded, and we're not overcrowded.
Are they moving furniture?
Are they moving?
Do you move furniture at the end of the night, or when the DJ goes on? Tables?
Come in.
Yes, I wouldn't very often.
Well, that's not mixed use at the time. Could have been anything. We could have believed it was going to be a sports bar at night, not a club.
But part of what mixed use, the very definition said club. It said it, you've said.
And then part of that answer was, what percentage are you going to be this and what percentage are you going to be that? And they don't answer it at all.
Again,
I'm not telling you that we don't have, our hands are completely clean here. But what is helping is the fact that the community board has records that certainly add to ours.
Mr. Chairman, this premises had no problems with the community. In fact, probably still doesn't have any problems with the community except for these three people. These are just three people that say that this place is being run amok. It is not true.
I don't think they've said that. I think just to be fair, I mean, the base is rocking their bedrooms. I mean, you can come with as many sound reports as you want. It's fine. I believe that the test was done, and the report is what it is, but I think they're not lying that their bedrooms are rocking. And so that is just a fact of New York City life. I mean, if it were your bedroom, you wouldn't be arguing for them to get more.
But I don't think that they're lying. I think that they're just exaggerating what their situation is.
No one is going to exaggerate their kid waking up.
Does your client have a disco ball from the ceiling? Is that true?
No. So, I mean,
Did the sound meter reading include bass, or was it just...
Let the sound engineer is here. He can explain.
he's here.
They tried to get into the apartment of these individuals. They
But I mean,
refused
and
entry.
I still go back to the original application. The original application, yes, it said mixed use, but you said no security. What nightclub in the city of New York, even then, did not have security? It does clearly say background music. If they intended to have live or a DJ then, they would have wrote that in as well. And it's clear that they didn't because they filled out the community board paperwork and it made it clear they were not going to have a DJ.
When they first opened, they had no security. They didn't.
So this is turned into something it was not intended to be.
No, the conditions of, let them explain it better than I can, but the conditions of the block.
No, that's the current one.
Can you explain? Yes.
I'll keep this short and sweet because I understand that time is everybody's issue. We opened in 2009, a big space in a highly dense pedestrian traffic NYU neighborhood. Great. I own the space next door. Very good tenants. We do well there. So we thought, we'll open another business. What we originally had anticipated for a business was not what we got. We found it very hard to, do the business to support the big rent in the big double-story space. Our business, in combination with the neighborhood, took a serious nosedive in and around 2012-ish. As I'm sure you guys are very aware, Bleecker Street, Greenwich Village, it's totally changed. Empty storefronts, I don't get into that. Our business was hurting, our bills were going up, and we needed to generate more business on our potentially busy nights, being Friday and Saturday night. We wanted to give our crowd a better experience. We got a DJ. I'm here to hold my hands up and say we did not apply as a nightclub because, maybe very stupidly in my mind, in our mind, I'm not a nightclub. We do paint night. We do the New York City Roadrunners group. We are not a nightclub. We don't have champagne bottles and sparklers and all that type of stuff. I do have security. I'm licensed to have 184 guests in there, and in the interest of public safety, I have security. I have to. I have a responsibility to my employees, to myself, to my patrons, and to the neighborhood. Also, I believe that a business with a presence outside late night is much safer than a business with no presence outside late night.
I think you're misinterpreting why we are going back and forth about security. Okay. Security to us, we're all for it.
Yes.
Security to us, though, is indicative, if you need it, of what type of establishment you're running.
Okay.
So when we look at your application and we see you're not having security, that in my mind means you don't feel like you need it, which to me means you're running a quiet establishment that is not going to cause a problem in the neighborhood or the people above you or anything.
Yes.
Yes.
Can I say one thing? If you go to Virgil's,
You just
their
note your-
partner, and I have restaurants in Times Square. If you go to Virgil's, Carmine's, they all have security on Fridays.
But their application indicates it.
I didn't know that.
Could you just note your name, please, for the record?
Mark Whelan.
And that's why we're going back and forth about security, because the minute you start putting up security is when as you just said, your business changed.
Yes, I understand
And that we need to know about. That's why we asked to know about it.
Yes.
So that when we know these changes are happening, and we didn't.
We made a big mistake. I honestly did not. My first concern was my decreasing business, and I should have been a more responsible business owner to say, okay, I'm adding something that was not on my application 5 years prior, but I'm being very honest, my application was not in my mindset at that time because I was trying to save my business. So we're here to fully admit that we do have a DJ, or we did, on a Friday and Saturday night since the complaint started.
So you have it two days a week, that's it?
Friday and Saturday, that's it. Since the complaint started.
And what are the hours of the DJ?
9, 10, really, 9 to 2, yeah. Since the complaint started from our neighbours, we started off very cordially, going back and forward, trying to help. Things escalated, and it just got to where we had said some text and some verbiage that we shouldn't have because personalities run high. We're not here today to...
Well, I've been known to do that myself.
Yeah, we're not here today to examine personal relationships. It's the fact we have spent to date $72,000 out of my back pocket on trying to get where we need to get. And in that, we want to be upfront and be honest and apply for the things that we need to save our business in a really, really desperate neighborhood. Okay?
May I just add to that first of all, we're not here because of a disciplinary. We're here because we requested a change in method of operation to include the DJ and to include the security. So it's not as if we're coming here because we're trying to explain how we varied from the application that was filed. But I mean, and we may have some fundamental differences as to what mixed use is. But I think what is being stated is that we've never really, or the client has never really varied the business. It was never just a plain restaurant. It had a sports bar element to it. It had other things going for it. It's just that over the years, there was no question from the Liquor Authority about DJ at the time. So they were operating under what they thought were proper boundaries. What has happened is there was, and it hasn't really come up until the last renewal, that this really came to a head. I immediately filed a change in method of operation, and that's why we're here today. It's not a nightclub. I mean, that's what I think, or at least the impression I'm getting that the chairman is saying.
No, I mean, I know exactly what it is. I'm not saying it's a nightclub like the Limelight was a nightclub. I'm saying that it turns, but it's not a restaurant after 10:30 or 11.
It's a mixed use. I mean, that's what it is.
If you're moving tables around, it becomes a tavern with a DJ.
But that
which to me is arguably quote unquote a club. But what are
Do you charge cover charge?
No.
Are the speakers still on the wall?
Why don't you want to speak to the
Can I just also say that...
Go ahead.
Sorry. In 2012, when we started our DJ and trying to get the nights going again, we have not deviated from that business model at all. We had our first complaint, in 2016 to 17. So for 4 or 5 years, there was no problem, and now there is. So, and now tensions have run very high. So we want to be responsible. And
Yeah, at the end.
Can I also add?
Can I talk to the sound guy though? Because I haven't seen him in a while either, and he's usually a regular here.
Hello, Alan Firestein, Acoustalog Incorporated.
And you did a examination of this place?
Yeah, last week.
And?
Well,
we don't have your report. We have the other one.
Oh, really? Okay.
We have Brooklyn Insulation and Soundproofing. Is that somebody else you had do it? Oh, then you went to him? He's better. Go ahead. What'd your report find?
Well, I found that, A, they have tremendous amount of soundproofing on the side wall, which faces the neighbors, on the back wall, which faces probably a 5-foot wide courtyard for the building to the south. On the rear setback roof, which is only about 4 or 5 feet deep, that extends back. The soundproofing, I met the installer. The soundproofing consists of 2 layers of quiet rock, which is the expensive sheetrock, a layer of mass-loaded vinyl, apparently the 2-pound thickness, very heavy-duty like linoleum, insulation mounted on studs, mounted off the brick wall with Kinetics Isomax clips, which are basically rubber shock absorbers. This is the type of soundproofing that's needed to stop bass. I heard what the architect said before. This is exactly what you do in a situation like this. I didn't recommend it, but that's what was done.
Oh, it was done before you got there?
Before I got there. They also installed a DBX processor, which in simple terms is a limiter. The limiter was set. It is extremely effective. The sound level drops 14 decibels, which is about 70% drop to about 1/3 of the original value when the limiter is engaged. The sound level cannot go above 80 decibels in the bass frequencies. That's the pounding vibration that people often experience inside the space. It can't exceed that. Now, 80 decibels is way above the noise code limit in a residential apartment. But this is not the measurement in the apartment, it's the measurement in the space. It's typical to get 40 decibels of low frequency reduction through a brick wall, even when it's a 12-inch wide brick party wall. So if you take 80 and you subtract 40, you get about 40. But I did not measure inside the apartments. I'm perfectly willing to do it. The limiter is set, it's extremely effective, and 80 decibels is not loud. It's not club level. Club level is 100 to 110, which is 4 to 8 times louder. Each time you add 10, it sounds twice as loud to the average person. So they have an effective limiting system. I say in my report, the system limits are effective and can be adjusted if necessary. So I believe, I haven't spoken to them about this, but I'm sure my clients would be happy to have me reset the limiter if necessary, but I did see texts showing that for a year and a half, complaints have apparently ceased about noise from music.
Okay.
Can
I have a
DJs
copy.
bypass the limiter?
Did I bypass it?
Can DJs, would they have the ability to bypass the limiter?
No, if you look in my report, which I'm sure they will furnish to you.
No, we do have it. I didn't see it.
Oh, okay. It's set with a computer. So you have to bring in a computer, use a password. The computer then activates the processor and can change the parameters. The parameters are set. When I got there, it was set. I didn't change them. They didn't have to. But the installer was there, so he had his computer. I don't have one.
A compressor limiter, a DBX compressor limiter will definitely, crunch sound levels.
Yes.
But if you're playing recorded music, which in itself is compressed, it still can be substantially louder than, to the human ear. It still can be substantially loud.
Not really, but you got the right idea about the compression, but it works like this. If you look at me, I'll show you what I'm saying. Here's the dynamic range of sound that might be present in a space. This is low-level sound, the perhaps pauses in the music. This is the loudest peaks of sound that may occur. The sound you're talking about, and you're correct, very often when you put it on a CD, but especially when you play it over the radio so that people can hear the low stuff, they bring it up. That's called compression. It compresses the level. Now, if you don't want this maximum level to go above a certain point, you put on either another compressor or a limiter. And if the limit is over here, then the whole thing gets moved down to here. This is still the maximum. The maximum level that's present, and I show a chart in my report, the maximum level that you can get in this space is this red line, which is 80 decibels at all of the low frequencies that are presently limited by the New York City Noise Code, Section 24231. You can't have above 45 decibels in someone's apartment. The 80 decibels, when reduced by what I'm sure is more than 40 decibels of reduction, would be less than 45 decibels in the apartments. That being said, you guys should know that the 45 decibel limit is not zero. You can hear 45 decibels. It sounds like this. That's what it sounds like.
And how would that be?
I think I've been with a sound meter reading with you, Baker's Dozen, which is a premise which is no longer operating, where they spent millions on soundproofing. And I think you and I were present when the DEP did a test and they did the special test for the bass. And I think even in that case where they take all these preventive measures and you were perfectly happy with the sound, I myself was able to hear the thumping in the neighbor's apartment. It sounded like a heartbeat, boom, boom, boom. So I remember, I did work for the DA's office. Mr. Morgenthau always said to never just rely on the experts, use your common sense. And I could just tell you that I've experienced
He never said
myself
that to me.
at his going away party. He said that on the Jacob Javits Center. I could just tell you from my own experience that even when you take these preventive measures, maybe, and I'm not an expert like you, but sometimes the sound can travel through the beams, especially in these older buildings, and even if you take all these nuisance abatement measures, you could still hear the heartbeat. It's more disruptive than hearing music, actually, the thumping.
Is there any type of component in the system as far as equalization goes that you could roll off, say, like below 100 hertz?
Well, yes. In fact, they have done that. Now, the way the system is configured, there's a lot of small speakers. The speakers are all, by the way, hung from springs off the wall. They're no longer attached to the wall rigidly. But there's two subwoofers that produce all of the bass. There's one in the front of the space, which is, I guess, the north side, and one in the back, which is the south side. The equalization is built into the processor, the DBX processor, which also contains the compressor and the limiter. That can be rolled off further. There's no law that says they cannot reduce the level even further, and if we have access to the neighbors, we can certainly do that and provide some kind of compromise. But the noise code was set up to be a reasonable limit because you have neighbors, commercial and residential, in New York.
How do all your measurements get affected, if at all, when there's 185 people in the place?
Well, they say that there's sound...
I'm assuming they weren't there when you did what you did.
No. It was in the middle of the afternoon, maybe around 12 or 1, and there was just a couple of people there. David was there, the sound installer and the contractor, and a few people downstairs who were, I guess, setting up for later that day. The number of people that are in there definitely affects the mid-range sound, but not the bass. People, unless you're James Earl Jones, do not produce low-frequency bass sound. And when people talk, the DJ, if there's a DJ or someone who's controlling the volume knob on the wall, because a lot of what they play is recorded background music, I guess, from Spotify, will turn up the level to be above the voices. But if there's a limiter on the system, that can't happen, which is good because otherwise you get this leapfrogging effect. Voices go up to overcome the music goes up. So you have to set a limit. And I think that indirectly, but does affect the sound levels overall of the mid-range. They were saying that they heard mid-range in their apartments. If they did, there would be no problem getting a DEP noise violation because the noise limit for mid-range sounds is 42, not 45, which is a little bit lower. It's a little bit more sensitive.
Okay.
People are good acoustic material, crowds.
Well, they generate noise and they also absorb noise, so it's...
They absorb it.
Yeah.
What year did you guys do this work?
We'd also like to state for the record, sorry, yeah, thanks.
I have invoices from 2016 here for $28,000, $15,000.
Yeah, we have all that.
But
I didn't see it before. I do have it.
We have spent a large amount of money to date. We are prepared to spend more, absolutely. Within reason, we are a small business. Our lease is up next year, going to be very honest. Our renewal will be contingent on our permission to be able to operate a business the way that we need to support a huge rent and a huge staff. We have shown that we're very willing to spend a lot of money. We, as a group, we hold 12 liquor licenses, all in excellent standing with you guys.
Yeah, no, they are.
Yes. We are a tight team of owners.
You just got to work on your renewal notification to us, that's all.
We do. We messed up, Our business went south and we acted quickly.
No, I mean, the only problem you have is you apparently don't give us your renewals on time, but that's it.
I'm sorry, yes. So, we're here to play ball, absolutely. We've all had a lot of stresses on both sides.
All right.
We want to be a good neighbour, but we also want to be able to function our business. So that's what we're here to...
Can we hear back from these folks again at this point? Thank you.
And Mr. Booth, you're going to have to explain to me later why you're so quiet here.
They must be doing a good job on their own.
Yes, we have them.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out a couple of things because for us, this part of the frustration of this process is that we feel we're told one thing and then they tell community board and you people something else. And so we see that as lying to you, and therefore for us, as if they lie to you on one thing, they're lying to you on a bunch of others. So it was just stated that no complaints started until, I think she said, 2016. And in the records that we provided you and in a timeline, point out two things. First of all, Inez put $9,000 worth of work into her space to mitigate sound in 2013. Now, that's before they started complaining. So the issue was...
Well, I mean, I don't really, if you're trying to prove that that makes them less credible.
No.
I mean, the bottom line is you've indicated there's a problem. That's what we recognize. Whether it happened in 2011 or a year ago is irrelevant. It's a problem. We get it.
Yeah, but for me, it was just to state that they keep making it sound like we only brought this up a year or two ago, and it's been going on for many
No,
years.
that doesn't usually matter, but my question is, what has happened in the past calendar year?
In the past calendar year, they weren't allowed DJs. So when they're operating as a restaurant and as a sports bar, we're fine. We get occasional noise. There's a game on a Sunday, and there's a large crowd, and they're, hooping and hollering at a touchdown or a goal or something like that, and we hear it. But yeah, from what we know, they discontinued the DJing. So here's another point. They tell you that they have a limiter. They have an expert come in and tell you that they have a limiter. We have a text in the materials that we provided you that show you they are admitting that when they have DJs, sometimes their DJs bypass their limiter. So the limiter doesn't matter if somebody bypasses it and they allow that, which they have on numerous occasions. So it's not just a one-time thing. It's not only one thing that's happening. As far as their sound expert is concerned, I would ask a couple of different things. Number one, they talk about what's on the wall, but in the pictures that we showed you, there's exposed brick wall. So yes, have they done some sound isolation? Yes, they have. We saw it. Dave showed it to us. We walked in and we said, what about that section of exposed brick wall? You can do stuff across a wide array, and then you have one big expanse of exposed brick. Guess where the sound goes through? Starts vibrating. That's part of the wall. It vibrates through the whole system and ends up on our side.
Is that on your wall? That brick?
No,
exposed
that's
brick?
on their side.
No, on the brick wall that's exposed, is that the wall between your building?
Yes, the same wall, exactly. So they've done soundproofing. We don't deny that. We're saying it's not enough in this context when they have this kind of music playing loud on an evening. We've now heard also that they've taken the speakers off that wall. They've hung it on the floor. Well, guess what else passes through the system? Now, I haven't done forensics on the building to be able to tell you exactly the structure that's in place, so I don't want to overstate what I know, but from what I understand, they have floor joists. So, I'm sorry, their space has ceiling joists that move into being the floor joists of our space. So if they have speakers hung from the ceiling, if they have sound that's cutting through the cracks, did they sound isolate and perfectly seal every joint from ceiling and floor? When that stuff is vibrating, guess where it goes? Into our floor joists. And what are we suggesting that we're experiencing? We're experiencing that vibration that has to do with the thumping sounds that are coming from the DJ music. So that's so the other things that Kevin has a picture here, which is he bought a sound metering device and registers, was it 60?
65.9 decibels after they installed the sound limiter.
And that's in his apartment.
And that was this night when they had the DJ with the lights and the people dancing. And I just want to add that...
You saw people dancing?
Yeah, they're in the picture. Okay. I just want to add that even though you have a sound limiter and the sound is quiet, you have people jumping up and down and bouncing, which creates a resonance in the building that we hear. So we hear, you could have no music and people jumping up and down, and we'll hear boom, boom, boom. Another thing is, if they're hurting so much for business, why do they have another bar of their own across the street? They chose to do that. Another thing is, I don't think it's an innocent mistake. If you look at their liquor license for Amity Hall Uptown, it says no background music. If you go, I went to their website and it says they have a DJ. It's the same pattern.
So it says it is background music and they have the DJ.
It says no.
But at the
background
time,
music.
and I don't know anything about the one uptown, but and it's usually easier to get liquor licenses uptown. All I can tell you is our license application at the time did not indicate DJ or no DJ, which it does now. So I don't know what their intent was when they filled it out, because I can't make it out unless I go to the community board records. As I said, they could have asked for it, even though they didn't ask for a DJ uptown, they may have told the community board uptown, yes, we're having one. There's nothing on our application that would tell us.
Okay, all right, so just to clarify, because there've been some statements here also, we're not opposed to them operating as a business, as a restaurant, a tavern, a sports bar. For the 5 years, 4 or 5 years that they were there operating in that fashion, we didn't complain. So we actually did some work in our own apartment in order to say, okay, there's some noise coming from next door, we'll take care. That's what Inez did. Okay, and then in 2014 is when we start registering complaints. Why? Well, according to what they said, their business model changed. Then they start using DJs. That's what we're here to oppose. It's not their operation. We wish them great success. We hope they can be profitable and meet the needs of dining communities and families and all of that in the city. But to operate as a pseudo nightclub or whatever one wants to call it, with DJs and standing room only people with bouncers or security at the door, that's what causes us sleepless nights. And that's a real thing, not made up, not a dream, not an exaggeration. I work as an architect. I need to work and get up at 7 o'clock in the morning. It doesn't work if I'm going to sleep at 1 o'clock in the morning. And when they say it's only Friday and Saturday, don't believe that. That may be mostly Friday and Saturday until they have another special event scheduled for another day during the week, and then they have in the past been perfectly fine with having those on those days too. So it hasn't been limited to just Fridays and Saturdays for us.
All right, thank you.
May I address a few things? First of all, I predate everybody in this room. I interviewed with Hogan, but I chose the Liquor Authority for some stupid reason.
More money.
It might have been. I don't remember. Actually, no, it wasn't. But that's irrelevant. Two, these arguments about meter readings and everything else were brought up at the community board. And if I may use a Latin term, it's true ipsa dixit, because they say so. They use their own equipment. They never had anything calibrated. They're not qualified. We've had sound engineers come in and do these readings. But
We don't need readings to prosecute noise issues in the SLA. We don't need meter readings. I've shut down places without a single meter reading as evidence, canceled their license.
But here's the best thing about, again, we're lying, we're wrong. I'm going to quote your own report, your own investigator's report on 3/9/18 at 11:16 p.m.
What night of the week was that?
I don't know. But the point is...
3/9 what?
3/9/2018. We also did not notice a DJ on site. On May 18th, 2018, they came in, and again, music was played in the background and no DJ. So, they keep saying things, and everybody has to believe what they're saying. We keep showing you proof, and it's never good enough. We're going to raise the, even though we can't, we're going to raise the noise even though there's a limiter that we can't touch. We're doing things that are wrong, ipsa dixit, because they say so, not because of any proof. Where are all of they could go to the ECB, they could get readings in their room, they could do all sorts of things, yet they choose to come before you and tell you these horror stories.
They went to community board too. So.
Well, that's where it started from. But the point is, you've never brought charges. Ms. Marsico has never prosecuted this place for noise violations, nor has any other of your prosecutors. And they're just saying these things. Again, they never really, as you said, you don't have clean hands. See, here's the thing.
One at a time, please.
I'm here to tell you that when this was filed, it was never filed strictly as a restaurant.
She already acknowledged that. I don't need to get into that. So she already told us how this all happened, and I believe her.
And we have come before you, asked that we reconcile whatever difference you may have in terms of what the application reads, to have the DJ and to have the security put in place. And we've done all we can do. We'll do more if we were given some cooperation by these neighbors. They refuse to do it. And it's just not fair for this thing to be so one-sided.
I don't think it has been one-sided, but I got to talk to council for a minute.
Can I just add to this?
Yeah.
Just
on the whole lying situation and how we're so bad. Like, these are guest reviews. These are facts. That Inez's apartment is.
Is that above you? So those VRBO things are right above you?
Above us to the side.
Oh, to the other side.
Right. So this is a.
But it's also sharing a wall with you?
Right.
Okay.
This is an Airbnb.
No, I got them. We have them.
You got these?
Yeah, I read them. So that's, what floor is that on?
They're on the. It's like the second and a half. 'Cause it's
But the party wall is with their building, not the other building. Both of them are party walls?
There's one party wall shared between their building.
And your building. The other one is not a party wall on the other side. The 78, where these VRBOs are.
That was our apartment. That was our apartment.
Oh, that's your apartment.
We used to, years ago, occasionally, when we went on vacation, we would rent it out, and we stopped doing that a long time ago.
No, we have them though. Thank you. I just need a minute with council.
Now we're back on the record.
Okay.
But before you vote, I was just asked to state the following. In the event you'd like, Ms. Marsico or any of your investigators would like to come to the premises, see what was done, be there with the sound engineer to see what is going on, the licensee would welcome this.
Okay.
Have the sound engineer been able to get into the apartments?
We weren't allowed access.
For access.
So would you allow access now if they asked you?
They were in our apartment before, with the other sound
Oh.
experts. There were many times in our apartment.
Okay.
Okay, it doesn't matter. So bottom line is he has not been there. Would you allow him in?
Quiet, don't.
That's the question she asked. We need an answer to that. Is that a yes or no? We're not talking to each other, we're talking to me.
I don't want them in my home.
So no is the answer. Okay, Mr. Booth, why don't you come?
Okay.
I mean, I think it's pretty clear that the method of operation when they're operating with the DJ impacted these guys' lives pretty dramatically, and that they're coming here. One of the things Mr. Rossi didn't tell you is that he is a former member of a community board and also chair of the business committee of that community board that reviews liquor licenses. They could have pursued these complaints in a very different fashion. Instead, they tried to work directly with the owners, from my understanding, reached out to them and tried to come to some understanding. And you know, clearly to this day, there isn't an understanding. The investigators went there after this problem had been pointed out, not before. So to say that there isn't a problem because the investigators couldn't find it is, you know, it's not quite accurate. They stopped using a DJ, and that's why there are not any problems. Party walls. I mean, from my understanding, this is a 3-brick deep party wall. It's not very significant, or you know, to New York City standards. I don't know if you can soundproof that. A lot of times, you know, experts are here, but, you know, the floor joists are laid into that brick, so there's actually even less brick, you know, and building was built together. So, you know, we face this, as you guys know. Can it even be soundproofed? Is that even possible? You know, one of the other issues is dancing. Dancing is not permitted here. I mean, plain and simple. You know, even with the taking away the cabaret law, it's still not permitted here. It's not appropriately zoned for that. There, if you go on Yelp and just type in dancing, you're going to come up with, you know, 20 or 30 reviews. I did it myself. You know, it's right there. I mean, this is what's happening here. And so I'm not sure if this is resolvable. Mr. Mailer said to me, you know, you're not really against these guys. I'm not. They're operators. They're part of our community. But in this particular case, it seems that a DJ is an issue at this location, and it doesn't seem that it's been demonstrated that the problems can be resolved. And they've been trying. And that's really the consideration here. They didn't apply for this in the beginning. I mean, it's just pretty much, as you had pointed out at the beginning, it's an evolution, and that's really the issue, is can this business evolve into this other type of use? And it seems that the answer is fairly clear. And so,
I mean, let me end by posing the same thing. We invite you, the Liquor Authority, and anyone else who wants to come in and see what we've done and see if anything else should be done. We're asking that the readings be taken in the other apartments. They don't seem to want to cooperate. I mean, that seems to be crystal clear as to who's trying to resolve the problem and who's not. And I would ask that you allow for the changes in method and operation, or at least agree to have some sort of investigation done with the authority present, the engineer present. And I don't know how it's going to be resolved if they don't want to cooperate. But that seems to speak volumes as to what they're afraid of, that we're not doing anything.
What are the hours that you're asking to have a DJ for?
Just Friday and Saturday, 9 to 2 or 10 to 2. Just Friday and Saturday, no other days.
One quick one. Let's wrap this up.
I want to speak to the idea that we haven't presented anything that's proof, and I think that the materials that we sent you are the proof. He says that we're just telling you something that's a story without trying to back it all up. We submitted to the site video of their premises, their people, their noise, all the conditions that were going on there. That's one short, and then the other one was that not cooperating. We cooperated for multiple years.
All right, so thank you, you're repeating everything now, I got that.
The one proof we don't have is the level of disturbance where you live.
We do. Carter Booth came by the place one night, and the doors were open, and he said, "My God, you can hear it down the street." At the hearing, that was his very words. He was shocked at how much music was coming out of the open doors. That's another thing. With the doors open, the music comes in our windows as well.
Yeah, when was this? Last year, 2 years ago, 6 months ago?
I think the last thing.
Okay, that's enough, thank you.
All right, Mayor, are we ready to vote?
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Fan?
I do realize you guys are good neighbors and there's no adverse history here. I'm going to vote to deny for now because I think that, as Mr. Booth said, sound travels and you may not be able to really control the bass and the movement that's going into people's bedrooms. I'm going to ask them to try to cooperate and see if Acoustilogue can get into their space and really figure out what's really going on.
They've said no.
But they have to allow access.
Mr. Mailer.
So.
You're right. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Please, the members are voting. Commissioner Ford?
I think she was asking a question, though. Were you asking a question?
Yeah, I would like them to allow access, to play the DJ music that you would play and see if they can hear it. Ultimately, like Commissioner Ford said, that question really not answered yet.
Commissioner Ford?
I understand, you've made substantial investment in this place already. So I was leaning towards a limited DJ ending on Fridays and Saturdays by midnight and getting access to your apartments to gauge the impact. Front would always be closed. If the DJ is on, the front has to be closed, so there's no music coming out on the street. So that's where I'm at.
That doesn't really
say anything, does it?
What about the security?
Security?
Oh, yeah,
Security.
and definitely security would be the case, too.
Is Commissioner Pham against
Yeah,
security?
I'm not against the security guards.
Chairman Bradley?
So I'm not following what you're asking for.
I'm saying I would approve this 10 to 2, Fridays and Saturdays.
No, 10 to 2 or 12?
10 to 12, I'm sorry. I misread my own writing. 10 to 12, Fridays and Saturdays. The front is closed, security, and I can't demand it, of course, but I would certainly hope that you would allow them to gain access when this is going on so we could make sure that it's within acceptable levels to you. That's your call, though.
And the security's fine?
Yes.
All right, I'll go with Commissioner Ford. And if there are complaints, we will investigate them and there are other issues here. There's no SantaCon. Cut that out. That means if someone walks into your place and they have a Santa hat or Santa outfit on the Sunday or Saturday that's SantaCon, throw them out. You're not to partake in that. You're not to partake in any bar crawls. And the throwing up on the sidewalk, that may have only happened once a year, but it's one time too many. No, you just got, you mean as far as hours go? Well, yeah, but you have to go through the whole process you just went through again, through the community board and through them.
We understand, but let's say we come back 6 months from now and...
I would wait a year.
I would wait at least a year.
Okay, fine. Whatever the time limit is, but nobody allows us access into that apartment, then what?
Well, if she doesn't want to, then she doesn't have to.
No, I understand. No one can force her, but we'll face that the next time we're
All right, so
And the door's closed.
And that would be, it's probably a check in your column if they don't let you prove that if they keep saying it's loud, but it's not, the numbers are not reflecting that, then it's probably helpful to your case at that point.
I understand. I fully understand.
Is it still background music?
No, I did the DJ.
No, but is it DJ with background music? I'm just asking if that's changed.
No. DJ with background music, no dancing, by the way. He's right about that. There should not be dancing. You should not be moving tables. The layout you gave us is your layout, and that's what you stick with. You don't get to turn into, a dance floor when you're done serving dinner.
And Commissioner Ford, it's 9 to 12 or 10 to 12? 10 to 12?
Yes.
Friday, Saturday.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right.
The next item is 514, 515, and 516, JC Hospitality LLC.
Mr. Chairman, I was just handed a letter by the secretary that
Yeah.
apparently you got yesterday.
No, I got today myself.
Got today.
All right, well, okay, so we're all in the same boat. Can I ask that this matter be put over for 2 weeks? I'd like to investigate this because I'm under the belief that this was written without the town actually voting. There's 5 members.
Actually, I directed my director of enforcement to call the town and find out where they stood on this, so I could have some information. And they were on their way here to testify, which I indicated to them was not productive or potentially not legal as well. And so they sent us this, and I just decided I would share it with everybody else here. My concern, and this is where I don't want to put it over because I'm going to tell you where I am, and we'll hear where they are.
Okay.
I'm willing to accept the dollar amount. However, I'm not allowing music until they decide what they're allowing. And then my approval will go. You can come here immediately after they get a permit from them. From what it sounds like, it's going to be very, very difficult to get the permit from them, but no one's going to take our decision and start waiving it. In my view, no one's going to take our decision and start waiving it in front of the town of East Hampton, saying they're fine with it, because we're not.
I couldn't agree with you more. I just explained to my client the fact that the authority would say yes if the town says no. It's their local rule. So I'm not in disagreement with what you just said.
So you can go back, but I mean, we can just accept what you've offered with that caveat that I'm not approving the music until you come with something from them that says they've given you a permit. And this is what because it sounds like if they even give you one, it's going to be extremely limited.
But I can live with this, with those conditions.
Why don't we just do it according to the steps that they put in here?
Because she made it clear over the phone when she was coming here that they may not do it at all.
But it says that this will be, if you were granted, it would be with these conditions.
Right, and we would live with those conditions.
I think it says that we'll not be issuing a permit for the 2019 season.
But it says if it's granted the music entertainment for future years, it will be limited to what those conditions are.
Yeah, you and I both know how negotiations go on these things. I'm not going to do it till they have it from them. I mean, these guys could change that. I don't.
Well, all right, they can. I mean, I'm sorry. I was going to just say vote, but go ahead and vote.
I mean, my problem is, and that this is now a recurring thing, and she was extremely very specific with my director of enforcement about what the problems are besides the music. The problems are the lines outside that they've indicated were supposed to be limited that clearly are not limited. The traffic is a complete nightmare apparently because there's not enough parking and they're worried someone's going to get run over. And the music was supposed to be limited in time and number of days, and it hasn't been.
We will abide by these things. And just to address your issue.
People live there.
Just to address your issue. We're giving you a lot of letters from people in the area that are all for this, but forgetting about
that.
So
have I, but there's plenty that aren't.
But she was going to address that issue about, they've never accepted reservations before. They're now going to accept reservations. They're not going to let you stand in front of the place. In other words, they want your cell number and they say, okay, when you can come in on whatever the hour is, 8, 9, 10. So that will disperse the crowds. They're adding
where are they going to go in
entry.
the meantime?
Excuse me?
Where are they going to go in the meantime?
Well, let her explain.
Well, I mean, the problem right now, she can explain, but the problem is that they're losing credibility very quickly because they made stipulations in 2016 with the town that clearly none of were followed.
Did she own this in 16? Did you own it? Okay.
So, and I understand that it's a very popular place and people want the live music. I get that. But I'm not going to be, as I said, taking our decision and waving it at the town, going, look, the SLA say it's okay, because I don't believe it is. Now, if they want to sign on for it, then I'll do what they want.
But even if the SLA says it's okay, we still need to get permission from
I
the town.
get that, but a lot of times, people in your position will take our decision and say, look, we worked it out with the SLA.
But we can, we legally can. We
No, you
need-
can do it, you can try to influence them that way, though. I know it might not be, it doesn't mean that they have to follow it,
We're
but
here to renew the liquor license, and if we decide, because it's literally impossible to do business in this town and sell the property that we own, it makes a difference if it's ticked that we or the new partner can do liquor, music. You just said that we don't abide to what the town. We have never played music after 8 p.m., ever. We don't even play 5 days a week that we can. I do agree that the place is popular. We didn't take reservation until this year. We have no choice but to make it reservation only on Saturday. We're willing not to have live music on Saturday, even though it doesn't really affect, stopping music at 8 o'clock doesn't stop from the place being popular.
the problem that was articulated to us was that there's not just the music, but there's significant violations that your restaurant has with the town that are unrelated to the music, that they've been begging and pleading to get rectified and have not been rectified for years. That's one thing.
May I address this? First of all, this Nancy Lynn Theo apparently has been a thorn in their side for many years. There's something personal between them. But forgetting about that, I've been in touch with the town attorney, with their attorney, their local attorney. They've gone in front of this board. Apparently, one of the issues has to do with sewage. And that's
So we just got you couldn't park or do any valet parking on our property until the septic was approved. We just got it approved to do this whole septic system, which will have now valet parking. Also, I didn't want to make the place just reservation. You have a reservation, get in. It was about including everyone. We can't.
But you
do
can't include everyone. You had 250 people on a deck that held 112. That's a nightmare waiting to happen.
No, we never had 250.
That's what the violation is for. So,
But that.
Mr. Chairman.
I mean, that's an accident waiting to happen. Do you want that on your head?
No, I agree.
Mr. Chairman, I think your proposal is a good one. But I just want to clarify one thing. You're going to accept the penalty, which is what you accepted in the first place, or at least that's what you counted. But that we could come right back to
Yes.
you the minute.
Yes.
We don't have to go through 50,000 channels. We can just.
Yes. We can even leave it open.
No, I understand, but we haven't even applied for the permit with the town. How can they send a letter?
Well, but why don't you get it?
She was going to come here, and I saved
But
her the
I
trip.
would welcome her to come. What I'm saying is we haven't applied. We don't even know if it makes sense to
But
continue to do business.
I understand
in
that,
a
but-
town that doesn't want us.
And there's a reason they don't want you is because it's not, like you said, you want to include everybody. You can't include everybody. You had 600 people in this place at one part.
No, the main
You don't have
problem is
parking for
people
600
outside.
people. Where are they parking their cars?
They park in the street. They take
Exactly. That's what their concern is, and people are going up and down the street.
We are
Well, their
trying
job is to
remedy.
keep
I
people
agree.
safe.
I agree, but it's being painted as if this is the worst place in the world. Meanwhile, families go there.
It's not being painted as the worst place in the world. It's being painted as a place, at least from what I can see, that has been asked to follow certain rules and has agreed to follow them, and they didn't all the time. And part of that was the maximum occupancy. I have multiple violations of that.
Mr. Chairman, I know you said you don't want to put this over.
Right,
But,
you
no,
can-
but just looking at this letter, it's from the town attorney apparently, and signed by an assistant town attorney. It's not signed by the village itself. Please.
Well, who gives you the permit? The town.
Correct, but there's 6 members on the town.
None of this.
Well, the town attorney, much like my attorney, advises the board, and that's what she's going to advise them, I'm
The
assuming.
board hasn't met.
Well, then I can put it over, whatever you want to do.
Please, just let me investigate this, okay?
Yeah, you should take this up with the town first, not with us
Yeah,
first.
we'll meet. This is the first time.
I mean, you can come right, the minute that they're okay with this, I'm okay with it.
No,
But
I
that
know.
means that you have convinced them that you're going to do what they want you to do.
let me investigate this. Let me come back in 2 weeks and give you a report as to what's going on.
You can tell them we said we're okay with it, as soon as, if they say
They're
it's okay, yeah.
Yeah, but even if you're okay with it, just so you know, we would still have to apply for a permit,
No, no,
so.
Well, that would, I hope they wouldn't lie to you and say, apply for a permit and then not give it to you. That I would hope does not happen.
Right.
No, okay.
I don't
We-
think
we'll
So we're
report
holding the
back.
matter over to 320.
Thank you, all right?
Thank you.
All right, the next item. 497, Archive Wine and Spirits, Inc.
I'm here for all the short ones today.
497.
Rough
Where are you
day.
guys getting all these liquor store applications? When did you and your partner become the...
Am I not counsel to the Retailers Alliance? How did we get all of these liquor stores? I mean, this is what we, I mean,
I know that, but that's usually on legal matters. I didn't think on applications.
no, I think we're probably the leading firm on liquor. You never hear from us because most of them are transfers, it's the no.
Are you here in opposition to this application? Why don't you come up and,
Oh, there's another... He doesn't usually do this either. Come on up.
Was there anything in writing?
From who?
I mean, I don't want this one.
No.
I don't have numbers on 2 of the 4 closest stores.
Yes.
They didn't supply.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Put your name on the record and...
David Lilly from Chamber Street Wines, Lilly Wolf Inc., DBA Chamber Street
So
Wines.
before you start, as Commissioner Fan said, we don't have sale numbers on 2 stores here. So Vintry Fine Wines, are they open?
They are, yeah.
Oh, you're... Okay, and then Tribeca Wine and Spirits, are you here? Did you send your numbers in? Then how'd you end up here? Because that's what the notice says. The notice says send numbers in, we're putting, there's an application for a liquor store.
Oh, I was told to come by the owner, the manager of the store. I wasn't aware that numbers had to be put in.
Okay. Do you know the numbers off the top of your head? All right, go ahead, sir.
So, I guess you're in possession of our letter of opposition, which stated basically that the neighborhood is already fully served by a wide range of wine and liquor stores, some of which are only 1.5 blocks roughly from the applicant. I think briefly, a history of the neighborhood. We opened just before 9/11, and at that point, the neighborhood was just beginning to become more residential. I was a little apprehensive about opening there. We took over an existing business, wine and liquor store that had failed. Obviously, we went through a difficult period. We borrowed money, which we're still paying back. But as the neighborhood came back, beginning roughly 2004, 2005, our store increased its business. Over the years, other stores opened, so that there are now 6 or 7 wine and spirits shops in this neighborhood, which I think are very well serving the area. I can't speak for the other stores and their sales figures. While we are a well-regarded store, we were named Best in New York by New York Magazine last year. Our sales have flattened out up and down a little bit each year. I think that the dramatic growth of the neighborhood has slowed, although there are still some new residential buildings going up in the area. But
you do a lot of internet sales?
We do, yes.
Go ahead.
We offer free delivery, free same-day delivery below Canal Street, and we do a lot of those orders on the internet. I think most of the stores in the neighborhood do that, so that basically anyone below Canal, not just in our immediate location, can get a delivery from us within a few hours. And I'm sure that most of the other stores offer that as well. We are, huge supporters of the local public schools. We're very much a part of the community, PS 234. We do enormous fundraisers for them. They're right across the street from the applicant. And I think the applicant's location is quite good in that it's next to Whole Foods. So that there is a level of convenience here that will take business away from all of us, all of the surrounding stores, and cause our businesses to decrease in the years to come. So for that reason, we are respectfully opposing this application.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
My name is Chuck Beltran. I'm the manager of Tribeca Wines and Spirits. I concur with what Mr. Lilly had just said, 100%. We do not do any internet sales. Ours is strictly dependent on delivery, which will be a hard hit once.
How do you get
the
the orders, by phone?
By phone, yeah. We were one of the first stores that opened up there. We opened up in '96, and we've seen the neighborhood evolve. But with another store coming in, one of my biggest fears is I'm going to have to lay some people off because I won't be able to maintain the staff that we have now if another store were to open up. Frankly, I think there's too many stores as it is. So I don't think that the neighborhood can support yet another neighborhood store. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Liz Nicholson. I run Frankly Wines. My partner Tim Donahoe, who's the owner, unfortunately couldn't be here today. But seeing as I do run the store, now Frankly Wines is a store that's been there for about 11 years. However, just shy of 2 years ago, Tim purchased the store from Christy Frank, the previous owner, in which time he brought me on to run said store. So we are just about 2 years into our takeover, and we are definitely the smallest store at 320 square feet. We're also probably the closest store, us in Chambers Street, about the same exact distance to the applicant at 270 Greenwich. Now, it's worth noting that, 270 Greenwich is just one block over. It is a 3-minute walk from us. It's also a 3-minute walk to Chambers Street Wines. Going the opposite direction, I know you had already inquired, Vintry Street, all of us are listed as a 0.2 distance from 270 Greenwich. It's, however, even beyond 270 Greenwich, which would be, that would be right in the middle
You're
of us.
0.2 miles from 270 Greenwich?
Yes. We are at 66 West Broadway.
How are we getting her at 0.5?
I have no idea.
No.
Because I know the area, she's right.
Nope,
It's closer than 0.5.
it's much closer. And so actually, all, according to Google, Frankly, Chambers, and Vintry all come up as 0.2 miles. We are all within 5 to 3 minutes walk. In fact, Vintry itself, being all the way across the West Side Highway, is only a 6-minute walk from Frankly Wines. It is a 2-minute walk to Chambers Street from us, up around the corner at 0.1 mile, and it's also only to Tribeca Wines and Spirits, it's the gentleman, it's only 0.2 miles from me as well, or from 270, and a 4-minute walk. Basically, in 10 minutes, you could do a complete loop of 270 Greenwich and visit at least 4 stores, all of us still being within under a 10-minute walk from each other. Now, as the newcomer who came in, who took over a store that fortunately had already existed, it had already kind of established itself in the neighborhood, there are a lot of stores, and we're very lucky that we're all friendly, and we've all managed to maintain our own little identity. We're all small stores. We're all people who are, we send each other to each other for what would they need. If somebody comes and they're looking for something really cool, natural, I'll send them to Chambers. Somebody's coming and they want a big name brand, I'll send them over to City Hall Wines and Spirits if I don't carry the product. We are all existing together, but it's a very kind of, because most of the stores have now been there since the 90s, early 2000s. Christy Frank came along in 2007. They've all kind of managed to grow together to work, but it's a gentle balance. My feeling is that dropping another store that is right next to Whole Foods, where all of us absolutely see tons of customers every single day. People come in with Whole Foods bags. They tell me what they're having for dinner. They tell me if they're having chicken, they're doing this. Oh, this weekend I'm braising short ribs. And we provide that level of service because fortunately, we're all very high-end people with great backgrounds. I personally was brought into this because I had spent over 10 years running beverage programs for Danny Meyer, Altamira Group. I had a great hospitality and wine knowledge background, and that's why I'm there. I'm very much a former sommelier who's now taking care of residents. Unfortunately, unlike Chambers Street Wines, since we're still kind of small and up and coming, we only launched online when we took over. We sell a little bit of wine online, also the same thing where we offer free delivery below canal. People can order wine online, select local delivery, we'll bring it right over. We have a ton of residents who do this in 325 North End, 41 River Terrace. We're walking across the West Side Highway, right past a proposed store all the time to deliver wine to our neighbors and residents. So my point is, I don't really think that if we add another store, it's not really, or if anything, it's only hurting not only especially me, because I'm a small store, but it's just hurting all of the other stores around. Additionally, would like to be honest in that in December, the space next to us, another small 320 square foot space, did vacate, and currently we actually have an application to amend our license in with you guys so that we can up to a whopping 640 square feet and hopefully have a place to kind of be able to offer a little better floor plan for when we do have shoppers coming in with grocery bags and strollers and dogs. Right now, in 320 square feet, it gets very, very congested. So, in short, had we known there was applications going in for another store, I don't know that we would have already put the investments into hopefully getting this expansion. And as is, I do think it's better to represent the small people who are really a part of our community and allowing us to better serve rather than adding another store, especially considering the oversaturation. In fact, I was here a year and a half ago when there was an application for Ledoux Wines to be moved to Hudson Street. I believe the address was 90 Hudson Street. And at the end of that extensive and exhaustive, you heard from many of the same people in this room, and you decided that the area was already overly saturated with fine wine shops specifically. So I hope that you will be able to realize that we're not talking about any level of greater different distances today. There's no real change to the amount of people living in Tribeca, and I hope you can recognize that it already has a very well-established small boutique scene that this store would greatly disrupt.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What was the address of that store? 80 Hudson.
66 West Broadway.
Her store or the one she said that we rejected?
No, this store.
Oh.
Thank you. Joseph Levy here on behalf of West Street Wines and Spirits. This is Vintry Fine Wine. If you did not get the numbers, I do have a copy of what I received in the email that I...
Yeah, could we have that?
There's one thing I'm sure you'll notice. When this paperwork was filled out, they requested the sales numbers for January through June of 2018, which are provided there. As you can see, it looks like they're going to be a little bit low. Now that 2018 has closed, you can see exactly how low they were. It was a significant, pretty steep drop-off, and there's no real reason for that. It wasn't like they were closed for 6 months or they decided that they didn't want to do any more marketing. You've got not only the 4 closest stores, I'm going off the application that was submitted to the authority, with the closest being 470 feet away, the second closest being 495 feet away, the third closest, the store I'm representing, 735 feet away, and I understand these are as the crow fly distances and not necessarily walking distances, but the fourth store also 815 feet away, so all 4 are under 1,000 feet by the measurements applied by the applicant. There are other stores that did not appear in the search for the 4 closest stores. Another one of them is another client of mine as well at 100 Church Street, which just literally activated his license last year. He hasn't even been in business a year yet, and he has a 0.2 mile measurement from 270 Greenwich as well. And he didn't make the top 4 closest, but he's in the mix as well. There's also 158 Church Street, which is 0.3 away, and 315 Broadway, 185 Greenwich, which are also 0.3 away by a Google map.
So the one we rejected last year on Greenwich is about 0.3 away? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I'm not sure. I didn't do that.
You know that, Jackie?
No, I don't know.
Oh, 80 Hudson, I'm sorry. But I mean, this is 270 Greenwich. The one on Hudson is about 0.3, you think?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to guess.
Okay, go ahead.
And if you look at the area map that was submitted, the proposed premise has been acknowledged. It's right next to a Whole Foods. That would be a great location in a vacuum. But in reality, it is dead center of a circle of all these stores that, as you've heard from the other members of opposition today all complement each other nicely. They all send business back and forth, and I think it's fair to say that between these 4 or 5 stores that are within very close walking distance to one another, there is harmony. They do get along, and they really do cover all bases. So again, just to point out, you've got 7 or 8 stores within this 0.2 or 0.3 radius. You've got my client who's been there since 2011 as a brand new store in a brand new development. And as you've heard, I mean, this area, Tribeca and down to the west side of the financial district, there was a time when this area was booming and there was tons of residential and commercial construction, but that time sort of passed already and people have taken advantage of those opportunities, including many of these stores who came into the neighborhood around that time. Everything's pretty stagnant at this point, and again, you have many stores in a very, very close proximity to one another, and including my clients whose sales have declined pretty steeply over the past year.
Okay. And who do you represent? Just the one store you represent?
Well, I represent the one store of the closest 4, West Street Wine and Spirits, but then 100 Church Street, it's a corporate name, if not now.
Which would have been the 5th closest?
You'll see, I don't know necessarily if it would have, but it's the same distance as some of the other ones according to the online system, and they just picked up their license last year.
Was that a new license, or was that a...
Brand new license. They used to be New York Vintners, which was around the corner. They shut that down. They opened a brand new store, which was at 100 Church Street, which was just activated in 2018. The exact date, I can't tell you.
All right. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just a technical question. As I understand, the store at 66 West Broadway, didn't they represent that they were 1,000 square feet? I thought they did. I mean, that's what it says.
That's in our paperwork. It doesn't mean
Yeah.
that our paperwork's accurate.
I had the same question.
They may have a storage area. Do you have storage? Yeah, so that's the 1,000.
No, but, okay, but, you know, I mean, to say 340 square, that, anyway.
No, the store itself is 340 and the basement's 7.
It's a technical question. First of all, I'd like to thank the opposition for explaining why a license should be issued for this premises, premises. First of all, as the chairman and the rest of the commission say every week, we're not here to protect existing stores. That has nothing to do with public convenience and advantage. The law says that. I've cited the law. It goes back to the year 1966. So that you're not here to say, okay, you can keep your little fiefdom and don't worry, no other stores will come in the area. I don't have to elaborate on...
Starting route to 100 Church.
Sorry.
That's okay. I wish I were out here too. But in any event, the criteria is whether there's an increase in volume, whether there's an increase in population, whether the area is allowing for another store to come in. And they're quite extraordinary in what they said. This is right next to a Whole Foods. This is, and on top of them, by the way, there's a 390 apartment complex. And I heard...
On top of who?
On top of this proposed store.
All right.
And they keep saying how they have to go past this store to get to their stores. Well, I mean, they have to go extra distances to get to those stores. What's equally compelling is the fact that the one who first spoke and Chambers Street Wines, and saying that, oh, we have enough stores here, please don't add another. Well, he's got 9.2 million reasons not to have another store. This is quite extraordinary for a store that's about 1,100 square feet to have sales volumes over $9 million. And if you go from 2014 to 2017, the last full year that they reported, they've had a gain of over $400,000. Another criteria that you look at to see if...
Well, it's, and I'm not denying it's a significant amount of sales, but it's gone up and gone down and gone up.
No, I indicated that in my written presentation, but the point is, from 2014 to now, there's an increase of over $400,000. The store that also spoke, Franklin Wines, admits, and it's true, that since 1994, I believe, there's been a store there, and their reported sales took place for part of 2017, and actually, I think 9 months out of the year, and it came to $760,000. For the first half of 2018, they reported sales of $700,000, and I don't think I have to exaggerate and say that the fun or the money starts in September on, the Christmas season. So it's not impossible to say that they're probably grossing about $1.5 million for the year 2018, which is, again, a dramatic increase of over $700,000 from the year before. The other two stores conveniently did not put in their sales. I just saw the sales of one of those two stores, and although they're saying now that there's a tremendous decrease for the last year, they showed steady growth from, was it 3.5 million to 4.5 million, something like that.
3.2, 3.2, 3.1, 4.06.
Okay, so again, showing steady increases all those years. There are more people in the area. I've shown that in the demographic. What's extraordinary, by the way, I interviewed with Hogan's office. I've been in that area since 1974 with the Liquor Authority. I was there before it was known as Tribeca. I'm here to tell you that this didn't start in 2001. This is 9/11 caused a problem because there was tremendous growth, Battery Park City and all of that stuff. That didn't start in 2001. As I pointed out in the article that was given to you, this area is an area of above average income, above average.
Above average? It's probably the richest neighborhood in the country.
Exactly. You said it, not me, but I just want to point out.
That doesn't mean they buy more booze.
But they do. They keep getting increases because you see in the stores that reported that there's increases in booze.
They're not really showing increases. Look at the number that he just sent. It was showing $1 million in drop.
Okay,
a solid million.
That's very convenient to show it to you at the last minute without it. I don't know why that was done, and it was handwritten, but the point
always
is,
handwritten.
They're always handwritten.
well, they're always handwritten.
No, the ones we get are handwritten.
You think these store owners have the time to go and hire someone to type this up? I mean,
No, okay, but they're supposed to have the time because you bring charges now for not presenting this thing in a.
No, she's saying that it would be handwritten. What is Mr. Choi to him? The investor, who is he?
He's one of my private partners.
Yeah, no, I get that. How do you know? I mean, he has
It's a
never
woman.
lived around here.
She's my aunt.
Oh, it's a she?
yeah.
They're related by.
She's in Maryland.
Okay.
So let me ask you about your own history.
Yeah.
I am seeing that you lived between Manhattan and New Jersey since 2009.
You have to speak. You want to?
But then your employment history presumably is your work experience in trafficking alcohol. That store is in Virginia.
Yes. I drove daily basis.
What?
You drove?
I drove, yes. 3
From
hours.
Fort Lee to Virginia?
Yes.
How long is that drive?
3 hours
You drove there each day?
each day, yes.
Who owns that store?
I don't have any relatives in Virginia, so it's completely it's one of my friend referred me.
Can you
to work
talk
there.
into the microphone?
Yeah.
So-
one of my close friend, he referred me to work there.
He
So
what
I-
you?
What's that?
What did he do?
He referred me.
Referred him.
Refer me, yes. So yeah, I got.
Did you know the person down there before you started working there?
No.
So why would
I used to be analyst for 15 years, and then I started this career.
But why would you go down there? Then I can tell you,
Because
if
they
you give me a
offer,
day, I
they
can
offer
tell you
me,
exactly how many liquor stores there are
Yes.
in New York City, but why would you go to
They
Virginia?
offer me pretty good amount of salary. So yeah.
Plus
I took that
mileage, I
opportunity.
hope.
How many hours a day were you working?
7 hours. Yes.
You were driving 6 hours a day and working 7?
Yes.
You have accommodation down there, or you were going back
Yes,
and
I do.
forth? So you were going down there and working there and then staying there and then coming back
Sometimes,
on the
I
weekends or
took-
something?
Yes, 2 days. Yes, but mostly I drove on myself.
Okay.
And your wife's, you have kids?
Yeah, I have 2 kids.
And your wife and kids stayed in New Jersey or wherever, or New York,
Jersey,
wherever you were
yes.
living at the time?
Yes.
Wow. I thought my commute was bad.
It shows us how hardworking he is and what he's attempting to do. But can he just explain? He was an analyst. He has done an extensive study of all of the other stores, and he does not want to sell what they're selling. And we've made a present. I've given you a written presentation, but can he elaborate a little more as to what he was doing and what he intends to bring to the area?
Sure.
Which again is showing growth. Before I was stopped, I just want to say one other thing. In addition, what's extraordinary about the Tribeca area is that the numbers of the residential numbers are up. But what really is amazing about the area, it jumps about 500% during the day. I mean, it goes from, let's say, 38,000 within a half mile to 200,000 people coming in every day, me included, every day to an area where they shop, where they take food home, where they take wine home. It is an explosion of people down there. I can tell you because I have difficulty myself walking around. My office is right in the middle of all of this. So this is not some isolated area. And the numbers of the existing stores show that they do volume way beyond what a store of that size should be doing. God bless them. And all that this individual wants to do is go there, be next to a Whole Food, be next to...
The only one that's doing volume beyond what they should be doing is the one you pointed out, which is the closest store, and I know for a fact that they do a significant amount of internet sales.
Well, look at
they are a very highly specialized place, and people are, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you're shipping things as well within New York State, right?
We are shipping within New York State. We obviously ship.
But I'm familiar with their store, so I know why his is so high, and the rest of them are consistent.
First of all, there's only one other.
No, there's two.
But the other one is doing $4 million. In my mind, that's
No, he's doing 2.9 in 18.
Go ahead.
4 million was 17.
Even that
There
number
is
is
Battery Park City.
Go ahead. Go.
Because I also work down there, so I am familiar with these places.
Yeah, okay. But there's been tremendous growth since you left.
Well, I've been back since.
Okay, but
Probably too much.
let him try to explain the difference between what he's trying to do in the area and what the other stores have in the area.
Okay.
And before he does, again, using the language of the other store, they're high-end stores. That's what they're specializing in. And let him explain what he's doing.
So with our extensive knowledge of wine and spirits, I will create grain wines at affordable prices for all customers and wines to suit every person's palate. The four closest stores offers products beginning at a certain price point. Their prices might not be for everyone's wallet. Also, the four closest are leaning heavily towards wines from France and Italy. Even though claiming to carry a wide range of inventory, I hardly believe they are catering to all the customers from the neighborhood. For example, in total, I would say they carry less than 10 different sake brands, and sake is a lifestyle of itself. I'm going to be carrying 37 different brands of sake. Also, they carry only 5 to 6 New York State wines, but we are planning to carry 35 different brands of New York State wines and 27 different wines from Argentina. I mean, this is a huge difference, and we are going to we would like to install a wine dispenser so everyone can taste their wine. Our wine before they make purchases. So with that being said, I believe there is a lot of great things we can bring into this community. Yes.
Okay.
And I'm repeating myself, but Whole Foods is right there. All of the other commercial establishments are right there. And they don't have to walk as far to get to this store apparently as they do to the other stores.
This building, has 390 residency units and conveniently sits above other retailers such as Bed Bath & Beyond, Barnes & Nobles, and Target, of course, across the street. And the massive shopping center, newly built Brookfield Place, is just a few blocks away. So these retailers are bringing, consumers for all over New York City, I believe.
Okay. Yep.
Can I respond to some comments because we're inaccurate?
Sure.
I guess I would begin with the type of wines. Chamber Street is a very popular store. We draw people from all over New York that shop here. We are recognized in many publications as one of the best I've been in the business for almost 40 years. We have an extremely knowledgeable staff. People come to our store because our staff is perhaps the most professional in the city, and we're acknowledged for that. We do offer inexpensive wines, very inexpensive wines that are of extremely high quality. We go to Europe, we go to California, we make sure that we are getting wines that can be sold for $8 to $12 to $13 that represent organic farming, natural winemaking, healthy products that are needed by the average consumer. We have, for instance, we have many different sections in the store. We have an extensive California and American section. We have an extensive number of New York State wines. We have a large selection of sake of all different types, both inexpensive and high.
Well, no, you don't have to go stick up for your store. It's obvious that you're selling a lot, and I didn't think it was all $2 bottles of Ripple. So
it's not. But
so
it's,
go.
I mean,
If you have anything else to add, go ahead. But
well, I think as the attorney was saying, yes, we do a healthy amount of business. Our business went down in 2018. We can bring those figures. Our local business has not gone up. Our business to people that come to us from all over the city has gone up, and we're very proud of what we offer. And I know well what the other stores offer. And between us all, we offer an incredibly full range at all price points. Yes, there is the point that being next to Whole Foods is obviously a good spot, but I don't see why the rest of us that have been there for many years should be have our business taken away, even though we are providing a complete selection at all price ranges to the community.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Last word.
I just would also like to reiterate that.
No,
there
we're not
are-
reiterating.
Okay. All right. That,
You have a new
in ad-
point,
in
I'll
ad-
listen to
In addition, and I was going to say, in addition to the New York wines that he's citing, we have been a tremendous supporter of a lot of New York, specifically Brooklyn spirits producers. I could get a ton of them. I mean, we cram as much as we literally can into our tiny little space to try to have guys in from Brooklyn and show people cool things that are happening from the Navy Yard, from Industry City, from all over the place. We fully support that. We have a ton of economical wines. We sell wines in cans to go. I mean, I don't think you can get really.
Okay,
ahead of us.
you might want to go over there now. Thank you.
We ready to
We
vote?
don't, and Ms. Levy, you can explain that to her when she steps outside.
Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Fan.
Right next to Whole Foods. I think there's public convenience in that. The applicant has clearly shown fitness and character to run a store. And with that, I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford.
One of the stores, we did not get any figures. Last one, we just got figures from. The closest store is doing around $9 million a year. The second closest store, which just got their license in 2017, although it's been open since '94, apparently looks like has already doubled its income in the 1 year. I'm going to vote to approve as well.
And Chairman Bradley.
I vote to deny. I think the population down there, the population density in Tribeca is low because of the way the buildings are built, and the apartments are enormous. I think 4 stores, and it sounds like there's 6 stores within at least 0.2 miles, or at a minimum 0.3 miles, and that to me would be enough, but it's approved.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next item is 432, ADARP Inc.
This is a conditional loan contest. I would have liked to have tried it, but the place is being sold, so that's the penalty they suggested. I couldn't do much. But I would ask that since everybody trained, was ATAP trained, that we'd be given that reduction. And
You know,
That's only,
Get ATAP, you don't get ATAP for this.
well, they would only get a reduction off of the sale to minors. We would have to separate.
Oh, all right, but, I mean, I also wish to point out, although I
No, I think it's high too, myself.
Yeah,
You got a good,
I had
And if we got
crossed out charge number 2, and I had 8,000.
why two?
I don't know why. Something about the security guard.
what happened here, just so you know, there was an
No,
altercation.
I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, no,
So
you're right.
I'll go with 8,000 too, so cut it in, you earned your money today.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford's got a vote.
He's going to raise it to 20,000.
Oh,
I'll raise you and dismiss charge two.
8,000,
Dismiss
dismiss
two?
charge 2.
thank you very much. That's eminently fair.
Next item, 426, Opaze Cafe, Inc.
Yes,
Am I even close?
pretty close. Paisa, but it's okay.
I'll
It's the
accept.
Bronx accent.
Why'd you offer 45?
Why didn't I offer 45?
Yeah, I was thinking 35.
No, well,
No,
first
there's
of all, I
a,
thought
no,
it was
there's
right,
a
but
history, that's why.
yeah.
Any prior
I
violation.
accept.
Hey, we tried for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, he got his money.
I'm also standing up for my partner on the next one. Oh, he's here. Yes, I want out of here. Thank you very much,
You want
everybody.
to both stand up? Next item is 478, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84. Nystock Imports Corp.
Additional no contest plea of cancellation and bond. I'll accept with a name stop and location stop.
Oh, yes.
Accept.
I'll accept.
Okay.
Cancel and bond.
Next item is 502.
Were you here for a hearing? Or you? All right.
502. We appreciate that. Orient Corp.
Good afternoon. Isaldo Fernandez for the applicant Oriente Corp. I have with me Rufino Sabata. He's the principal and sole shareholder of the applicant. He's applying for an on-premises sports bar liquor license. He's been in the community for over 20 years. He has a couple of different licensed premises within that area.
Does he know the former owner?
He does not know the former owner.
Does he know the history of this place?
He doesn't know the specifics of the history of the former place.
How did he find it?
He found it through the landlord. The landlord had it vacant for a while. Mr. Zapata has been in the area and the community for, like I mentioned, over 20 years. He has a Mexican restaurant, a bakery. He has another sports bar a couple of blocks down. He was accepted by the community board, and the landlord reached out to him to see if he was interested in pursuing a tenancy there.
Because it's got a pretty bad history. We canceled the license in May of 2018. And it looks like at least the method of operation appears very similar. And this is a little area that's a big problem for bars for us.
Right, we understand that. That's why Mr. Rufino is not, obviously there'll be no dancing. Even though the community board approved the DJ, he's willing to not have a DJ as well.
I don't see the community board stipulations. Does anyone else have them?
I have a copy if you need them.
Exhibit 2, it says here.
That,
Would you like me to give you a copy?
Is that in the package?
No, I think we have them.
yeah, it's, is this what you're talking about? That?
Yes.
It's right behind
They're
us.
kind of short and sweet. You're looking for a resolution,
Get to the
it's in the
point.
back. There's not really a lot to them.
Get to the point.
Right, the community board agreed to 4 a.m.
Yep.
It's addressed to the community board, he's swearing to it.
Security guard 2, security guard.
That's what they're agreeing to, yeah.
Sorry. Okay, thank you.
So they've, I mean, Commissioner Ford is right. You gave this to community board and they accepted it, these stipulations?
Yes, they requested these stipulations, and he agreed to them.
Okay. How's he going to work in all these places? This is what, his fourth business, and he says he's going to be here for
The businesses are
Gonna
literally...
manage this? How close are they to each other?
Right, literally 2 or 3 blocks away from each other. And he also lives in the area. Literally a few blocks away from this location.
All right.
We ready to vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Fan?
With recorded music, DJ jukebox, no dancing, 4 a.m. close with security guards, I vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
I vote to approve as well, same conditions.
I'll vote to approve on those conditions.
Thank you very much.
Next item is 427 Soul Lounge, Inc.
Good day, Commissioners. Good day, Chairman.
Hello.
John Stebby, 4 Soul Lounge, also known as Embassy Lounge. Come over here, Mario. This is the owner right here.
So let me go through. Dismiss 1, sustain 2, dismiss 3, sustain 4, 5, dismiss 6, sustain 7 and 8, dismiss 9 and 10, sustain 11, 12, 13, dismiss 14, sustain 15, dismiss 16, 17, sustain 18, dismiss 19, sustain 20, and dismiss 21.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir. We did a statement of controversy. Some of these were so, I don't see how. For instance, say books and records, charge number 2. We brought the books and records.
Supposed to be on site.
Absolutely.
You can bring them later, but you still violated the law by not having them on site.
We did have them on site. My client has a mother with cancer, and she's suffering. He had to leave temporarily, and they were secured so no one else could get them.
Well, that doesn't really help us. They're supposed to be available to us whenever he's open. Even if he's not open, we should be able to contact him and get them. We went
as soon as he was contacted.
Yeah,
he
but
got
we
them.
went and nobody could give them to us. So that's that. So move on to your next one.
Okay, the unsecured compressed gas, charge number 4. The gas tanks that they were being serviced. It was the club wasn't open as a club at that time. There was no.
Were the workers working on them when our guys came in?
Yes.
Were they there?
They were wandering around. They're doing this and that. Yeah, they were working on them.
Not enough.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Charge number 5, proprietor license to employ security guards. They have a security guard company with insurance itself. They have their own security company that has the license. They don't.
Well, what we found is that they hired a security guard company that's not licensed to do bar security.
It is licensed, and we supplied that information, and they're insured as well.
That's not what we have. It's a private investigation business, but not a security guard
It is
business.
a security company, and he also has a private security
you didn't-
private investigation license. And we did include that. Officer Stravali made a point that he said you cannot have both a security guard license and be a PI, which is absolutely not true. And the law was applied on that general business law. The security guard company is a security company. The owner also has a PI license. He does have security. They do have insurance.
I don't know the particulars, I just know that Investigator Stravali is in close touch with New York State.
Not only that, the
Department of
majority of the
State.
security guards used by the licensee were not registered to work at the licensed premises. All right, go to the next one. I don't.
Okay, open flame permit was not necessary because the premise has an assembly permit that is not expired. When conferring with the fire department about this charge, they instructed the licensee that the letter they supplied sufficient enough to explain that no violations were created at this premise since December 2018. And this should be accepted in the proceeding.
I'm not going to get into the facts of these charges with you. That's not what we do here. If you think that there's that many incorrect charges, you need to file an Article 78. We're here for penalty.
We supplied the statement of controversy, Your Honor, that
which we've all read.
Okay, which clearly demonstrates and clearly shows that many of these things, the judge was mistaken at the time.
Do you guys
At
serve
front of the
food?
building. Yes, they do serve food. In fact, they have stocked refrigerators upstairs. Officer Stravalli went to some unused
Where are
refrigerators.
they cooking it? Because it sounded like there was furniture in the kitchen.
Could you explain, please? Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Board.
Mario?
My name is Mario Kokonis. At the time of inspection, the inspector took a picture of one door that had clothing in it. We have walk-in boxes downstairs. We have other refrigeration throughout the place. I submitted the menu. We definitely serve food, as the pictures show, but we definitely have food in the establishment.
May I show you these pictures?
No, because I don't know when they were taken. They're not serving me any purpose right now. That's why you have a hearing.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, could I, when I was showing
The
these...
kitchen area was filled with chairs, other furniture, and miscellaneous stored items blocking access to the refrigerator and the cooking facilities.
No, that's not...
Nobody testified to that.
What do you mean no one testified?
Are you telling me no one testified to that at your hearing?
When the judge asked
That's not
me...
what I'm asking you. I'm asking you if our investigator testified to that at your hearing.
No, he didn't testify. He didn't testify to the fact that there was anything in the kitchen. He didn't say anything was, as far as...
He shows some unused boxes downstairs, Your Honor.
Yeah, there's no kitchen picture as far as... There's no kitchen of his picture that he submitted. There's nothing in there of the kitchen, anything blocking.
So you're telling me that that this ALJ made up Stravalli's testimony where she says...
Stravalli was there, Your Honor.
I get that, but Stravalli testified at the hearing that the kitchen area was filled with chairs and other furniture and miscellaneous stored items blocking access to the refrigerator and cooking facilities were not operational.
Chairman, that was down... He said downstairs in the basement. We have two walk-in boxes.
Where are you cooking stuff?
The kitchen is on the main floor. The walk-in box is downstairs where we had some chairs in front of it.
I see that the ALJ found you non-credible, and I'm starting to understand why. Is this your case?
It was originally my case, Stephen Armstrong prosecuted it. And I know that Investigator Stravalli testified, and like you said, the judge drew his own credibility conclusions.
Yeah, most of the stuff is like safety violations.
No, it's pretty much everything. Your focal point for police attention.
Managers, yeah.
I mean, I think I made this decision to do a summary suspension in this case because of their extensive history. They have a prior focal point. They paid $15,000 for in 2017, and according
Did you do the summary?
Yes. Or I think Mr. Armstrong and I did it together. But I was the one that spoke to the lieutenant who asked for our help in shutting this.
So, I mean, what do you want us to do here? It's obvious to me, based on what was sustained, that he cannot run this business.
He can run the...
He's not running it the way he told us he was going to. He's got history going back to 2014. He's already paid thousands of dollars. 35,000, you added them up?
34,500.
$34,500 in fines. We have 21 charges, of which a good 45% of them were sustained. The most serious ones, to be honest with you, the focal point, the failure to conform to the application. I mean, what do you expect us to do here?
Give us a fine, Your Honor, and let us read.
He doesn't have the money to fine I would give him. Are you going to pay a $110,000 fine?
He doesn't have the money. No,
I'm sorry.
Because at this stage, with this history, it would be $10,000 a charge that's sustained. That's what you'd be looking at.
I'm sorry.
I mean, you're supposed to be a restaurant. You weren't a restaurant. You weren't making money selling food, so you turned into a quote-unquote nightclub.
We have a dance floor, Your Honor.
Exactly.
We have a dance floor. We have,
Does they have dancing on their application? We should have charged them with that, and we didn't. You can't just turn into something. That's not the way this works. You opened as a restaurant. That's what you're supposed to be.
Right.
And you've had plenty of opportunity to learn it, and you didn't.
Your Honor, is there any way I can again, this is my livelihood.
They did have
Is there any way I could get a chance to,
Was that okayed when I was here?
This is a 2000, right one, right? Yeah, Sol?
Yeah, 2007.
2007.
No, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. I think I'm clear. You guys can decide this.
I'd like to have I'm sorry, just a chance to,
You've had so many chances. This has been going on for 4 years.
I've been there almost 10 years.
Yeah, in
I mean,
2014, you started doing stuff that you weren't supposed to be doing.
I mean,
And now here we are today. Do we have anything pending? Oh, he's been closed.
No, yeah, he's been closed, yeah.
Since when?
It's November. November, yeah. I'd like to just, if I can, just one more chance at this again. This is my livelihood. I got, family, and if I ever come before you again, obviously, for anything whatsoever, I understand totally. It's just, this is kind of, everything I got, kind of.
You guys go ahead. I don't have any questions unless they do.
Yeah, I just want to say the lieutenant asked for help. They've had a chance. They had no food. The kitchen was not operational per the report. They're a focal point for police attention. It's repeating offenses. So,
Focal point for police attention can be just, this is a non-residential area.
I get that, but do you understand that it got so bad? We only do, 20 summaries a year? Maybe a little more than that? It got so bad that we actually had to do a summary suspension. You know what that means? That we had to get the three of us together, he lives in Utica, to come down and decide that this place shouldn't be open anymore. And then someone had to go and do all of the paperwork to get that done through the police department because we decided he's not safe. And rather than sit there and risk somebody, we got to deal with this.
Your Honor, with all due respect, some of the police officers, when they got up there, were caught telling untruths. They want to close this place so bad that.
They have made it clear they want to close it.
Yeah,
That's true, and even.
But they want to close it
to the point of violating my client's rights, Your Honor.
I find that
Yeah,
hard
but
to
that's
believe.
because you guys have a stabbing and no one called the police. I don't think the police find you to be a very cooperative business owner.
With the stabbing, that happened blocks away, and they had different addresses on the complaint report. On the different documents they submitted, they had different addresses than this location, Soul Lounge. And that happened hours after the place was closed.
Well, I mean, if you get your license back, are you going to fix all the, the fire safety issues? I mean,
And it didn't happen hours after. It happened at 3:50 a.m. They're not open at 4?
What time did we close that day?
No, we close it, Your Honor.
And then they went to his manager and asked for the surveillance of inside the establishment, and the police were told they couldn't have it.
No, Your Honor, I met with the police, I met with the detectives. As far as my cooperation, any incidents, I've been in that community, I've owned the health club in there for 25 years in that area. They have my personal number, they contact me, any issue that happened here, I was
This
able to
testimony
go.
came from a policeman at your hearing. You were there.
Exactly, and
Some
they
of
were
the
dismissed.
policemen were not telling the truth.
They were dismissed.
They were caught not telling the truth.
No.
Even on some.
And
of the reports.
there's multiple appeals you can take to do that. We're not doing that here.
I understand.
It's just a credibility was.
Yeah, but see, whose credibility do you want me to take? Because I have a large paragraph here with 30 charges that he's already been charged with and paid fines on. Upwards of a year's salary for some people in the city. And now you want me to believe him, and you're going to tell me that the police have had it out for him for 5 years? Because this has been going on 5 years. So the police rotate. Every one of them is after him?
Once the commander decides this is a focal point, he's going to do everything in his power to encourage.
As he should.
To encourage this place to close.
He's already
Whether
got.
their rights are done or not.
He's
They
got
submitted
one
false
focal point.
documents. They submitted.
He's already got one focal point that he paid $15,000 on. This is the second one. So are we supposed to believe that the first one was wrong, and now the second one is wrong?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, as far as those charges, when I had my attorney, he instructed me to just go along with that.
You are the unluckiest bar owner I've run into since I've been here.
No, that is not.
You really are.
I'm not trying to.
None of it is your fault.
No, I'm not, Chairman, I'm not trying to paint myself as an unlucky or I've never done. I just want to, again, these are charges of not tying a compressor. Books and records.
No. Those are the add-on charges. about why we had to go. The real charges are the police focal point, the failure to supervise. As she pointed out, the stabbing.
A police focal point, there's nothing you can do. They've made their decision.
Yeah, there's a lot you can do.
They've made their decision that anything that happens within blocks of that area, they're going to assign to this place right here. And in fact, on that stabbing, you can see it. That place was vacated an hour and a half before.
The people were in his bar before the fight happened, both of them.
They were in the bar where the fight happened. When the fight happened, there was only security guards standing out front.
And then
people had gone to another location. How can a bar?
I'm not going to start arguing facts with you. There's an outlet for that. You guys, I think we're ready.
Yeah. I'm sorry, one more time. I'm sorry, and just again.
The members have said they're ready to go ahead. Commissioner Fan?
Only because half of these charges came back not sustained. I'm at 55,000.
Commissioner Ford?
You know, to fine you for now, I feel like we're really just taking your money. And I feel like you're going to be back again in no time at all, and then you will have paid us a fine for no reason.
One more chance, please.
But I'm willing to go with Commissioner Fan for 55.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm at cancel and bond. So it's 55. They're not open till the fine is paid. And I'm with Commissioner Ford. I think you're throwing money away.
I promise, Chairman, you will never, ever hear from me again.
Well, and what's that, and just to put this in perspective, what's the roundabout of when this is due?
You're going to get a letter, probably by the beginning of next week, that gives you 4 weeks to pay.
And what happens if it's not paid?
And we're going to issue a revocation order.
Which means you can't ever get another license for 2 years.
Absolutely.
No, I mean, that's by law, if you get it revoked. If we cancel, you walk away, perhaps in a year you could get another one. But I'm just telling you, this is a bad business decision, but you go. Go ahead.
All right, the next item.
You can cancel it anytime you want before you pay. It's not an issue.
Now,
Just
one question, please.
If he doesn't pay, we're still going to revoke it.
No, I'm saying, but if he surrenders it tomorrow, oh, no, you're right, we already fined him.
We're going to still revoke it, doesn't pay.
Yep.
Right, I understand.
All right.
One question. As far as if I decide to sell the establishment, is the place itself have an issue of if there's a
If it gets revoked, it does.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
It gets revoked.
I mean, we could decide, we could put a 2-year prescription on it. I mean, a cancellation that someone else could probably go get a license there.
Okay, so if I get mine revoked, I still have to pay the fine regardless, so.
If you don't pay the fine, it's getting revoked.
Right, and if I'm revoked, can I sell the place?
You own the building?
No, I don't.
What are you going to sell?
No, I'm saying that someone wants to go in there and open a spot, will he be able to?
There's no guarantee, I guess, but there's no guarantee they're getting a license.
Is it because of the history?
Yeah.
Okay, I understand.
And they got to have, it depends on their history too.
Of course, absolutely, okay. So if I pay the fine, and then I get a chance to do better, right, is that the?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Chairman, so much, appreciate it.
415, Dawn's Den, Inc. Someone signed in for it a long time ago? You want to go ahead and do that, since we have pulled out?
Yes, I'll adopt the ALJ's findings.
Yes, agree.
Disapproval.
Yes.
Yep.
494, Cancun and Cancun Corp.
Good afternoon, almost good night. Hello, my name is M. Daniel Bob, BACH. I represent Cancun and Cancun. With me here today is the principal, Mr. Pedro Dominguez, and also his daughter, who's going to help translate. His English is not the best, And she's also a day manager of the premises.
She's the what of the premises?
Day manager of the premises, sir. This particular place had a prior adverse history at this location, which I presume may be an issue and may not be an issue.
But I guess the only question I have in the whole thing is, he's applied here twice.
This is his second time. Last time we did not appear. We did not show up and.
Well, he applied, so there's.
Yes.
So there's been 2 denials, one he showed up for, one he didn't. Correct? Is that right?
No, it's not
No,
correct, sir.
There were 2 this was a weird one. They were, I think I put it in here. There are 2 prior applications by the applicant. One was for the first floor, and an independent one was for the second floor.
That's correct. It was
At the same time?
At the
Yes,
same time.
that's
Yeah,
correct.
it took me a minute to figure this out. They were both disapproved.
So the
So we really
restaurant,
disapproved one, okay.
Well,
the restaurant is both floors?
The restaurant's on the first floor. And the application's for the first floor, of course.
We can't, is he aware that we canceled the previous license?
Yes, sir.
And the one prior to that, we revoked?
He's aware that the prior occupant of the premises.
Well, there was somebody there before that occupant, and we revoked that license.
That I do not know, sir.
This is a bad place and a very difficult area.
Yes, I understand that, and of course he does as well, sir.
How does he know the people that loaned him the $27,000?
Basically, family relatives, I presume? Yeah, they're all family relatives.
How's he paying them back?
I mean, in terms of what, you are?
Does he have a loan agreement, written loan agreement with
Yes,
them?
it's attached in the application.
And that's what I'm asking. I'm asking him, how's he paying them back? I want him to tell me what the monthly payments are.
Oh, with the monthly, okay, explain. I'm sorry, sir.
¿Cómo le estoy pagando? Ahorita ves que el negocio está en eso, ellos están esperando, le tenemos que pagar cuando ya tengamos el liquor license. Si quiere salir, le vamos.
They agreed to wait until we get the liquor license.
Okay. So there's no monthly payment?
No.
Right now, no.
Is there any interest?
That's my family, they give it to me, my mom.
They just gave you $30,000?
Yes, sir.
Well, they didn't lend it because he doesn't have to pay it back right now.
Not right now.
And there's no interest?
No.
No interest.
No
Because
interest.
the family will help you.
Okay, no interest.
What kind of family members? Brother, sister, what is it?
My sister and my ¿cómo se dice? Sobrino.
My aunt and my cousin.
Okay.
Nephew, I think.
And you've been operating this restaurant
For how long?
since 16, I guess.
3 years.
What are your hours now?
From 9 to 6.
6 p.m.?
6 a.m.
Wait a minute. You open at 9 o'clock at night?
No, it's in the morning.
9 in the morning till 6 in the morning?
Yes.
So you're closed 3 hours a day?
Why?
We serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
And apparently very
No,
late
I mean, why are you closing it all, though? I don't.
Oh, because, well, the hours are long, and during those 3 hours, there's
But
nothing.
breakfast is, so you're not serving, you are serving breakfast?
Yeah, but that's from 9 to 12.
Do you have security guards now?
No, but when we get the license, we're gonna get security guard.
So the license examiner had questions about the signatures that don't appear to match between the loan and promissory note and some other documents that were submitted. Can you explain that?
I've never heard of that issue, so I was not aware of that.
There's a document submitted by Demetrio Rojas where there's a signature, and that signature doesn't appear to match the loan and promissory note.
I can't comment without, I was not, can't comment on that issue.
Who is my brother?
Dimitri Rojas is his brother-in-law.
So no plans for any type of entertainment, nothing like that at all?
We just want to drink, to go with the food. It's gonna be no music. We have a jukebox that they have to pay like $1 for 2 credits and stuff like that. But there's no DJ, there's no dance floor, nothing. And the second floor right now is being rented out for an office, and we're looking into renting it out for a beauty salon. So the second floor has nothing to do with anything with liquor or a bar.
Community board's opposed to you, but that's due to the history. But
Did you meet with them?
Yes.
Yes, and we understand their concerns. We're new owners. We asked them to give us a chance,
And you've been operating it for 3 years?
Yes.
Did one of the managers punch a customer in the face?
What?
In January of 17, it says, am I reading this right?
I think they have the wrong year on it.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Because we shut that in 16. And how long have you been open? What year?
Mid-July, right? July 2016.
No, you're right. No, you're not reading it wrong.
Yeah, you opened in July of 16, so in the letter that the community board wrote to us, it says that on January 9, 2017, an assault complaint was made by a customer claiming the manager of the establishment punched them in the face. And then in July of 17, another complaint was made by a customer who was assaulted by another customer within the location.
Where were these complaints made?
It's on the community board letter.
No, I meant,
I mean,
there weren't any kind of police activity.
Have you seen this letter?
No.
I mean, they expressed concern that the establishment is having trouble even without alcohol.
I mean, we are gonna have security guards on
It sounds like, what, is the security guard's going to protect your customers from your employees? Because that's what these the letters indicating the employees are doing the punching.
That didn't happen. That did not happen. I don't know where they got that information.
I don't either.
Really?
Well, yeah.
Nosotros, en todo el tiempo que hemos estado, siempre nos han estado echando mucho complaint en el cómo tiempo. Son gente que no lo quieren a mí.
Doesn't say where these assault complaints were filed. I mean, there was no police action against...
It doesn't mean we're not telling you that it happened, we're just telling you that the community board has some serious concerns about their ability to run this place, and I'm not gonna lie to you, I have my own.
But, I mean, my client, they plan to close at 4 a.m. if they get their license. They're gonna have security every day at the location, and...
What do they need, other than what she just talked about, why do you need security?
If we're going to have the license, because of the history of location, obviously, I think it's indicative of my client to have security, just because of the past history of this location. I think it would be logical.
It probably would, but you're not going to have music or...
No music. It will be recorded music, though.
Yeah, but...
I mean, just, yes. Be recorded music, but there's...
Is there a bar in the place?
No. I mean, the whole point is to have a bar.
No, I realize that. Is there an area that's a bar area that you're not using right now?
Oh, yes.
If, so you dispute these claims that, these assaults and so forth that happened at your place, right? Well, I tell you what I'm going to suggest you do is that we hold this over, and you go back to the community board and clear it up. Bring us a clean bill of health.
Okay, how...
I mean, I'm looking at the adverse history of the place and everything in general. It's horrible. I understand why the community board is opposed, but if they're accusing you of something that you say did not take place under your watch...
Well, I mean, is that going to be dispositive
actually,
in your decision here?
Yes. If I may...
Be dispositive in yours?
If I may, though, the day of the application is after...
Right. That's what I was saying.
mean, I just look at, this is July 18, 2018. Our application is after this.
So, I mean, have you considered maybe a beer and wine license?
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah. I mean, the problem here is nobody has any experience with alcohol.
You might have already addressed this.
Actually, we have, the night manager, I didn't want to bring him up, but the night manager does have
Well,
experience.
so back to my original question. Have you thought about a beer and wine?
We literally never discussed with my client.
Well, why don't you guys have that discussion?
I mean, it means you can serve beer and wine, but you can't serve any of the spirits. And it doesn't mean you can never get alcohol. If you come back in a year or year and a half, you could get the full alcohol if there's no problems. If there is problems, you're going to lose it pretty quickly, given the history here.
Well, based on the prior comment, I see this letter is July 18, 2018.
I'm not relying on the letter. I have concerns about your clients
Yes,
because of the history here and I don't care if there's one manager, but the bottom line is they haven't.
I was going to ask them.
And the history is not one, but two that we've had to shut, which is an enormous amount of resources spent in an area that we get regular complaints about, Roosevelt Avenue.
Sure.
So what we're trying to do is minimize his risk as well as our own.
Well, I was going to say, I think I'd like to have opportunity to put this over, contact community board, see if we can allay their issues, and if we can't allay it, then we can always revise the application for beer and wine.
All right.
What about,
it's going to take a month for that to happen.
Of course.
Yeah, but I don't have a month.
Well, you'll be at the new
I
location.
have a question regarding your
There's
private
something you don't
events.
know?
I'm sorry?
You indicated private events, you're going to have performers for private events.
If they had like a wedding or something, not a wedding, but
You're going to be promoting that kind of thing?
No, I'm not necessarily promoting it, but if someone says, can we rent out your restaurant for the night because we want to have an event, they want to have the opportunity to do so.
I just did wonder, how many did you anticipate having?
I don't think they've even thought about.
See, and the reason she's asking these questions is because of the vast history here.
been down that road?
Yeah, I understand it.
What she's trying to imply, and I'm going to say directly, they should be taking baby steps.
Sure, I
not
understand.
big steps.
Right.
So there's not, and so if you do come back and we do go down that road, there's not going to be any private events with live music. That's not going to happen for the first year and a half, probably. You want to come back and say, can we do them now? Sure. There's not going to be open till 4 a.m. That's not going to happen. It's going to be somewhere in between, I would guess, 12 and 3. I don't know where. And there certainly will be security every night of the week. But so that's what I'm saying is they don't have a great deal of experience. This place has been a very, very bad location. They need to start from the beginning, not from this amorphous place that we're going to play it as it comes. It can't happen. It's
Okay.
got to be very, very specific.
Well, obviously, regarding 12 to...
I don't know what it's going to be. I'm just telling you that should be your expectation, is you're not getting 4, because 4 has been a problem.
Okay, well, no, we understand, and obviously we'll modify our hours accordingly.
But you want to go back to the community board, you're welcome to do that. How many, 2 weeks?
You can give them 2 weeks and put it on for the April meeting, April 10th,
4:10.
right? That should give you enough time.
Okay.
If we were to want the beer and wine only, could we do it right now, or is that something?
I would do beer and wine until 2 a.m. across the board right now.
And I would too. And no live music ever until, you come back in a year if you want live music, if you've proven yourself.
Okay.
I would take it, but I would also do the work and go back to the community board to clear up the record so that when you do want to transfer, you can maybe get their support.
All right, beer, wine, no live music.
And 2 a.m.
Yep, 2 a.m. across the board.
You're willing to change, to amend?
Yep.
Yes.
All right, and you're all good with that?
And no
Okay.
DJs either.
Yep.
Wait, what's a DJ again?
Thank you.
Funny guy.
Mr. Flynn could tell us.
6 hours.
I know, right?
You got it all down now, yeah.
Things I thought I knew.
495, 1942 Lounge Corp.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rosa
Hello.
Ruiz, and
But
I
we have
represent-
all the hits today.
Yep. And I have.
How far are you away from the bar we just reopened?
Which
Long
one is
Island
that?
City. What was the name of that place?
Embassy?
Lounge?
Oh, he's nowhere near that,
Uh,
right? You know we're next to Embassy, right? Yeah, no, Embassy's all the way on the other side.
Okay.
Actually, where he is, there's really not much over there. It's a lot of traffic. There's maybe two, well, the business below, and then you have the residences above. And I also have letters of support that they signed for him,
Who did?
the people that live directly upstairs
No,
from him.
but the problem is the other letters that we got about it.
Okay, I don't have copies of those
Well,
letters.
the community board feels slighted.
You got letters of opposition from Assemblywoman Nolan
Okay.
and Senator
Generis.
Generis.
You didn't see those?
No, I didn't get any
And then
copies of
the-
any of that.
And then the community board has apparently feels like they did not hear back from you.
He actually, well, I started representing him after his application was filed with the Liquor Authority and after he had already went to the community board meeting, because I actually have a copy of the letter from community board too, and the reason why they denied it,
It says you don't have a valid CO for one thing.
which is not true. They were looking, when you go to the Buildings Department website, what they were looking at is the older C of O that was issued, I think, in January, and then the permanent C of O was issued a month later, February 23rd of 2000. I have a copy of that also.
Why didn't you go to the community board?
He did go to the community board
Well, I
meeting.
mean, then why are they writing us, telling us that you didn't?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I did go to the community board.
Did they
And
ask you to
said-
come back?
No, they said they will let me know in about a week, and we never heard from them again.
Am I reading that wrong? Didn't they feel like they?
Yeah, that's what the cover email says. That they have.
17th letter? This, something was just scanned
Don't
in
know
recently.
what the hell.
I don't
I
have
have a
it.
September 17th one that was scanned in. I don't know why it didn't match up. The applicant was invited, quorum was present, motion made to oppose, 7 in favor of the opposition. Opposition based on numerous complaints received at the community board from residents stating that this location has been used as a venue serving alcohol on numerous occasions.
That we just got?
That-
When?
That was just scanned in 2/28.
It's not here.
No, because that's after my stuff, so I don't know where.
I have it with me if you want me to
Yeah,
show
I'd
you.
like to see it.
There's no current CO.
And then the letter from the assemblywoman is referred to the previous owner, not referring to him.
Yeah, well, the previous owner is somewhat relevant.
Well, the location, it says that it's next to a homeless shelter. It still is?
There's no homeless shelter. There's nothing over there. If you want, I can show you a photograph.
It just has doubled in size due to many new homeless shelters.
I don't know, which one are you?
He's right in the middle.
You're in the middle? Then what is the very large homeless shelter? Where is it? You taking those apartments or something?
He's here. There's nothing
Yeah,
over
I
here.
saw this. I saw this.
mostly
This is
like
fine.
Yeah, you didn't. You do have that?
Yeah, we have that.
I didn't see that. Did you see this?
We have that in the supplemental. With the cover email, what they said
Yes.
they were bypassing, and it came.
Oh, where's it? Oh, I must have it at the back. That's what I did.
This was extra. This was what came in the supplemental. I don't know. Do they go back?
Well, I don't know where they are, but my advice to you is to go back to them.
Yeah.
I actually
Because
reached out-
giving the political opposition as well as the community board opposition, and
I actually reached out to the community board again, and they never got back to me when when I started taking over.
I don't know. Create the paper trail.
I mean,
we can
given
talk
what you're asking for here and given what they're telling us to give you is so far apart that,
Yeah. I'm uncomfortable with it as well. Would you
Yeah,
like
why
us to
don't we
hold it over, or you want to?
Yeah.
no, yeah, I guess we can hold it over.
So when?
Until you can get answers from them. I mean, they want to sit down and talk to them, it's clear. They feel like you completely, at least somebody at the community board feels like you went completely around the process.
Did not. I mean, he went to. the-
I'm telling you what they're
No,
telling us.
Okay. All right.
I don't have anything to do with that, but you need to go fix that. Because the community board is also the ones who got the politicians against you, I'm sure. So how long, what's the April meeting, Tom?
April 10th.
April 10th then.
Okay, and then what if, because again, I reached out to them before and they,
You got it. The way it is now, it gets denied. So if we come
Okay.
back here and the same thing, I'm denying it. I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, you should create a paper trail with the community board too, that you reached out to them, not just phone calls.
No, I have emails.
All right.
I have emails.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And I
Alright,
try to
next.
go meet with those electeds too, if you can.
Yeah, I will. I mean, because like, again, I did not know
I mean,
about this
just show
letter
up, go to the board office.
Okay. Thank you. So April,
April 10th.
thank you.
Next item is 503, 1454 Liquor Mart, Inc.
You have quietly been sitting there all day long.
Even at work, I'm always the last one to
I
present.
was beginning to think you were an intern here or something like that.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
My name is Kamaljeet Singh. I'm currently I was told that you guys wanted to see me, so I came in person.
Yeah, your representative showed up last time and we said we would like to see you.
Yes. I apologize, I was not able to make it. I had an emergency. We were in Virginia that weekend.
Is this going to be bulletproof, your store?
Yes, it is.
Did you say yes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. It is. So our information is wrong?
Are you aware of the 4 closest stores around you?
The store next, no, the liquor stores, you mean?
Yeah.
It's about 7 blocks away.
Just the one, but are you aware of the 4 or no?
No, I
If
don't.
I tell you names of ones, will you know if they're bulletproof or not?
Not that I know, I'm sorry.
Which, is the closest one bulletproof?
Yes, closest one is.
Which is Bronx Spirit?
The one that's, yeah, 7 blocks away, yep.
And we did just license another store last fall, last summer.
Oh, that's been open
Oh,
since
that's been open since
2003.
2013, all right.
And you're gonna run this by yourself?
As of now, yes, I am, but I'm gonna hire 2 employees, because right now, the last 3 months, I was working on 1796 Westchester Avenue, trying to get the feel of it, because I'm currently full-time at CVS Pharmacy. I'm a training store manager with them. I've been with them for 12 years now. I'm the one that does all the ordering for our store, maintaining it. I've had the state come in and did inspections. I've always passed every inspection that's come in. I've even had the state come in to verify if we were selling tobacco to minors. I passed all 3 of those with no problem.
And you're gonna continue doing that?
Continue working with CVS Pharmacy? For now, yes, but eventually I'm gonna,
So if we give you this?
Yes.
You're gonna go open immediately?
yes, I will.
You're gonna hire employees right away?
Yes, I will.
Oh, okay.
I have someone already in line that I'm
Okay.
looking into.
But you're gonna go in there every day, or you're gonna have someone
Every day.
manage it?
No, every day I'm gonna go in there.
How
So
far
it's
do you
very
live from this
flexible.
location?
I live about 15-minute drive.
Why a liquor store?
So my father, he's a retired industrial worker. He had the interest of building a business. The only concern is when in our culture, we believe more in like males than we do. It's sad to say.
You believe
So,
what?
More in males running businesses. He has 3 daughters. I'm one of the youngest. So I'm trying to like prove a point that it's not needed. We always can run it as well. And actually, it was kind of his passion. So I guess he felt like he didn't want to open anything because he wasn't know who was gonna run it for him. Because maybe he didn't think that anyone had the ability to do it. But being in
So
retail,
he wanted to open one on his own?
he wanted to open one because they always leave their trails for like their kids. So he never really looked into opening one. He just worked his whole life at one factory.
Is he gonna help you here or no?
Yes, he will, because he has a best friend that actually passed away a couple of years ago that owned a liquor store in Queens, and he was always like with him, sitting with him, doing all this stuff.
Is his name Gurmit Singh?
Who, my father's?
Yeah.
No.
Why do we get that, Jackie? Is that just somebody thinking and they may be related?
I do not know.
A1 Liquor Street, Inc.? You never heard of that? No.
It could be the friend. I'm not sure of his exact name, because remember, we have different names when we call.
No, that was the 2 applications that were denied.
No. I currently run a $7.8 million volume store for the year. When I took over the store that they transferred me to, I was originally working in the Bronx, now I work in the city. They were down 4%, we're up 8% since last year in sales.
And so you work in Manhattan now?
Yes, I do. And I also opened up 4 new locations in Manhattan, helped them prep and getting the licenses ready, getting the store to open on the day it's supposed to open.
I didn't think I had anything tying them in there, just that the 2 prior applications were
Not
by
for
the
this
same.
location, though.
For this location, were by the same individual.
Oh, you don't know Gurmit Singh?
No, that's all. It wasn't a tie-in to her.
And you've been with CVS 11 years now?
This will be my 12th year this year yet.
All right, anybody have anything?
Nope.
You ready to vote?
I don't see any protests,
There isn't any.
so with that, I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
Same here, even if there were, I mean, your store is about the size of a closet, so I'll approve as well.
I'll approve. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
We take a break just for 1 second.
Yes.
1 second, right back.
All right. Next item is 508 and 509 MJB Ale House, Inc.
Say that again?
508 and 509. It's one item or one document together.
Good afternoon. Terrence Flynn on behalf of the licensee. This is an offer of compromise to resolve the charges.
Accept.
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 There's no other, I'll issue the renewal.
I have 435 is the next item. That's not yours. Somebody else signed in for that case, Terry.
You done?
No, he's got more.
Oh.
PBT Latin Foods LLC.
Where's, what number is it?
435.
435.
Good afternoon, members of the authority,
Good afternoon.
Commissioner Howell. Commissioner.
What is the noise mitigation plan here?
We've actually, just 2 things. One is, the SLA just cashed a check for the sale of this business, so that, she's out of this business, her and her partner. They're terrible operators, and this would have been their second noise complaint. But the new owner, Elvis Silverio, who's down the block at Ruby Rosa, he engaged a noise company, and they're going to replace the front windows. They're going to close all of the doors during hours of operation, even in the summer, and they're going to do a sound meter, which is what I'm suggesting to all the customers. It's about the size of that red thing right there, and it tells you when you're going above the New York City noise codes minimum, so that they're more proactive, because if they have tenants above, and it doesn't seem like this building was ever properly soundproof.
This is still active in this company's name.
Yeah, no, I have the check that was cashed. They just put in their.
So it hasn't been sold yet?
No, that's why I'm asking.
Because you said it has been sold.
Well, it's in this, it's.
You may
should
not
say
want to
anything.
keep going then.
Well, okay, my response to this is, can we mitigate this as much as possible? Because the person who is going to take over for this person wants to pay the fine, because, you know, she's going to be out of this business.
Go ahead.
I'm with 5,000.
I have a noise company that they've engaged, because they've actually taken.
That's a new owner. I don't really, that's not.
They're voting right
That's the
now.
next problem.
Oh, my
Yeah,
goodness.
I'll take 5,000 as
Okay.
well. Second time.
466, Cafe Sahara, Inc.
Good afternoon, members of the authority.
Good afternoon.
I'm here
3,000,
for-
I'll accept.
I'll accept.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
466, 3,000.
510, Super Barrio Brothers LLC.
Terrence Flynn for the licensee.
Where were you on vacation? Is that why all these are held over?
Yes.
And now it's Mr. Palillo's turn.
2,500, I'll accept.
Accept.
Mr. Anderson had a really bad night, didn't he? I mean, not only did he get beat up, he got arrested too. So, not really funny, but anyway.
All right, 511, 512, J&J International New York, Inc.
This is also an offer of compromise to resolve the charges.
What number again?
3,500, I'll accept.
Accept.
Is that 511, 512?
3,500 accept, yeah.
Yep. 513, Tuscan Kitchen.
This is also an offer of compromise to resolve the charges.
515.
Backyard license in this place?
Excuse me?
No, I'm asking Terry.
I'm sorry. I
The
didn't hear
backyard
question.
licensed?
I don't believe so, no. In fact, as part of this, there's a notification we gave just recently to the community board to file the alteration application to correct some of the physical changes they made.
I'll accept.
7,500 accept.
I'll accept.
518, South Jamaica Portuguese Sporting Club, Inc.
That's a mouthful.
It is, and there's an offer of compromise to resolve those charges.
3,500, accept.
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 506, 507, NYC Event Space, LLC.
This is also an offer of compromise.
506?
Yeah, we also have 470, okay, is also this licensee. That's a default.
506 and 07, I'll accept.
Wait, there is no amount.
No, that's,
7,000.
7,000.
It's 7,000?
yeah, for 506, 507, there's a $7,000 offer.
Right, but what about 470?
We're gonna do that next.
That's a default.
Yeah. So we all good with that one?
Yes.
Yes, 7,000 accept.
Yeah, 470.
470. This I saw was on the agenda as a default. I called the client who said they did not get anything in the mail. As you can see, I just appeared on two. Before that, I've appeared on this licensee since I got his license.
So back to council's office?
I would ask that you do that, please.
But it was delivered, our notes indicate it was actually delivered to somebody to a person at the place.
Right, and the problem is with these night spots is that you have cleaning crew and everybody else in there who were there earlier during the day.
3:15
Deliveries.
PM.
Yeah, I mean, this place doesn't normally open until 7 PM.
All right.
Sending it back?
Yes.
Council.
Yes.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Do I need to keep
Have a
this
very
or
nice
not?
day.
See you.
I don't need to keep this, right, Tom? Just go back.
What's that?
I don't need to save it.
No, you don't need to save it.
All right.
By the time you see it again, it's gonna be paperless.
All right.
We ready to move forward?
Yes.
416,
Cancel and bond.
I'm at council and I had a question. Does this person have other licenses? Bob Beebe. But yeah, cancel and bond.
you wanna move along while Jackie's checking?
Yeah.
that for you?
Sure.
Okay.
Cancel bond.
417, 18, 19, 20.
Answer's no.
Sorry, what'd you say?
There's no active.
There's no active? Okay.
No, 417. Cancel bond.
This is cancel and bond.
Yep.
And then I thought that maybe we should look into the application for La Mel Corrida, the place that seems to be availing. Just to see where we're at with that one.
Okay. Margarita, send that.
Okay.
All right. 421,
Sustain 1, dismiss 2, sustain 3, cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
422,
Accept.
Accept.
Accept, yeah.
423,
Accept.
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 424,
Accept.
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 425,
Accept.
Cancel and bond, accept.
Cancel and bond. That comes with 490,
Yeah,
right?
well, you want to take a look at that now, or?
Yeah,
Okay.
No, we just cancel for the record, right?
yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, because there's a default on that, so you can do, all right, so we'll just
Yeah, 'cause
move on.
that's a default.
428
So
is,
cancel, 490 is canceled for the record?
well,
We'll get to
Okay,
that.
all right, all right, all right.
Dismiss 1, dismiss 2, sustain.
wait, no. 428's been held over. It's
Oh.
one of Mr. Palillo's cases,
Right.
To when?
till 320. 429,
Accept.
Really? Why is that 3,100?
it's 100 for the, they had 3,000 to sale to minor, 100 for the failure post
Okay.
violation.
Yep, 3,100.
3,100.
430,
Accept.
Cancel and bond, accept.
Cancel and bond.
431,
I had bring them in.
Okay, bring him in.
Okay.
okay?
Put this to 320?
Yes.
Yes. 433,
Accept.
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 434,
Accept.
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 436,
Accept. Accept.
Accept.
437,
Accept.
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 438,
Accept.
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 439,
Accept.
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 440,
Accept.
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 441,
Accept.
3,000, accept.
442,
3,000 plus surrender?
plus the surrender, yes.
They're gonna expire at the end of the month anyway.
Yep.
Okay. Accept.
442,
750. Accept.
And just so it's clear, when the attorney's looking at this, that should be $1,000.
no, it should be more than that. It's only 1,000, there's no history.
All right, so just so they're aware, that should be more than that, but I'll accept for, I'm not going to fight over 500.
443,
5,000.
5,000.
5,000.
444 is being held over to 320, Mr. Palillo. 445, 46, 47,
Cancel and bond.
Bond.
Accept, yeah.
448,
Accept.
Accept.
1,500, accept.
449,
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
450,
Accept.
Why are they
Not so
offering
much.
7,500 for this?
With no adverse
there were
history.
3 minors.
Okay.
We can go down if you want. It's all the same day, so.
Yeah, I know.
It's one-
5,000?
It's one of the first foreign wineries we had with a sale to minor.
It's a winery, that's why, yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right, 7,500.
7,500.
451 has also been held over to 320. 452, 53,
Accept.
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 455,
Accept.
Cancel and bond.
Yep.
456,
Sustain 1, 2, dismiss 3, sustain 4, dismiss 5, sustain 6, dismiss 7, sustain 8, dismiss 9 and 10, sustain 11 and 12, cancel and bond.
Cancel
Also
and
was a
bond.
availing as well.
okay. 457, 58, 59.
This was the subject of the,
Of what?
this was the subject of the summary suspension application today.
Today?
Yes.
Oh, we already kept it open?
No, we just closed it in summary
closed it.
suspension.
Oh, because I thought this,
Submitted before.
I thought this was low to begin with, so,
Yeah, I had times 2 as well.
all right, so 15,000. Counter.
15,000.
All right. 460,
Sustain 1 and 2, 4,000.
4,000.
4,000.
461,
Sustain 1, 10,000.
Sustain 1, 10,000.
10,000.
462,
Accept.
Accept.
2,000, accept.
463,
Counter 3.
Counter 3.
Counter 3,000.
464, 65,
Accept.
10,000, accept.
467,
3,000 accept.
Accept.
3,000, accept.
468,
Straight no contest.
3,500?
All right, 3,500.
I was gonna go low.
Well, it would
They
normally
haven't-
be, it would
they
normally be
haven't-
6,000.
They haven't done anything other than that unauthorized trade name, in at least from what we can tell, in almost 40 years.
So it's 2,500?
40 years?
They're open since
Oh, wow.
79.
Yeah.
Those are that is the only history they have.
It is the only history? 1,500.
1,500.
All right.
469.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
471.
Chuck E. Cheese, 6,000.
6,000,
Accept.
accept.
6,000.
472.
3,000.
3,000.
473.
Accept.
Accept. Cancel and bond.
472
Three.
was 3,000?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, okay.
We good?
Yes.
All right, we are at 474.
Accept.
Accept. 5,000.
Accept.
475.
3,500.
3,500.
3,500.
476.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
477.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
485.
Accept.
300.
300? Why?
That's just signs, that's what they're worth.
300?
Yeah. You
I
can one,
can certainly afford more.
no, the one you can't even go
Okay.
above, can you? Isn't it 100?
The one is 100, the other one is whatever you want, up to 10,000.
Yeah, I think 300 is good.
300's fine.
The other one was failure to certificate of occupancy, sign up. Go ahead, Tom.
486.
1,000 accept.
Accept.
487.
Accept.
Accept.
2,500 accept.
488.
1,000 accept.
Accept.
489.
Accept.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond accept.
490.
Cancel for the record.
Cancel for the record.
491.
Accept.
1,000 accept.
491, 1,000 accept.
492.
Denied. CB's against it.
There was a supplemental, it looks like the.
No, the CB not opposed.
They reversed.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Is, right here, added,
Yep.
it's attachment.
Yep, I saw it.
It's just beer and wine. There's no
Yeah,
further
all right,
food.
all right,
Just
I
making
was
sure as
gonna-
long as they have all their city certificates and valid CO.
all right, approved.
So we're good with it then?
Yes.
Yes, I
One of the rare
approve.
ones we approved without an appearance. 92.
504 has been held over to 320.
I need another package of that.
517,
Held over indefinitely.
it is?
Why?
Yeah, because it's they gotta stay. Well, then they didn't tell you, but they went to court yesterday, got to stay. We can vote on whether we appeal this or not, but they're gonna they're gonna file paperwork they already filed, they already filed an order to show cause yesterday to re-argue the judge's decision.
I didn't hear that from counsel's office. So
I-
you want it taken off the calendar then, or just?
Yeah, until you hear otherwise. At some point, it will be back on.
519.
Counter at 10.
Yeah, I had ×5.
And can we add a charge here for the failure to conform to the application for them having security when they're not supposed to?
Yep.
Plus the pool table, when I don't think we have that information either?
Well,
It's not really that.
if you're going to if you're going to direct that a charge be added, then there's no unless you're making the counter offer.
We're not all right, then just make the counter 10.
Counter at 10.
521.
I had
License
multiplied by
issued.
2.
License,
10,000.
I had 10,000 as
is
well.
there a mistake here? It says the license was issued 10/2/2018. Disorderly premises noise on 9/30/18.
That's the note, check the note out.
Check, I added that note. We
Could
don't
be when
have
they were had
jurisdiction.
Oh, I see, I'm
We
sorry.
don't, we don't have jurisdiction over charge one.
As I'd highlighted, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay, we're
So
fried.
10,000?
Yes.
Yes, 10,000.
522.
I'll accept the check. So
Yes.
recon granted.
Yes, recon granted.
523.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Hold on.
Hold on, come on.
Where are you?
We're at cancel and bond. We're
No,
now
no, Jack,
524.
you didn't
Mike, all I asked
officially,
him, asked him.
for 522, you didn't officially say you're taking a $500 fine. You said you're taking the check.
They put a check in already, didn't they?
No, but you have to,
Replace the bad
you
fund.
need to actually say you're imposing the $500.
All right, yes, we're imposing that too.
All right, 523, you accepted. 524.
Counter, cancel and bond.
Yes.
Cancel and bond.
526.
It's funny, that's exactly what I wrote, should
Accept.
cancel.
Accept.
526, 2000, accept.
527.
Accept.
Accept.
I gotta go.
527A. You want to just,
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
we can do it.
it's
Go
fine.
ahead and do it. We
Yes.
may need it later.
you want to just deny it, or,
No, do it and we'll.
Oh, okay.
We may need to use it later.
so you want to approve it then? all right.
Assuming they
Yes.
approve it, yeah.